Hello and welcome. So today is going to be a very, very long stream, okay? I want to kind of live up to the Booksmarts name and show you, if Booksmarts was to try and learn about something and educate himself on a particular topic that he found, politically or personally interesting, how would he do that? So I don't ever do this on the channel because what I tell you guys is that it's often a long process. It's often a boring process. It's often a very passive process. There's not a lot of commentary. There's not a lot of, talking shit and doing the many things that you all enjoy for entertainment. I will try to inject that as much as possible by pondering or walking you through how my thinking is changing as we're being exposed to different facts and stuff like that. What's up, cats? But, I think that it's important, and I was already going to do this. I was going to spend the entire day today listening to the oral arguments for the case that's happening right now, which, let me grab the title in front of me so I don't mess it up, is... let's see here. Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. The recent news that has dropped since I woke up today and read it is that there has been a leak in the United States Supreme Court, and that leak appears to show a majority opinion for this abortion case that looks like or is purported to overturn Roe v. Wade. Now, I'm going to be careful about that language because I personally haven't read through all of this. What we're going to do is we're going to look through Roe v. Wade, we're going to look through Casey v. Planned Parenthood, and then finally we're going to look through Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, and then we're going to reach some conclusions about what's going on here. Now, this is a stream that will be perfect for anybody, whether you're a foreigner who has no idea about the United States justice system, or you are somebody who has gone through the American education system and has some idea about it. And it may even be helpful if you're somebody who is personally educated at a high level on this topic, because we're going to be going through primary sources and kind of reviewing that. Now, I will say up front, I'm not a lawyer. I don't have a legal background. But you know what? Most of the people in the entirety of this country and in the world do not have those backgrounds. And so while I don't feel like I'm necessarily the best person to speak on this or to educate you on this, since I plan to do it anyways, I think it could be a public good to do it live on stream and walk you guys through that kind of thought process, because many of you are in the situation that I'm in where you don't have a background in this, you are not legal professionals, and we'll kind of work through this together and learn about it together. So like I said before, I have lots and lots of sources. What we'll likely open up with is a brief explanation of the United States Supreme Court. How does it work? How is it structured? What are the documents that they produce? And this will kind of give us a framework to understand many of the other primary source documents that we'll be looking through after that point, including the oral arguments and things like that for these different cases. Now, again, this could very easily be a 10 plus hour stream, because oral arguments for Dobbs alone is going to be about 2 hours. For that reason, I'm going to try to be very careful about pausing and doing interruptions, because getting into the habit of that is going to result in an even longer VOD than it needs to be. So kind of work with me here today. If you're here early and you see people joining later who are asking questions or sending messages directly at me, just let them know this is going to be a much more passive stream where the focus is to sit down and listen. If you have questions and things like that, I would highly encourage you to Google them. I'd highly encourage you to kind of work on your own to look through them. I might ask for a moderator or two to help me in the Discord by putting those messages into a separate chat so we can take breaks and I can address some of the questions that are happening. And I think that that's going to be a good in-between for us. We've done that before on reviews where I kind of go for about an hour or so reviewing whatever the debate is that's in front of us, and then taking maybe a 20-minute break to address some of the questions, comments, and concerns from the audience. So I think that we're going to take that kind of approach today for the sake of time, and I hope that this is something that is helpful for you all. What about the anal arguments? We won't touch on those today. That's something that Twitch won't allow for. I have no idea what this is exactly about. All I know is people are mad about it. Yeah, and for folks like you who are starting from that point, this is going to be a very helpful stream. I think this is something that I would uniquely be suited for, given that we post all of these VODs on YouTube. They are time stamped, so it makes digesting, a 10+ hour VOD a lot more doable, and you can skip through parts that you already understand. Like perhaps, again, if you've been through the American education system, you should already have an idea for the way that the U.S. Supreme Court works. It's one of the important standards that you have for your last year of high school, where you learn about AP government, government. I took AP government, which is a more advanced version of that, and it was incredibly important that we not only understood that, but some of the landmark cases over the course of the United States history. So I certainly feel like I already had a good idea of this stuff, but I brushed up on a lot before I came on stream, compiled a lot of sources for us to go through, and then we'll go through all those together. This is exciting. I've been curious about this process, was thinking this would be a good topic for you when I saw it yesterday. Be right back, grabbing coffee. Yeah, of course. So I think that we'll just start this kind of like immediately. What I need to do is I need to grab myself some water because my voice might, it's going to be a tough stream today. Wow, Doobie, thank you for that. So yeah, I hope that this could be a helpful stream for some people, maybe a very good source for people who want to actually look at primary sources, because my guess is going to be that on most of Twitch, on most of YouTube, you're not really going to get access or in-depth coverage of the things that we're going to cover today. This is going to be a stream that's more akin to what I'm Really Important does on the platform than what other people in the space do. And given I occupy this weird, role, I think it's important to do that for things like this. So again, if I bring up my docket here of sources we're going to go through to give you a bit of a preview of that, we're of course going to go through all the basics about the Supreme Court, the justices, the documents they put forward, and how arguments work there. And then I'll go through my opinions on the topic in particular, so you know where my biases are. And here's another thing. If you've watched me for long enough, you know that I put out opinions all the time that change, whether that's through an argument with somebody else or through becoming better educated on the topic. So I think it's important to be transparent with you, give you an idea of where I'm at, what my reasoning is, and then I have no doubt that'll change by the end of this as well, or at the very least get kind of more nuanced. Now, in terms of sources, we have one source that is going to give us a very brief 5-minute video on Roe v. Wade that are all the things that you would need to learn if you were an American college student and needed to learn the basics. So I think that'll give us a basic introduction and legal, TLDR on what's going on. Then we'll look at a legal eagle video, and as you can tell in the beginning, I'm picking sources that are going to be easier for you all to digest. There are certainly better things that are more detailed, but I don't think that's important for what we're trying to do, because we're going to be spending a lot of time on primary source documents after this point. So we'll watch a legal eagle on abortion rights and Roe v. Wade and how we got here and what is the kind of history surrounding that. And then we'll move to reading and listening to the oral arguments for Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, which of course is the case that the majority opinion has been leaked for. So that oral arguments is going to be 2 hours long. We'll explain what oral arguments are in case you aren't aware. I mean, you can put 2 and 2 together. That's going to be spoken arguments. But as far as like what function that serves in the process here. After that, we're going to move towards the original Politico piece. We're going to look at the article, read the whole article. Then we're going to look at the PDF that they leaked, read the entire 90-page PDF. Then after that, if we still have time and if I still have energy, I want to look at the opinion on Roe v. Wade And I also have in here that we're going to look at a little bit of information on Justice Alito, who of course is the author on this opinion. Because if you don't know who Justice Alito is, if you don't understand the sentiment kind of surrounding that justice, I think that would be something important to know. So those are currently the things that we're going to look at, we're going to be listening to, and we're going to be reading. And then, we'll go from there. I'm open to the idea of people with a legal background coming on to speak, but I don't want the stream to be taken up by that. And I don't want this to turn into some giant panel show about this. I don't want this platform to be given to other people to express their opinions on the topic at hand, so much as I want us to really look at and read and try to understand it on our own. So if Pisco, comes on and wants to talk, or somebody else, I really want to limit that to 5 to maybe 10 minutes and really, really focus on doing this other stuff. So just understand, if any other political streamer comes out of the woodwork and is unhappy with a clip or something else that comes from the stream, I'm really not interested. I'm going to say this up front, in discussing this with other people, particularly today. Perhaps in the future, perhaps on another day, I'll find that important, because I will be one of the few people to have read everything, surrounding this news. And maybe we'll look at on another day the opinions from Vosh or Destiny or these other people who I know that you respect the opinions of. But that's really not going to be the focus for today. And just understand, because I'm going to say this up front before something heated or problematic or whatever else comes out, I have no interest in wasting time on that today, but on another day for sure. Today is not about making content. Today is about creating a video that people can look at the timestamps for and educate themselves on this topic. And that's pretty much it. So sorry if that upsets anybody, but that's kind of the direction I want to take it today. So goodness gracious, here we go. What did Wicked Supreme say? I hope he's not upset with that last take. Let's see here. Because I do respect Wicked's opinion. Oh, I don't even see Wicked in the chat. I don't know who you're adding. Anywho. Wait, let me make sure my restream is actually picking up all of the chat messages. It is. Okay, we'll be okay. Anywho. I'm going to go fill up my water. I'll give you guys a little bit of music to listen to in the meantime, because again, I'll be sitting here a long ass time. Just want to make sure I'm ready to go. And I'll be right back. This is Picto chat. So ! Picto in either the YouTube or the Twitch chat. Yes, I read them both. And that'll get you the artist information for this young person who makes this wonderful music that we of course appreciate on the Booksmarts channel. Enjoy. Hello. Hi. I'll put the mic here in front of me because we definitely want to be comfortable for today. Like I said, I expect it's going to be a long stream. So I don't know what you were doing before this, but I was certainly rushing around trying to make sure that I had everything I needed in front of me. And I had coffee. There was 2 shots of espresso. So what I'm going to start out by doing is some breathing exercises. You can join me if you want to. You can not join me if you don't want to. I think it's good to have a soft reset before we get into things. So here I go. And you just do this till the heart stops fluttering. And the breaths are smooth. Counting the ins and outs can help. You're just focused on what you're doing. So if you're at work, I'm happy to have been graced by being on your second monitor. If you're here today watching the VOD, hello VOD people. I do love you, even if I make fun of you from time to time. And I'd appreciate if you're here to learn, just try to have an open mind. Again, we'll be going through primary sources. Try to base your opinions off of what we learned today. And be willing to change your opinion if you have a very strong one. Whether you're pro or anti-abortion, your opinions will be heard today. Again, we'll have opinion segments where I'll take questions, comments, and concerns. And we'll do that at natural stopping points throughout. All right. So hello, welcome. I look forward to today. It's going to be unusual. I don't often do these, but here we are. It's going to be a research stream today. So again, I have all my sources ready to go on my second monitor. I have you guys in front of me here and at work listening to this, breathing on my phone, in my ears through my headphones. Well, there you go. Happy to be on your phone, everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Might be a bit more of a boring stream today or interesting depending on your taste, I suppose. So I'm ready. Are you ready? Let's get into it. So I think that maybe opening up with my opinion will be the first thing that we do. Why am I not seeing my Notion? Oh, there it is. I'll just open with my opinions first, and then we'll go through, again, an explanation of the Supreme Court. So I support abortion rights. I do. I think that women should have the right to get an abortion. Now, do I think that right should be unrestricted? No. I think that if a state wants to vote on restrictions for particular cases here or there, or encouraging the use of contraceptives as opposed to abortion or this or that, I think that should be left up to the states. I think that the states should have the right to impede on that to some extent. I'm not like a diehard, abortion all the way to the end kind of dude. I think there's a lot more nuance there, and I would hope that most people who are pro-abortion would similarly hold in their mind that there might be a situation or two that they would want to legislate against with abortion, in much the same way that we might hold the same opinion for other kinds of medical procedures where it's dangerous to the person getting it, or it could be dangerous to this infant and unnecessary. I would just hope that there is some kind of leeway there. And if there isn't, then that's fine. We have a difference of opinion. That's cool. I'm going to try to keep these things in the back of my mind as we're reading everything and not let them interfere too much with my coverage and my reading of these things. Not that I will get the opportunity to, because a lot of it is going to be letting things play out on stream and reading things on stream, and then letting you guys kind of come up with your own opinions on these topics. I am also a man. I am a cis man. When I was born, I had a wiener, and I don't have any of the reproductive organs that women have. I don't go through what women go through. And, in that regard, I recognize that this is a topic that doesn't have anything to do with like my personal, reproductive rights or anything like that. Sure, it might impact a relationship I have where, I'm with somebody who can get pregnant and they get pregnant. But ultimately, this isn't a topic that like impacts me personally in terms of like my body. And that's important to kind of get out of the way. I also think that currently it appears to me that this right is something not federal, but would be a state issue. And as such, it shouldn't be solved by the Supreme Court. So that's, again, all these opinions could change as we read through things. I'm totally open to them changing, which is, again, why I don't want to get into a debate in the middle of this. I am almost certain that these opinions will change as we kind of go through and learn more about this together. Let me explain a little bit more about that. So I don't think that there are super clear protections for abortion in the arguments that have been given that I've seen so far in my initial research behind the scenes for Roe v. Wade or even for Casey. So I think that realistically what we want to do is either put in a new amendment, which is going to be really hard, that requires 2/3 vote to add something that will protect this or will explicitly protect privacy, which may not be necessary. It's tough to give these opinions without feeling the need to caveat my understanding of the counter arguments to them. So for instance, I understand the counter argument that the right to privacy is one that is implicit based on the rights granted in other amendments. And basically, there is something in the United States Constitution and written by the founders and the framers that says, hey, not every right that people are entitled to is going to be explicitly written out in these amendments or in this Constitution. So the right to privacy is one of those, where it's implied from the rights that are given to us in other amendments. And I definitely understand that. However, I do think it's important, if this is a right that we feel like the majority of Americans agree everybody should have, and if it's something that we really want to protect, to not just protect it through Supreme Court precedent, but to actually codify it into law. So that's one part with the conservatives where I would agree, is that I think Congress and the legislative body need to work on codifying these rights into law. And I would prefer that they're written into law that way, whether that's by a formal change of the Constitution by way of amendment, or it's by some congressional solution, whether, they vote on some new law to put into place, or individual states are putting those things into their state constitutions and into their legislative body. I think that is going to be the solution for things like this. And either of those things are going to be preferred to the Supreme Court, because as we might see today by reading this document, the Supreme Court can overrule their past decisions on things. And so I would like it that the congressional body works towards codifying these things into law. I believe the strongest argument presented in court is not the right to privacy, which requires the reading of multiple amendments and a reliance on the 9th Amendment particularly, which talks about, hey, there are going to be some rights in here that aren't explicitly written in, but they're things that we would think that people have the right to. Having rights to particular things does not mean that you then don't have the right to anything that isn't explicitly mentioned here. That's basically the 9th Amendment. The strongest for me personally that was given so far that I've read is the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause argument that says that given abortion laws target women specifically, you're creating legislation that is meant to target a particular group, in this case, the particular group being women, because abortion laws aren't going to apply to people that aren't women. But even then, I feel that standing back on this is not preferable to actually having codified into law the right to abortion. I think that's always going to be preferable, and that's the direction I would want us to move into. Furthermore, I don't know that I would agree with every implementation of the 14th Amendment in this way. I don't know if, like, you know, for instance, like if one day the opinion on pedophilia changes and we say that, hey, these arguments against the diddling of children or something like that are particularly targeting the group of people who are attracted to pedophiles, that then the 14th Amendment would protect them because you're targeting I'm not a legal expert. I don't understand how far the 14th Amendment goes, but I'm, again, not comfortable with the Supreme Court and the 14th Amendment being the only leg on which abortion rights stand, or any right really stands. So I would like us to write more into law to kind of solidify a hold on those rights, if that's the direction that we want to go into. So that's kind of those opinions. I think rather than relying on particular interpretations of these broad protections that are expressed in the first, the fourth, the ninth, and so on and so forth of the amendments, I think it would be better if we just codify this into law with the legislative branch. And I know that's going to be a difficult ask, especially with how divided things are. But if Roe v. Wade is overturned, if abortion rights are lost through the Supreme Court, I would hope that that puts fire under the butt of both legislators and the people to whom they are accountable to put fire under their asses to work together to represent the majority opinion of the United States, which appears to be in favor of abortion rights. So maybe this will be something that increases the Democratic base's, fiery approach to things, and maybe it'll get them more inspired to push their candidates to do more. That's certainly something that I've heard from I'm Really Important on Twitch about, and it's something that I hope would be the case if it ends up being that this draft is what is published. Although I want us to all be very, very careful about what our opinions about that draft are before we actually go and read the draft, because we'll have more specific ideas about who are the justices saying what, and do we really agree or disagree with them? What is it that the Chief Justice is saying, and what is that majority opinion? We'll talk more about the way the Supreme Court works and how that majority opinion is very, very, very important. I think we're going to have a more multifaceted opinion on this issue once we read it. So don't hold too firmly on to whatever your take is right now based on headlines. And then my last point here, inarguably, I would say that this court case of Roe v. Wade is controversial, and it has been since it was first arrived at. For foreign folks or those uneducated on U.S. government, it's even taught this way in American schools, in liberal states like California, where I went to school in. People have been unhappy with the way that this is argued, the way it was arrived at, the makeup of the Supreme Court at the time, right? In much the same way that maybe you are unhappy about the makeup of the Supreme Court right now, that it's a lot of conservative-leaning justices, and that's why we're arriving at this new opinion, right? So there have always been problems and controversy surrounding Roe v. Wade. It is one of the most controversial Supreme Court cases in the history of the United States. So I think that's one thing that I believe in, that I want to express, and that I think most of us should try to fall in the page of, is just remembering Roe v. Wade was a very controversial case. And that's also why I encourage that we find some other solution to protect abortion rights, because it was on a shaky leg to begin with that could have fallen out from underneath us at any time. And that's not a comfortable place to be if you're really a big supporter of abortion rights. If you're a supporter of abortion rights, it's my opinion that you should try and encourage us to codify that into law in a more solid way that is going to ensure those rights to people, and not in the way that it is currently done. Because while it's good and while it has protected people, as this draft may tell us today, it could go away like that. And so that's just an important thing to consider here, is that Roe v. Wade has and is today controversial. And so that's something to keep in mind. It's not something like what was it, Plessy v. Ferguson, where the Supreme Court only puts forth a majority opinion because there are no dissenting opinions, and it was a unanimous decision to support it, right? It's not like that. I know that the vote at the time was 7-2 in favor of the decision of the majority opinion, but there were still people that spoke out against the way that that was reasoned and things like that, and the American public was certainly on a different page, and there were a lot of people that submitted amicus curiae that totally disagreed and didn't feel like they were heard. So we'll get into all of those terms right now. Let me then move on. I'm gonna respond to questions just real quick. I'm gonna give a look through the chat. I'm not going to be reading you guys the whole time today. I'm going to really be focusing on what we're learning about and then taking these kinds of moments to talk with you. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to scroll up a bit and then catch up. So this is my background sound for studying for Civ Pro. Well, I'm happy to be in your background. What a nice mustache. You look like you're ready to smuggle cocaine across the border. Thank you. All right, you're getting blocked. What do you think the chances of Republicans passing a law banning abortion nationwide? I think it would be very low. I think it would be very low. I think that would be a very difficult thing to do. And I don't think it's something necessarily that I see the Republicans foundationally or fundamentally or based on their current beliefs moving towards. I think Republicans tend to be big states' rights advocates, and that's something I would generally agree with. I think each state needs to make its decision about abortion until there is something that tells them that it should work otherwise. I'm partial, Green Probe says, I'm partial to the argument for explicit codification of rights, but is a legislative solution possible with current partisan gridlock? I'm not sure what the answer is myself. My honest answer is at this moment in time, probably not. But I think that speaks more to an issue that needs to be solved here, which is Congress for a long time has been ineffective and gridlocked. This is not a new problem. And I think that we as the American people need to realize that and really need to push for change that fixes one of the three branches of government right now, because we have a serious problem there. I think that the legislative branch needs to have some serious fire put under their ass to get their shit together, because they have been failing us as the American people, in my opinion, for a long time. And I think that has to change. So yeah, I do think it would be difficult, and that's unfortunate to people whose right this is. But I think that those people who represent half of the entire country should work together with members of the other half of the entire country, and we should all put some pressure on these legislators to start doing their job the way I see jobs being done in other European countries and other countries abroad. I think our legislative branch needs to get their shit together. I wonder how removing abortion rights will affect the voters in the upcoming elections. My guess is that it would take some wind out of the sails of the Republicans, who feel like a major part of what they advocate for is done, and it'll put fire and wind into the backs of the sails of the Democratic voters out there, because this is a big issue for the Democrats. And up until now, they've more or less been supported in a lot of, whether you're looking at the Supreme Court coverage or you're looking at laws. I mean, only recently have things been changing against what the Democratic voters would want. So I would hope this puts fire under the butt of Democratic voters to get out there and start demanding more, maybe even in purple districts or places where it could flip-flop between Republicans and Democrats. I always got the impression that the Supreme Court decisions were super solid and not as shaky as it seems now. Well, and we'll get into this a little bit, but the Supreme Court is generally encouraged to look at past Supreme Court decisions and to try and work within that, but they don't have to. They can go against decisions that they previously made, and that may be part of what we see today when we read the draft. It certainly changes. There are opinions that change if you look at the history of it. Do you see any alternatives for the pro-choice movement besides a constitutional amendment or a SCOTUS opinion based on different jurisprudence anytime soon? Yes, but that's because I am a states' rights person. I think that in each state, if this is removed, they're going to have to make their own decisions about this. So if you're in a state where it is possible to get a Democratic majority or to convince the Republicans to support abortion rights or to limit the restrictions that they're putting on it, those are solutions that we can see in every single state that could be played out. So no, we don't necessarily need this constitutional amendment or the SCOTUS opinion to preserve these rights. They could be preserved at the state level through the state legislature. So that is a bit of hope for those folks. But I think that that's another option there, not expressed in your comment. I think there were a lot of factors motivating Republicans for the upcoming midterms, but this seems like a catalyst for a blue wave in November. I would agree. The shakiness of it seems to be that it's seated in the right to privacy. We don't have the right to privately kill another human being. Scientifically, we recognize zygotes as human. Yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know about the last two sentences there, but I think this right to privacy thing is quite shaky. And I don't think that that's the leg that we want to stand on with abortion rights. And I'm surprised it's lasted as long as it has, quite frankly. Even when I learned about this in school and like asking my teacher follow-up questions on the topic, it seemed like, this seems like it's not a very good argument for upholding what I think would be a pretty important right. And again, when I heard the arguments and when I've reviewed them just before starting today, I find the right to privacy to be a way more shaky than the 14th Amendment angle. So I just, for me personally, it just doesn't fit with my brain to think that that's a better argument there. Thanks for your thoughts. Rehabilitating Congress, applying pressure to your officials to govern well seems like a good start. Yeah, for sure. So moving on from there, I want to give, especially for the foreigners in the audience, a brief kind of overview of the way that the Supreme Court works. So there are videos I could do for this, but I'm just going to kind of read my notes and go through it quickly so we could get that done. And then afterwards, I'll again go to the audience for questions and answers. So the Supreme Court handles two kinds of cases. There are going to be cases that are appellate, which means that you put an appeal in after exhausting most of your options in lower courts. So let's say that you're in your regional court, whatever, and there's a decision that's reached that you disagree with, so you file an appeal, and then that'll go to the next higher level of court. And then you go there and it doesn't work out in your favor and you appeal again. Those appeals, you need to exhaust most of your options before then appealing to the Supreme Court. And then once you appeal to the Supreme Court, those are the kinds of cases that they could review on the one hand. On the other hand, they review cases originally, meaning they're the first people to look at it when it involves, I believe it's like ambassadors or state on state. That's not necessarily super important to know for today and doesn't really apply, but good to keep in mind. So the way that the appellate stuff works is that once you've, again, exhausted all of your options in the lower courts, you put forth something that's called a right of certiorari. So apologies, I'm not going to pronounce things right. Again, not a legal person, just doing my best here. And then that goes to the Solicitor General, who is the person who looks at these things, says, is this an important appeal? Is this something that is significant that the Supreme Court should look at? Are the arguments here solid enough for the justices to consider? And so that Solicitor General will then approve or deny that appeal. And if they approve it, it's added to a very long list of appeals that then all of the justices will look at and decide, okay, so this year we're going to look at this, we're going to look at this, we're going to look at this. They pick cases from that list of appeals. And in order to agree on that, there needs to be a 4 out of 9 vote. So again, there are 9 Supreme Court justices. 4 of them need to think that this is worthy of the Supreme Court's time in order to have that put on the docket for that year. After it is selected, both parties, one party is going to be the petitioner. That's going to be the people that are appealing. So they're the people who have lost in all of the previous decisions. That's an important thing to keep in mind because that word is going to come up later. So if you hear a petitioner, The petitioner is the person who submitted that right of certiorari and wants to appeal the decisions that they've had thus far. So again, petitioner is the appealer. The other side is going to be the respondent, which is a bit easier to recognize because they're the person that needs to respond to the appeal. They were the person who was originally victorious in all the other court cases, and these are going to be the two groups. You have your petitioner and you have your respondent. Both of these sides are going to need to submit briefs of their arguments, and then after they both submit and do their briefs, the petitioner, who again is the person that's appealing, then gets an additional little brief, which is going to be called the reply. Basically, they replied whatever the arguments were put forth by the other side. And so in that way, things are shifted a little bit in their favor because, again, the whole point of this is that they're appealing something and they're meant to make their case to the Supreme Court to see if they're going to overrule what the lower courts thought. So those who are uninvolved with the case, so everybody else, and this is going to be another important vocabulary term for understanding the things we talk about today, can submit an amicus curiae, which is going to be friend of the court briefs. So this is going to be interested parties, like let's say in this case you are an abortions rights organization. Maybe you would submit an amicus curiae to the court that talks about why you think that we should support one versus the other, or some statistics that the court might not be aware of, etc. So you can kind of put forth the arguments that you believe in, and you could do it for either side. So if you are in, if you support the respondent, again, that is the person who originally was victorious in all the other cases in the lower courts, you can also submit something and kind of explain why you think that the Supreme Court should reaffirm the decisions of the lower courts. In any case, it's important to remember that a huge job of the Supreme Court is to look at whether or not the decisions and the grounds of those decisions were that they made sense from the lower courts. So they're looking at the reasoning of the lower courts and passing judgment on whether or not that reasoning made sense. So when we're going to read the documents later, you're going to see a lot of language that is about this. And that's why sometimes, even if the court believes maybe that, hey, we should have abortions rights, or I'm not fundamentally against abortions rights, but the arguments that were made in this case are no good, or the arguments made in these lower courts I don't think are good enough to reach this conclusion. So it's not that they're trying to be Weasley. It's not that they're two-faced and they're putting forward something that doesn't agree with their personal beliefs or anything like that. A huge part of what they're deciding on is going to be whether or not the reasoning of the lower courts makes sense and is constitutional. So that's going to be a big dimension of what they're trying to accomplish when they put forth their brief later. Now, after you get all of the amicus curiae, after you get those briefs from both sides and the reply again coming from the petitioner, who is going to be our person appealing, then there are going to be oral arguments. We are going to listen to all 2 hours of the oral arguments in the Dobbs case, which is the one that is in headlines today. So you'll have the opportunity to see that. Now, the way that that's supposed to work is there's a 30-minute period for oral arguments, and the judges get to ask questions. Most of the time that you'll see in that 2 hours is going to be the judges asking questions. That's really the focus there. But technically, it's supposed to be a period for oral arguments in where these two parties kind of explain themselves. But the reality from my uneducated perspective is that it's a lot of judges asking questions and then the responses. And the questions that the judges ask are going to give us some indication of the way that they're thinking about wording their arguments for later. What are they focused on? What are they asking questions about? Because that's going to give you an indication of their thoughts on the case, whether that's expressed later in their briefs and in summaries about the case or not. And we're going to read an article later that is pro-abortion, basically from the slant of it, but I think that is looking at the reasoning of the judges and what their problems are with that. So if you're a pro-abortion person, you're going to have that reflected and dove into later on in the stream. So look forward to that. Okay, so in order for them to move forward, for the Supreme Court to move forward, 5 out of the 9 Supreme Court justices must agree on a reasoning for what their conclusion is about the case. So they need to pick some legal reasoning that goes along with the conclusion that all of them can agree on, or that 5 of them, I should say, can agree on. And 5, of course, is going to be the majority. That's why we get 5. It's not technically you have to do 5 because there isn't technically a number set to it. It's just that the Supreme Court must reach a majority opinion. And that must either decide to affirm or overturn the lower court's decision. Because again, the huge part of this appellate process for the Supreme Court is whether they're affirming or overturning the decision of the people underneath them. So anytime we're reading this, just keep in mind, they're not here to make their own original decision about things. They're here to use judicial history, their knowledge of the law, their experience with it, the arguments of those lower courts to decide whether or not they're going to affirm or overturn those decisions. So keep that in mind, that's what they're here to do. And if they don't say something that you wish they said, keep in mind what their goal is and what the purpose is. Because as I often talk about when I give advice on writing essays and stuff like that, the thing that you need to keep in mind when writing at a high level is what is the purpose of what you're trying to do. Everything that you are writing, everything that you are doing should be in service of what that purpose is. And this is meant to not be a political, institution. It's meant to be a legal institution, and they have a goal and they need to kind of work towards that goal. The Chief Justice, after they reach this majority opinion, is the person who is in charge of writing the majority opinion. So they write a whole long piece about what the reasoning is and why everybody has chosen to agree on it, right? That is the main piece that will be released, and that is going to be what we read when we go through this draft. So that's going to be the majority opinion. It's written by the Chief Justice. That's why the Chief Justice position is an important one, because they are the people that are going to write that majority opinion. The majority opinion is also really, 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 really important, because that and that alone is going to be what future courts will use in their reasoning behind judgments on cases. They can't refer to any of the opinions that we're talking about later. They could use them, but they're not law. They're not what is going to be what the legality of things stand on. They're just going to be opinions. It is the majority opinion that is going to carry that legal weight to it. So that's why the majority opinion is super important. That's why the Chief Justice is super important. Now, besides the majority opinion, other justices may write their own affirming or going against that majority opinion. So they can write, hey, I supported the majority opinion. However, I think that maybe this is a good argument that we should have considered. Or I think that this would have been a better way of affirming or overturning this decision. So they can talk about the arguments that were personally, convincing to them, but they couldn't get that 5 out of 9 agreement to get that into the majority opinion. Because remember, you have to get 5 out of those 9 justices to agree on this particular legal argument to get it into that majority opinion. So there's going to be lots of arguments that may have been personally important to 1 justice or 2 justices or 3 justices, but they didn't hit that threshold to get that put into the majority opinion. And on the flip side of that, there may be judges that have a dissenting opinion. Maybe they didn't agree with that majority opinion at all, and maybe they were part of the justices that voted against it. Or it could perhaps be that while they supported the majority opinion, they actually had some problems with the case that weren't expressed there. And so they're going to take this opportunity to write in what those things were that they disagreed with. And again, these opinions, the dissenting and the kind of additional points that they found to be important, whatever, those aren't legal precedent. Those aren't something that the lower courts are going to have to follow or use as guidance necessarily. It's going to be that majority opinion that everybody agreed on that was written by the Chief Justice. So I'm reiterating a lot of things to kind of underscore what's going to be important for our reading later on. So if it's annoying that I'm repeating things, just understand it's because for some folks that are listening right now, I am teaching them and I'm on a second monitor and they're doing other things. So I'm just trying to get in the repetition to kind of hammer home some points that'll be important later on. So now the holding talks about whether they affirm or overturn the court's decision. So that's going to be our itty bitty summary that's going to tell us where they fell on this. And I've kind of already talked about that being the point of the majority opinion. So a concurring opinion is what we call the opinions that agree with the majority, but maybe for different reasons. So that'll be called a concurring opinion. And for those that, are dissenting, then it would be a dissenting opinion. They disagree with that majority opinion. They're not binding for the lower courts. Again, I will repeat that. Only the majority opinion is, and that's the importance then of that Chief Justice position and of that document. So just because those aren't legally binding, however, does not mean that they can't be referenced in future cases. Actually, oftentimes they are. And we may even see some of that in this 90-something page document today. So other courts and other institutions and everybody in the United States can reference these dissenting and these concurring opinions just as much as they can the majority opinion. It's just that they don't hold legal weight. So that's another thing that's important to keep in mind. It's not like you're barred from referencing those in a legal setting. It's just that those are not, what everybody is held to. They're held to that majority opinion. So that is a brief breakdown of Supreme Court terms and things that are going to be important for us to know. Any other little gaps in that knowledge will kind of be stuff that we cover when we're watching these next two videos that we're going to watch. And then if you have further questions, Google's really good. This is a topic that's been covered by lots of people. I just wanted to give you an intro that's covering a lot of the things that we're going to be looking at today. So again, I'm going to take a moment here. I'm going to look at the chat, respond to some questions, and then we'll kind of move forward here. Who the fuck is Adolf? I think that's Hitler. Let's see here. It's time to take away. Jesus Christ. All right, YouTube, I'm going to be real with you. If you type stupid stuff, here's your final warning. I will remove you because you show up on screen and you embarrass me. So if you choose to do that, you'll be timed out. You will be blocked. If you're blocked, fill out the unbanned form. Tell me what your YouTube handle is, and we'll kind of work on taking you off of there if it's right to. But I will tell you, today's a very important kind of stream, and I am not taking any kind of nonsense from you guys. So if I see a chat message like it's time to take away a woman's right to vote too, I'm going to block you, and you're not going to show up on the channel anymore, and I won't feel bad about it. So be very wise about what you choose to type in chat today of all days. And that's what I'll say there. And hey, mods, knock, knock, knock. If you also are on YouTube, go on YouTube and moderate that chat as well, because today we're gonna have some crazies in there. It looks like. Have you seen the Supreme Court's brief by MR Beat? I don't know what MR Beat is, so no, unfortunately, I have not. Since you're pro state rights, do you think states should be allowed to do as they see fit when it comes to education, specifically sex education, despite any of their policies contradicting science? Unfortunately, yeah. Would I agree with that? No. I have my opinions about what we should teach people, and it goes far beyond what even the liberal states teach people. I think that we should even go as far as to teach, like, I won't go into this because it's going to be not safe for work, and it's not necessarily something that I want to kind of distract from this, and I don't want that audio to be something somebody has on their TV when they meant to be listening about Planned Parenthood and stuff like that. But yeah, when it comes to education, that is a states' rights issue, and the states get to decide what it is that they teach people, even if what they teach people is something that I would disagree with personally, right? The most that I could do is vote in the state that I am a resident of, which is California, and make sure that California doesn't do stuff like that. But even then, a lot of these responsibilities fall in educational institutions, and they get a lot of leeway with how they choose to teach things, and even at the individual teacher level, for as long as they can play the game of teaching things the way that they want to teach things. I think it's kind of a multifaceted thing. But yeah, ultimately it's a states' rights thing until it's not a states' rights thing. Okay. Do the SCOTUS justices answer to anyone, or are they self-governing? Now, there is a check on their power insofar as if they do things that are not befitting of a justice, they could be removed from the court. But besides that, no. And they're in there for life, unlike a lot of other countries. We're very unique in the United States. In case you didn't know this as an American, we're very, very unique in that our justices get to serve for life. So no, unless you bring this kind of like impeachment process against a judge, in reality, I think they can do as they please. Now, that's not to say that there haven't been challenges in the past to the Supreme Court. You could look at Andrew Jackson as one president in particular who went against the wishes of the court and their decisions, such as when he went after the Native Americans and did what he did with them and the Trail of Tears and all that. So that's not to say that like other branches can't ignore what the courts are telling them to do and do crazy stuff, because it's important to remember that the court, as President Jackson said when he did what he did, you know, they don't have an army. They don't have a way of kind of enforcing the things that the decisions that they make. There's a lot of buy-in to the power of the Supreme Court. And, you know, if there aren't a lot of other institutions that are supporting the decisions that they're putting out, then it is what it is. Like with President Jackson, who decided to go against them upholding treaties and stuff with the natives and kind of did his own thing. So, yeah. In a lot of other countries, the Supreme Courts mostly rule about very esoteric stuff, might be a civil versus common law. I don't know about any of this, so I'm going to skip past it. Also on topic, the shakiness of privacy is something I've heard from lawyer friends. Yeah, so and it's something that actually we were taught in school. So that's also where I'm getting it from, is that this, and that's why I said that regardless of what your opinion is on abortion, regardless of what your opinion is on Roe v. Wade, I would hope that on both sides of the aisle, we can kind of agree that Roe v. Wade is something that was a controversial opinion. It was done in a controversial way. And this kind of right to privacy thing in particular is not like the most solid argument that we've seen from the Supreme Court to kind of overturn these decisions or to kind of set judicial precedent. So, you know, if you've heard that from lawyer friends, that's flattering to hear, but it's also something like I was taught in school, and that's where I'm getting it from. So there we go. That's that. What if we say it's time to take voting rights away? So I'm going to time you out for 5 minutes. So any further discussion of women's rights has absolutely nothing to do with what we're going to be talking about today. If I see more of that in the YouTube chat, the next time it's going to be a ban. This is Shenanigans, and Shenanigans on this channel is your final warning about the discussion of a particular topic. I put a lock on it. There is a gag rule in place. This is not a free speech space. This is a space that is policed by me and my mods. So I don't need that here. That's not what we're discussing, and I don't want to be distracted by it every time I look at my chat. It's going to be a very long stream today, and I want to kind of set my boundaries at the very beginning here. I don't want to see any more discussion of this. I don't want to see misogynistic messages in my chat, unlike other streamers who simply let that stuff fly because they think it's funny or because they want to grow their community. In spite of the kinds of people that they're putting into it, I care, and you will be banned here. So be very, very careful. If abortion becomes a state issue, could someone still go to a different state and get an abortion? That is an interesting question, Lemony. So we're going to learn about this upcoming here in one of these next two videos, but technically yes, but it would depend on the legislation the state puts forward. I believe it was Georgia that put forward a law that said not only were we going to restrict the abortion rights of people within the state of Georgia, but if you go to another state to get an abortion and you are a resident of Georgia, you are engaging in conspiracy to commit murder. And then we'll get you on conspiracy charges if you choose to do that. So the short answer is like, yeah, technically you could, but it's going to depend on what the legislative body decides in the state that you're a resident of. And we're going to talk about how that was handled by the Supreme Court later on in the stream very soon here. So it's really going to depend on what the law is specifically. So that's what I would say in response to that. Hey, Bookie, care to give me the wrench? Yeah, why not? Hold on. Let me go ahead and open my YouTube and give out some moderation abilities to some people, because I do feel like we're going to have a tough one on YouTube today. Let me find where in here I can do that. See subtitles, blah, blah, blah. Where's my community tab? There should be something for community. No? YouTube Studio settings, community. Okay. YouTube Studio. Settings, community. All right, let me find out what your thing is on here. It would be Draco Tomes. Why are you not showing up on here, Draco? One sec, Draco. Let me go ahead and open my YouTube up and get information about you. One sec. Draco. I'm going to add moderator. Okay, now you're a moderator, so feel free to mod there. Yeah, no memes. Just take it easy in the YouTube chat today because I'm not fitting to deal with it. Ban the opposition. Wrong thing will not be told. Okay, congratulations, and you are now a blocked user on YouTube because that's the last stupid thing I'm going to read from you. The Ministry of Truth approves. Okay, now you're gone. Hurry, someone might say something. Yeah, you're gone. Congrats. My understanding is that access to Plan B through the mail is still federally protected under the Commerce Clause. I don't know. And I don't have information prepped about that. So moving on, we're going to be watching a couple of videos and then we'll kind of move into reading the oral arguments and stuff if you join, because that's mostly what you want to hear is the oral arguments and whatever. We'll get to that. I just want to get context and stuff out of the way, let people roll in, let the people that are in America wake up because it's very, very early there right now. And I'm mostly speaking to the European audience, which is why I'm getting a lot of the fundamentals that maybe Americans already know out of the way for my European viewers, because I know there's a lot of you that might not be educated on Supreme Court stuff or American stuff. And so that's what we're going to be doing. So this first video that we're going to watch, let me go ahead and open it here and pause it, is going to be a brief explanation of Roe v. Wade in the standards that you'd have to learn in an American school, because I think it would be cool to give you like a 4-minute recap on what American students would have to learn at the college level about this particular case. So that's what we're going to be going to next. And again, at the end of this, I'll take brief questions and then we'll move forward. Let me go ahead and switch views here and make sure I'm not in the way of this young fella. We'll put me over here. Meow. And then we'll open this up here. And if you're interested in this channel, this is Heimler's History. He does an entire AP government and I believe AP US history channel and like video series. So AP is going to be the high school class that you're going to take, where you take a college level test at the end of it, and it's going to give you credits that are going to count as college time spent in the equivalent class. So if you take AP government, it means that you don't have to take government in college as long as you pass the test that says, hey, I have a college level understanding of this particular topic. Same with English or Spanish or computer science or mathematics. There are these things called AP tests, and you take a test at the end of the class, and as long as you score high enough on it, that'll count for college credit. So I like it because what it does is it gives us standards. I'm a huge standards guy because that's how I used that's what I use when I do tutoring and stuff like that, to make sure that the kids understand everything they need to understand. It's very, very brief. There are very good study materials on it like this, and they make it easy to digest the very things that you need to know about a topic or a subject in order to pass. So that's what we'll be watching right now.
Heimler's History. In this video, we're going to consider yet another one of your required Supreme Court cases for the AP government curriculum, namely Roe v. Wade in 1972. So if you're ready to get them brain cows milked, well then let's get to it. So before we jump in, let me just say this is probably the most controversial case that you have to know for the AP government curriculum, and as such, I'm just outlining the facts of the case and how it was decided. People on both sides of this decision feel very deeply about its implications, so, I'm not going to be cracking any jokes or making light of anything. We're just going to talk about the case itself. So as always, let's begin with the facts of the case. In the 1930s, 1930s, many states noticed a big problem, namely that many women were obtaining illegal abortions, and because they were illegal, they were not performed safely, and thus many women were falling severely ill or in some cases dying. And it was right about then that many states started liberalizing their abortion laws to try to offer women the option for safe abortion. Now, a group of Catholic physicians were the first to seriously oppose this liberalization of abortion laws, and the reason that they did so was because according to the Catholic worldview, defined by natural law, life began at conception, and thus to perform an abortion was no different than killing a human being outside the womb. Nevertheless, many states decided to grant further access to abortion because of the public health crisis caused by the high number of illegal abortions. Okay, now fast forward a few decades to the women's rights movement of the 60s and the 70s, and one of the key tenets of this movement was the full-scale legalization of abortion. For women's rights advocates, having control over their body was essential to their equality with men, and thus they argued that open access to abortion was necessary for that equality to be realized. By that point, Catholics still argued against abortion on demand, but they had now been joined by various other conservative groups, especially evangelical Christians, who were nervous about what abortion on demand would mean for what they understood as the declining morality of America. Okay, so it's against that backdrop that a Texas woman named Norma McCorvey, who because of the contentious nature of the case was identified only as Jane Roe, sought to get an abortion. Now, the law in Texas only allowed for abortion in cases where the mother's life was in danger, and so she could not get the abortion that she wanted, and so finally this case wound up before the Supreme Court. Okay, so what was the constitutional principle at stake in this case? Well, the answer is a little complicated. Now, you'll no doubt know by this point that none of the amendments in the Bill of Rights says anything about a woman's right to an abortion. So what was the argument based on? Well, ultimately it was based on a woman's right to privacy. Now again, that's not explicitly mentioned in the Bill of Rights, but the argument went like this. The court agreed that a right to privacy, while not explicitly mentioned, was for sure implicitly mentioned in the 1st, 4th, 5th, 9th, and 14th Amendments. And here's what they mean. For example, the 4th Amendment says that citizens have the right not to have their homes and personal effects searched without a warrant. That, the justices argued, implies a right to privacy in one's personal space and belongings. The First Amendment recognizes the right to choose any kind of religious belief you want and to keep that decision away from the prying eyes of the government. So that's the kind of thing they mean when they say that the right to privacy is implicit in those amendments. But ultimately, this case came down to the implicit right to privacy embedded in the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Okay, so now let's see how the court decided this case. In a 7-2 decision, the court ruled that the restrictive abortion laws in Texas violated Roe's constitutional right to privacy, namely to make decisions about her own body and obtaining an abortion. However, the justices acknowledged that there was a balance to strike between a woman's unmitigated right to privacy and the state's potential interest in the child's life. Therefore, the decision offered different strictures based on the trimester of pregnancy. In the first trimester, states could not legally restrict abortion. In the second trimester, states could make reasonable restrictions as long as they were related to maternal health. And in the third trimester, states may prohibit abortions entirely except in cases where the mother's life was in. And in the third trimester, states may prohibit abortions entirely.
So I'm going to pause just a little bit here so we can talk about this a little bit. So if you, like me, didn't know exactly what weeks were corresponding to the trimesters, here's a bit of a lesson for you. So the first trimester is going to be weeks 1 through 12. The second trimester is going to be weeks 13 through 26, and the third trimester is going to be weeks 27 all the way up until birth. So that's the way the trimesters are broken down, just to give you a little bit of an explanation there in case you needed it. Also, another note that I'm not sure gets mentioned in this video is this kind of trimester system will be reevaluated and even overturned in Planned Parenthood v. Casey, which is another very, very important legal decision from the Supreme Court about abortion. So just bear that in mind when you're listening to this, is that this and other parts of this Supreme Court decision will be changed and revisited later. And, the news from today is just one part in that long, series of revisions.
Except in cases where the mother's life was in danger. Okay, now why does this case matter? First of all, in the wake of the Roe decision, a majority of states had to rewrite and liberalize their abortion laws, which granted women easier access to abortions across the nation. Second, this case matters because it became a clear crack in the foundation of American culture. After Roe, liberals and conservatives grew further apart and became unwilling to compromise on many issues. In fact, overturning Roe has been one of the key motivating energies for conservatives winning the presidency.
And I really want to highlight this as well, because for us to understand why I think that this is super important to talk about, why I felt very, very, very pushed to kind of share my opinion and my research with you guys is because this decision in particular was one of the most important things to explain the division in our country politically. So if you ever find yourself, especially on the outside of the US, as many people watching right now are, because we're going to have very few Americans that are up and about right now, this is a huge reason why there's a lot of division in the country. It's a huge reason why, people in the Republican Party get out there and try to get their president put in, because then they get the Supreme Court justices on the Supreme Court that could hopefully overturn this decision. When you have the Supreme Court decide something, it can divide the entire country the way this draft today is dividing the country, because the Supreme Court justices are not elected officials. They're officials that were nominated and then approved by Congress. So, the Americans don't have a say in them. The Americans also can't remove these Supreme Court justices either. They would have to commit an impeachable offense, which I think in the history of the United States has only happened maybe once, right? So and they serve for life. There is no term limit on a justice beyond when they die. So unless they choose to leave early because of health reasons or this reason or that reason, they could stay on there all the way until the day that they die. And all of this kind of comes together to where people feel like it's not a very democratic institution, which honestly, it's not. The American people don't have much of a say on what happens with the Supreme Court, and they have to rely on legislative actions like those taken by southern states recently to try and put forward an unconstitutional or constitutionally challenged law that will eventually make it up to the Supreme Court for them to hear new arguments on the constitutionality of that law and on the broader topics. So if we see a state like, Texas pass their abortion law, a lot of the reason that they're doing that is to expect a challenge in the Supreme Court, maybe when the odds are more in the conservatives' favor, so that they could hear that and maybe put forth an opinion that is more in line with what conservatives would want out of the court. So you're going to see states put forward laws like that because it's one of the only ways that they can try and influence the decisions of the court or get things in front of the court that are going to force them to make decisions that would be in favor of these people and what they want to accomplish with the Supreme Court. So the only way to really impact the court is through these roundabout ways. One key thing about the Supreme Court of the United States is it's meant to be apolitical. It's meant to be separate from everyone else. That's part of, from the needs of politicians to make elections every single year. That's part of the reason why they get lifetime terms, is because the idea is you never want a Supreme Court justice to be having to make decisions that are political in nature so that they can stay in their power, in their seat. Now, that comes with its own drawbacks. And many of you from countries where your Supreme Court or higher court justices have terms or are elected, you may see obvious problems in that. And as an American, I certainly agree with you. There are problems with that system. There are other ways to accomplish that apolitical goal, in my opinion. But these are key components of the U.S. court system, and they're key components of how the court has an effect on, and has had an effect on historically, this division in the American people and this division politically and culturally. And once you create that kind of division, both sides, and I would say one side in particular, the conservative side in this case, really crystallizes around this particular decision and this particular issue. And maybe people who would have been on the fence before are now upset that the Supreme Court has made this decision, which they believe should be up to the state. If my individual state wants to, legislate against abortion, then that should be their right. It's not something that is explicitly stated in the Constitution as a power that should be given to the federal government or should be protected by the federal government. That should be a states' rights issue. And the fact that the Supreme Court went above that and then assigned it that way when it's not explicitly mentioned in the Constitution is upsetting to a lot of people. Losing that ability to choose in the realm of the states is part of what puts fire under the conservatives to try and get a president into power who's going to put their Supreme Court nominees through to the Congress and then get approved and then, eventually sit in those seats and make decisions that are going to be in favor of conservative values and conservative perspectives. So, very, very, very important culturally, and we only get a quick note of it here, but I really want to underscore that for the people watching at home.
Since the decision was handed down. Remember, the president is the one who appoints justices to the Supreme Court, and Republicans have long sought to shift the court majority to the conservative side in order to overturn Roe. And at the time of this recording, the Republicans have indeed done that, but whether they will overturn Roe remains to be seen. Okay, I hope that helped. If you want even more help, you can click right here and grab my ultimate review packet, which is going to help you get an A in your class and a 5 on your exam in May. I've got videos on all the other required Supreme Court cases right here, so click away if that's something that you're into. Subscribe if you...
And I would highly recommend this channel in particular because he's very short, he's very to the point, and if you are an AP Government or AP US History student or an AP Econ student, I would recommend this because he's going to cover a lot of what you need to cover in a way that's very quick and easy to digest. So also, if you're from a country other than the United States, you'd like to get a basic rundown and education of what it is that the Americans need to learn about their own country, really, really good resource. And as somebody who's foreign to the country, maybe you're never exposed to anybody that gives you this as a resource. So I would highly recommend it. Again, this channel is named Heimler's History. And he's somebody that I'd really recommend, maybe in unison with Crash Course. So if you look up Crash Course US History, Crash Course AP Government, Crash Course Economics, the Crash Course series has a lot of things that cover the AP standards, although less so. So if you're a student in the US, I would say don't only watch Crash Course, because Crash Course is not going to cover all the standards that you need. Even Heimler doesn't necessarily cover all of the standards that you need, but in my opinion, he gets closer. If you need to practice on writing your papers for the AP test, I would highly recommend Crash Course. If you need to know the things that you need to know in bullet point form, I would recommend Heimler for the questions and stuff on the test. And then, of course, if you're a foreigner and you would like to learn about these things and get them in a very brief way that's going to be delivered the way it would be in an American classroom, this is what I would recommend because it would be really good for that. Anywho, so that is one of the things that I want us to listen to. I'm going to jump to the chat and see if we have any opinions or things that I need to respond to briefly, and then we will move back over to our next video. So I'm going to scroll up a bit here. I take a very Roman view of lifetime appointments. Interesting. Not sure what that means, but okay. Do you think the Supreme Court of the United States' opinion to skirt stare decisis will fulfill their fears that people will no longer think SCOTUS is credible? If I remember correctly, but I'm going to Google anyways, I think the stare decisis is that they have to kind of follow past precedent or something like that. Yeah, okay. So stare decisis means to stand by things decided in Latin, and it describes when a court faces a legal argument. If a previous court has ruled on the same decision or a closely related issue, then the court will make their decision in alignment with the previous court's decision, right? No, I think it'll hurt credibility for people in general, but I don't want to say people in general. I want to say it'll hurt the credibility for people who are in support of the decision of Roe v. Wade. I don't think this shakes in any way people's opinion on the court or their faith in the court if you were anti-Roe v. Wade. Because if you're anti-Roe v. Wade, you don't think that this stare decisis thing should be followed because you disagreed with the decision in the first place. And I actually think if you're taking a more neutral standpoint, which of course I'm known for doing, I don't think this is something they should follow all the time, because you can look at the history of the United States court, of the Supreme Court in particular, and you could see where they fucked up time and time and time again. So I don't. I think that this is more a guideline than a rule, and that's kind of shown with the decision that was leaked today. And it's shown in past decisions as well. If they always strictly adhered to this, I think we would have more problems than we would get good out of the Supreme Court. So for some people, especially people that supported Roe v. Wade in the first place, yeah, they might lose credibility. But I think from a neutral standpoint and from the standpoint of people who are maybe anti-abortion or anti-Roe v. Wade, I don't think it's going to have that impact. I think it's going to increase the credibility of the court in the eyes of people who the court is making decisions that support what they already believe about the world, you know? So I think it's going to be split in that way. May get more credence for Democrats who want to add more Supreme Court seats. So this is something I've avoided talking about, but I do see it mentioned in the chat quite a bit. there is a nuclear option that is a very controversial thing that technically presidents and stuff could do, which is to nominate more than 9 people to the Supreme Court. And this is kind of colloquially whatever referred to as court packing. This has been considered at points in time where the president has a overwhelming majority of support in Congress, because in a situation like that where you have a pretty solid majority in the Congress and you have a sitting president who's very popular, you could theoretically add more judges, more seats to the Supreme Court, get those nominees passed by the Congress that's going to be overwhelmingly in your favor, and who may even vote on that despite the precedent involved in the number of Supreme Court justices. And that way you can pack the court. So if right now we have, a majority that's swinging in the direction of the conservatives, if you were to add 3 or 4 more judges and those 3 or 4 more judges were more liberal, then you could shift the majority of the court. I don't think this is an option that we should consider outside of like a very, very, very disastrous ruling or a runaway court that is doing crazy things. Without reading it, I don't feel that this is that. This is a controversial case in the first place. It flip-flopping is not surprising nor unorthodox or whatever for me, even with this stare decisis idea. So I don't think this would justify that. I also don't think that we currently have a government that would be capable of that. I would personally hope that some of the Democrats that are in Congress would not confirm a nominee and go along with that kind of nuclear option. And I think that those people exist right now, so we're safe from it. Likewise, I don't think that there are Democrats that once we get a Republican president into office would kind of switch sides and help that along. And I would hope that there are Republicans that would go against it as well if somebody tried to pack the court. So I think in that way, the political divisiveness that we see in Congress is helpful because it prevents us from doing crazy things like that. So I think that'll be kind of the only time that I talk about that, because it is a very crazy idea that I don't think is going to happen and I don't think is being seriously considered right now. And so I feel like we would waste time talking about it. But yeah, technically that is another thing that could happen, is the president puts forward more than 9 people into the Supreme Court and packs it with people that, are ideologically similar to them and could overthrow that current majority, whatever it is, whether it's a liberal majority and you want it to be conservative, or a conservative majority, as is now the case, and you want to flip it to be liberal. Has a U.S. Supreme Court justice ever died young? That I'm not sure of. And as Courier says, yes, they do tend to resign before they die, right? Why do some Americans, I assume, appeal to something being constitutional rather than democratic or good? Why is the Constitution seen like the Bible? So when we're talking about the court, it's important to remember that the court's job is to determine the constitutionality of laws. So that's a huge purpose of the Supreme Court, is to look at a law and figure out, does this or does this not fit with what the Constitution says? So when we're talking about the Supreme Court, it's not crazy to hear people talk about constitutionality, because a lot of the arguments that the court is making and that we just saw when we were watching that video is going to be about, whether a law is constitutional. We're going to be looking at amendments in the Constitution to make arguments for why we lean one way or the other, right? So that's a huge reason why constitutionality is something that comes up a lot when the Supreme Court is deciding on things, or when people are talking about Supreme Court decisions, right? Now, beyond that, you see constitutionality because there is a huge subsect of the American population, and by huge, I mean it's like substantial enough to consider, but it's not by any means near 50% or a majority or something like that, who are either So there's several different groups. This gets complicated. So there are some people that believe that we need to look to what the constitutional framers, what the founding fathers thought when they created the Constitution, look at their intentions and use that as a guiding principle or guiding principles to decide how the country moves and what it chooses to do. Because they believed that those constitutional framework people had it right when they were doing that, and they were the ones that created the entire system. So what those people who are the creators of the system believed should be what we consider when we're interpreting it. So if we're looking at the Constitution, we're looking especially at those, the Bill of Rights, which is the first 10 amendments immediately passed after the Constitution was ratified. When we're trying to understand and make decisions based on those amendments, it's important to think about what those framers were thinking when they passed it. So if we look at something like the Second Amendment with right to bear arms, what did they mean? What was their idea of arms? Did they have things like nuclear weapons? And if you were to bring the founders into the modern day, what would they think about nuclear weapons? Would they believe that the average person should have access to nuclear weapons? These are the kinds of thought experiments that people who are like, strict adherence to, the original intent of the Constitution, that's their thought experiment that they go through to help make decisions about constitutionality of things. So there's a lot of people that believe that. There are also a lot of people who think that the Constitution is the very first and the most important document to then decide what ought to be left to the states. So the Constitution outlines what the federal government and its powers are and what it can do, and everything that is not in there is a right or a decision that ought to be made by the states. And if you're a big states' rights person, which I'm kind of a big states' rights guy myself, you're going to want to look at what the Constitution says and the rights that are afforded to the federal government and what the extent of their power is, because by defining that and understanding that really, really well, it then informs the boundary past which everything else is a states' rights decision. So that's another reason why looking at the constitutionality rather than what's democratic or good is really, really important. Because by defining what the Constitution says and the rights afforded in the Constitution, you are by definition defining what the states' rights are, because where that stops, the states' rights start. And so there's a lot of reasons why talking about the constitutionality of something rather than whether it's democratic or whether it's good is really important, because that's going to give you a kind of base mark for where we're having a conversation about things and what are the solutions to problems where we want to have a good decision, we want to have a democratic decision. Like, for instance, there's a huge argument from people who are like constitutional fundamentalists that like, a part of the Constitution says that these, says that the, and I think this is in the Declaration of Independence, so I'm not sure which it is, but that these rights are inalienable, right? These are rights that cannot be taken away, whether by democratic processes or by any kind of government. So if you have something like the freedom of speech, which is outlined in the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, we want to treat this right as something that people can't vote away. This is a huge belief, for example, of Dan Carlin, who I talk about quite a bit, on here, who has multiple podcasts. The idea that even if the majority of people decide, we don't need freedom of speech, I actually think we should get rid of freedom of speech so that we could do this. There are a lot of constitutional people who believe, no, you can't simply vote away these rights. These are rights that we can't remove. Now, I disagree with them because technically amendments are amendments and we can make changes and change things to the Constitution. It's meant to be a living document. So if you're a constitutionalist, that's an important thing to keep in mind and a blind spot for those people. But at some level, I do understand that the reason why those things are put in there and that there is the high barrier of needing that 2/3 vote in order to pass an amendment to the Constitution, the reason why all that's there is so that a simple majority can't take away the rights of all of the people in the country. That if something like freedom of speech or something like the right to bear arms, if something like, the Fourth Amendment, which protects you from unreasonable searches and seizures and occupations, these things shouldn't be able to be voted away by a simple majority of people. These things shouldn't be able to be voted away in a state that has a majority of people that think it ought to be voted away, right? And this is why Second Amendment people get so frustrated, because it seems like we've forgotten that, and we've enabled people to start, restricting the Second Amendment and the rights afforded there without considering a change to the amendment itself, or adding in something, or getting that 2/3 required to change the extent or to clarify the extent to which the Second Amendment gives you rights. And so that's kind of a TLDR of the constitutionality. It's an important thing, because after you have the conversation about what is and isn't constitutional, then you can have a conversation about everything else, right? Where's your stream category? Oh, I don't know. Let me go ahead and edit my stream info, because it's probably not good. Let's go to politics. Let's go to politics. If my page will ever load here. Thank you for the bits. I think that's bits. Can a mod change my category to politics? Because my Twitch is not letting me do it. So I'm going to pass that off to the mods. If a mod could change our category, that would be really, really lovely, because I can't. Let's see here. Crash Course saved my life, or psychology on the MCAT. Yeah, Crash Course is wonderful. Why don't they just appoint very young justices? Well, that's certainly a consideration, but here's the problem. To get through the nomination process, to get through the questioning and stuff like that is involved with getting that person approved by Congress, they need to be a good candidate. And so the reason why you wouldn't pick a young justice is maybe because they don't have the education, they don't have the career that would even convince people in your own party to vote for them, right? So that's why. But I think generally it is better to pick somebody who's younger than somebody who's older, because you are going to get more time with them in there. But yeah, it's about qualifications, as Courier says. Booksmarts, as a European law student, is there any value in taking something like an AP class? I want to broaden my interest a bit, but still want it to be valuable later for career. I don't think so, because the AP class is mostly meant to get you ready for an AP test, and that AP test then gives you college credit. If you're a European law student, I actually think that maybe these video series would be good, but like taking an AP class, maybe not. That'd be weird, because the whole point is to get credits. If you were to take a class, take a normal class, take a normal college level class. That might be cool. I think a lot of American universities offer online classes, and some of the online classes, they have video lectures and they're free. So taking advantage of that resource would definitely be preferable to an AP class, because all an AP class is meant to do is give high schoolers the opportunity to get college credits early by taking a more rigorous class that has a more difficult test at the end of it. Remember, it's still possible for not all 5 judges to agree with Alito to overturn Roe v. Wade and just agree with the bottom line ruling. Roe isn't overturned if it's just a plurality. Sure. Let me read this one more time. Remember, it's still possible for not all 5 judges to agree with Alito to overturn, for not all 5, hold on, this is written so difficult for me to understand. It is possible for not all 5 judges to agree with Alito to overturn. I'm sorry, I can't. The way it's written, it's difficult. I don't want to waste time on it. I'm so sorry. Does it even need to be a 3 or 4? Can it just be a 1 or a 2? On the AP test, you have to. On the AP test, you have to have a 3 or a 4 in order to pass. I don't know if that's what we're asking here. I'm missing context. Court packing wouldn't work because Manchin wouldn't support it, and Roberts would switch his position. There would have to be 4 additional judges. Yeah, it would have to be a lot of judges to work. And again, I don't think it's happening right now because of the way that Congress is anyway. So outside of the UK, is there a single first world country that has a ban or serious restriction on abortion? I don't know. Let's see. I don't think conservatives think the Constitution is the Bible. I think they have a division of those two things in their brain. I'm under the impression their mental health clause is quite flexible. Yeah, maybe. Booksmarts, but isn't the Constitution interpreted in certain ways for the greater good at times? Yeah. For example, the right to bear arms implies citizens' ability to have tanks or new. So I think we went through that. That's nonsense. Second Amendment does not grant the right to bear arms. Okay, I'm going to look this up and I'm going to time you out if this is exactly what is mentioned here. So it looks like we're going to have to time you out, buddy, because I can't deal with silly things today. So let's actually read the actual wording of this. So let's go ahead and here we are. Oh my goodness, just give me the text. Oh, how I love this. I think it's literally just this. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So yeah, if you want to time that person out for 30 minutes, I feel like that's an appropriate punishment for wasting my time and the time of who knows how many people who are listening right now. But there we go. I've taken the time to respond to you. Let's go ahead and jump back over here. Don't say silly things in my chat and waste my time. In terms of the Supreme Court, ACB is very young. True. 3 minimum to pass an AP test. Getting credit from an AP test depends on the school. Yes. Both of those things are true. The argument against the Second Amendment guaranteeing the right to bear arms is that the subject of that sentence is militia. Yeah. I don't agree with that, but sure, I understand the argument. But again, it also gets us past what we're meant to be talking about here today. So when we're going and we're focusing on the Second Amendment, we're kind of getting away from what I want to talk about today. It's kind of outside the scope of what we're talking about here. So I want to get us past Second Amendment discussions because that has nothing to do with what we'll be covering here today. Just clarifying what they probably meant. Sure. It's totally fine. It's just, again, but we're being derailed because that's not something we're talking about here today. Okay, and we have so much. Like, I know that we've been powering through these videos, but you have to understand, once we get to oral arguments, there is going to be so much time that we have to spend on this stuff that I'm trying to be very, very quick. Trying to get there as quickly as possible for the VOD watchers, the VO Megalo D losers, as I so affectionately call them. And thank you to Nick for the 2,000 bits. Here's 20 to get rid of that Fu Manchu stash. I actually wanted to grow it out to be a Fu Manchu, bro. I bet I could do it, but okay. I'll shave it. I'll put that on my to-do list. I'll shave the stash just for you. I think it makes me look older. But I'll shave it. Also, hey, if you want to support this, if you want to tell me, hey, Booksmarts, I want you to keep doing this. I want you to keep doing these research streams. A huge indicator to that for me is, of course, going to be viewership, which I know is going to be lower on this stuff because I'm starting way earlier. I'm starting at a time that's not necessarily convenient for EU people or American people. And it's a topic that is not super entertaining, but I'm trying to make it so, and I'm trying to have a discussion here. And number two is by supporting me financially. If you're on YouTube, you can use a super chat. If you're on Twitch, you can do !dono, technically in either chat, and get my Streamlabs link to donate money to the cause. And it doesn't have to be while we're on stream. It doesn't have to be to show a message. You could wait till the stream is done, do it offline. You won't be credited, and it'll go straight to my PayPal as if it was when I was live. So if you're watching this and you're a VOD watcher and you're like, I'm actually grateful he's doing this. I think more people should do this. And I have some pocket change that I could dedicate to the cause and support this guy for spending the hours it takes to go through this. I would really, really appreciate that. And that's a huge help for continuing to do stuff like this, because this is going to be an all-day endeavor. And it's a fine day out in Copenhagen today. I could go do other things, but I feel that it's important to do this for you guys. And any kind of support, whether that's connecting your Amazon Prime account to Twitch and using your Prime subscription, gifting subs to other people in the channel, or paying for your own sub for, I think it's like $4.99 or $5.99, or donations, which are the biggest, because the biggest chunk of that is going to go to me. And the biggest chunk is going to come when you do the Streamlabs version as opposed to super chats. I think YouTube takes 30% of super chats, and I get way less of a percentage taken out compared to all other revenue sources if you do that on Streamlabs by doing !dono. The last shield that I'll give, we have a Patreon. I'm reworking it. All those tiers are going to be reworked. But if you'd like to support monthly, that's another very good way to do that. And it is a helpful way to kind of balance the amount of time that I spend on this and hopefully make minimum wage, right? I think some people think I make bank doing this. I really, really don't. I supplement a lot of income, especially now with essay writing and stuff. So if you'd like to support it and allow me to spend more time and energy on these boringer parts of things, that's the way to do it, is to support your streamer. And I would highly appreciate it. To be absolutely fair to that guy that was banned, hold on. He shouldn't have been banned. He should have been timed out for 30 minutes. That stash makes you look like a cop. Oh, that's nice. Don't ban. I don't want to discuss Second Amendment. Okay, well, I don't think you guys should be banned, but you should be timed out. So to be absolutely fair to that guy that was not banned, armaments is not explicitly guns. That's just an arbitrary line we draw. I can't have an anti-aircraft system even though the government got tyrannical. Yeah, so obviously there's a line there somewhere, and, you know, and this is why the Supreme Court is useful, because if anybody should be able to draw the lines on that, it should probably be the Supreme Court. But anywho, we're done with that. No more discussion of the Second Amendment. I am putting in official shenanigans on the Second Amendment. There should be no more discussion of the Second Amendment. If you continue to discuss the Second Amendment past this point, you will be timed out. On YouTube, that is always going to be a 5-minute timeout until you're banned, because I don't have the option of doing it longer. And on Twitch, that should be maybe a 15 to 30-minute timeout, because we're going to waste time on that. And it's not the focus of today's stream. Rio, with the $5. Here's $5 to keep the mustache. That guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I will keep a tally of both sides of this argument. So we have 5 to keep the stash and 20 to delete it. And I will keep a running tally on my notes here. I will pick whichever one. That'll be a fun donation thing for today. Okay, so if you like the stash, if you want me to keep it, right now it's 5 versus 20. So it's looking like I'm going to get rid of it. But, support the stash, I guess, if that's what you like. Anywho, let us go ahead and continue. Let me find out what we are going to be. Let's have a smell, all right. Ooh, a raid.
Ooh, wafting. Oh, everyone likes their own brand, don't they? This is magic.
Everybody likes their own brand. Analysis. That smells like heme. That smells like a heme raid. Hello, heme people. Today, I'm doing a public service. I am going to listen to all 2 hours of the oral arguments on the Dobbs case, which of course is in headlines today because there has been a leak of the majority opinion. Prior to this, what you've missed, what you can rewind on Twitch or on YouTube to go watch, is me giving a brief explanation of the Supreme Court and a lot of the terms that we're going to be using to go over that. So if you forget what you learned in high school or you're foreign, that might be something good for you. We also recently watched a Roe v. Wade explained video, and we're going to learn more about Roe v. Wade and more about the history of abortion through another fun video by Legal Eagle. After that, the fun stops and we go into the Politico article. We go ahead and read all 90 pages of the leaked brief, and then we'll also, of course, go and listen to the oral arguments for this case. We're going to do a deep dive. This is going to be a long stream. It'll be time-stamped on YouTube, so if you can't handle that stuff live, I would highly recommend checking back on the Booksmarts channel later on once it's time-stamped and hopping around to the things that you deem important. At the end of every section where we watch a video or we listen to maybe an hour of this kind of content, then I will respond to questions, comments, and concerns from the audience. I'm going to be doing those at intervals because, again, there's a lot of content to cover today, and I want to make sure that we fit that all in and that we create little islands of discussion for discussion, okay? We're going to separate those things out. We are right about at the end of our discussion period, but I'll go ahead and read the chat and respond to you guys because I know you're just coming in here. Another thing, we have a donation fund project where you can either vote to keep the stash or get rid of it. And any donations are really helpful because when I do content like this, it's not the most popular thing in the world, but I think it's important to people. And I think it can be a helpful resource when I doubt most streamers will listen to the oral arguments. I doubt most streamers will read all 90 pages. I doubt that most streamers will even read the article from Politico in full. So if that's something you want to support, if that's something you advocate for, if you want your Twitch politics people to engage more with the politics and with the primary sources, supporting this content is highly encouraged. So I would really appreciate that. And yeah, so like I was saying, on the donations, you could say you want to keep the mustache or get rid of the mustache. Right now, we have 5 in favor of keeping and 20 in favor of getting rid of it. At the end of the stream, whichever one is picked, I will do. So if we're keeping it, we'll have a stash party, okay? Thank you. And if we vote to get rid of it, I will shave it on stream and we will get rid of this stash. So I'm indifferent. I could care less. I just kept it because I had shaved my beard and I was like, let's see how the stash looks. You know, you only get that opportunity when you choose to grow it all out. Let me go ahead and read these. What's the Dobbs case? The Dobbs case, which let me go ahead and bring up my notes in front of me. It's going to be Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. That is the case that the majority opinion has been leaked for. So that leak from Supreme Justice Alito, that is that. So that whatever's in the headlines right now, that is the case that we're talking about. We're going to listen to the oral arguments, which were had in the Supreme Court about that. And then we're also going to read that leaked document. Let me go ahead and catch up here. What about half stash? You know what? If it ends and it is 50-50, I will shave off half and I will keep the other half. How about that? So if you guys want to play a game of keeping it 20-20 and then 40-40 and 60-60, you certainly could. And if we manage to keep that all the way at the end of the stream, I will shave off half. How about that? For how long? I don't know. Whenever it grows back, I'll try to keep cleanly shaven if we choose to shave it for a while. Let's see. The leak was crazy. Is Lear going to get convicted? No idea. I suppose we'll learn more about that when we read the article in a bit here. What state is the Dobbs case from? Well, if I could make an assumption here, when we're talking about Jackson Women's Health Organization, and I go ahead and open my link here for the actual case. Let me go ahead and open this on OYES. Looks like Mississippi. So this should be from Mississippi because Thomas E. Dobbs is the state health officer of the Mississippi Department of Health. And then the Jackson Women's Health Organization is, of course, the respondent. We've talked about these vocabulary terms already, so I would highly encourage you go back to the start of the VOD if that's something you're interested in. I'll try to give brief explanations as we move through it. But yeah, looks like we're from Mississippi here, and we're talking about Mississippi things. We'll go through the facts of the case. We'll go through oral arguments. We'll go through everything you need to know in a bit. Next, we're going to finish a Legal Eagle video that's going to give us more context about abortion in the United States, and then we will move into the good stuff, okay? So we're almost there, almost there. I was in Pisco's chat last night, then Prime's. Not a great decision. Yeah, and here's something I mentioned that I will repeat for you guys. Today, I don't want to talk to other streamers. If Pisco wants to come on, I'll limit it to 5 or 10 minutes, but I don't want this to be taken up by panels. I don't want this to be taken up by ignorant or uninformed voices. Not to say that that's Pisco, but it's going to be most of the people who are going to reach out to me because they haven't had the time to read or engage with all this material, I don't think. So we're really just going to focus on giving somebody a resource where they can learn about this stuff. And again, I'm going to try and move into it because we have so much to cover today, and we'll have separate little islands of discussion that we'll have. One will come after this next video. So let me go ahead and grab that. Also, if you're a patron on Patreon, you will have access to all my notes with all my timestamps and all of my links and stuff to everything I covered here today. So if that interests you, become a patron on Patreon at the $3 or the $5 tier. If you do the $5 tier, you'll also get special access in my Discord, do a special chat where you get to talk to me and ask questions and make fun of me or whatever it is that you want to do. Anywho, let us change scenes here and jump into this. So this is going to be a Legal Eagle video. Make sure I'm in a good place for that. I am. I'll exit these because we're not going to need them. And then I'll open up my timestamped link for the Legal Eagle video here.
Respond.
So the reason why I've skipped all this is because it's extra like in the news right now context and his opinion that we don't need to know. And we'll just jump into listening to him. I will mute my mic and kind of let him speak, and then we'll talk after that. I'll jump in if I have additional information that comes that's related to our cases and things we're talking about. But besides that, I'll let it play out.
This, of course, begs the very important question. How did we get here? Well, let's start with the very beginning of this country. After America gained its independence, the law largely remained silent about contraception and abortion. Abortion was legal from about 1776 until...
And of course, we pause for our donos. Oh, it's raining on me. Thank you, Kuro, for the 5 USD. I'm a poor widow kitty, but here's 5 more to keep one side of the stash. Oh no, I would personally like to keep the left side. Okay, I'll put the consideration in there. So we have technically 10 on the side of keep, 5 towards the idea of keeping only the left side. So I have kept track of that. Your vote is counted. Currently, the count is up to 10 in favor of keeping and 20 in favor of getting rid of it. Again, donate and let me know your preference, and that'll be tallied.
till 1860. Of course, things started to change after the Civil War. This was the beginning of the Victorian era, where preachers and politicians started arguing that sexual mores needed to become more restrictive. Birth control and abortion were both two of their targets, along with anything that implied sex might be a fun activity to engage in. Anti-sex crusaders really got going in the 1870s when the US Postmaster General Anthony Comstock used the power of his office to enact laws that targeted anything considered obscene. Comstock thought the government had the power and the duty to restrict what you could send through the mail or say or read, especially when it came to sex and procreation. During Comstock's 42 years at the US Postal Service, he successfully advocated for laws that banned everything from masturbation.
You're right. I actually missed two. Sorry. We have $9.99 to keep half of the stash. So I will put that in here. We have 10 for keeping half of the stash, which brings our total on that site up to 20. And we had 5 from Cine. The stash must go. That's 5 to get rid of it. So that brings them up to 25. There is currently a $5 lead on getting rid of it. Wowee.
To contraception. These Comstock laws, as they came to be known, were passed in the federal government and about half the states in America. Comstock laws made it a crime to give away, sell, or loan out any item considered, quote, obscene, or anything that could be used for contraception or abortion. Comstock laws made it illegal to use, quote, any drug, medicinal article, or instrument for the purpose of preventing conception. Violators could be, quote, fined not less than $50 or imprisoned not less than 60 days, nor more than 1 year, or both fined and imprisoned. Under Comstock laws, physicians were banned from even printing a pamphlet discussing family planning. As part of this anti-family planning regime, abortion became illegal in most states by the early 1920s. Now, of course, that didn't mean that there were no abortions performed, but they were often performed in secret, with wide disparities between those who could find a doctor to perform the procedure in secret and those who were left to try to perform the procedure themselves without any access to medical treatment. In 1930 alone, it is reported that 2,700 women died in the United States from abortion-related procedures. While rarely enforced to the full extent possible, Comstock laws were still on the books until 1965, when the Supreme Court decided the landmark case of Griswold versus Connecticut. In 1961, Estelle Griswold was convicted for violating the Connecticut Comstock laws that prohibited anyone from providing contraception or information about contraception. Griswold used her medical clinic to provide birth control to her patients. William Buxton, a Yale Medical School professor, was also convicted for providing advice to married couples about how to avoid pregnancy. Their convictions were upheld on appeal, and they took their case to the US Supreme Court. Now, some of you may be wondering how the government could interfere with a couple's private decision about contraceptives to begin with. Well, the Constitution enumerates individual rights through the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights protects things like freedom of speech, the right to due process under the law, and the right to be free of unreasonable searches and seizures. The word privacy is not mentioned in the Bill of Rights or anywhere else in the Constitution. So in the mid-20th century, there had not been any significant case law allowing people personal freedom over their sexual lives. However, the Constitution does not define every freedom that it grants to the individual. It has been argued that privacy is implied in many of the other rights the Constitution does guarantee. The Fourth Amendment, for instance, gives you a right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. That right is rooted in your right to privacy in your own home and body. In the 1920s, the Supreme Court interpreted the Constitution to expand individual rights. For example, in a case involving whether a teacher could teach children in the German language, the court ruled that the Due Process Clause protects a person's right to marry, have children, and to make decisions about that child's upbringing. Using these ideas, Griswold and Buxton framed their challenge to the Connecticut law as a broad question about privacy itself. The Supreme Court agreed, and the court found that the state law which banned distribution of contraceptives to be unconstitutional because it infringed on the general right of marital privacy that was implied in the Constitution. Although the court recognized that the right to privacy is not mentioned explicitly in the Constitution or the Bill of Rights, the Supreme Court Court said that you could infer it from the, quote, penumbras and emanations of the Constitution. In other words, the shadows and intentions of the rights that are expressly laid out in the Bill of Rights. Justice William Douglas held that the privacy right emanated from the Bill of Rights. He cited the German language case as an example of how the First Amendment prevents the government from limiting the spectrum of available knowledge. And that same right also meant that Griswold and Buxton were able to share their contraceptive information with their patients. In addition, the Third Amendment's prohibition of forced quartering of troops, the Fourth Amendment's freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures, and the Fifth Amendment's right to avoid self-incrimination all describe different facets or, quote, zones of privacy. Justice Gold.
And another thing to mention when we're talking about William Douglas, who is the Supreme Court justice that we're talking about here historically, that isn't mentioned here, is Douglas. People think of Douglas as like one of the most liberal justices that there has ever been. He's really, really, really known for defending like civil liberties and using the court as a mechanism for doing that. So if you ever hear Douglas mention the Justice Douglas, that's an important bit of context to understand, and an important bit of context to understand behind the Supreme Court's decisions at this time that we're talking about. And if I bring up in front of me here, when he was in office, let me see here. So Douglas was somebody who, prior to being a Supreme Court justice, was also a member of the Securities and Exchange Commission, also known as the SEC. For those of you who follow anything related to Elon Musk, maybe you're familiar with that. And then he was the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. And then finally, from 1939 to 1975, he served as a Supreme Court justice, nominated by FDR, of course, who, again, really, really big progressive president. Then after him, John Paul Stevens came into the seat. Anywho, let Legal continue here.
Goldberg's concurring opinion in Griswold also found a general right to privacy in the text of the Ninth Amendment, which states, quote, "The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people." Many framers of the Constitution, though not all, believed it was impractical to list every freedom that should be protected by the Constitution itself.
And I'm going to interrupt just one more time. So I understand that there is a non-insignificant number of people, based on reading Reddit and other places before I came on today, who have a problem with the right to privacy at all, because they're like, hey, that's not fucking written there. You're making that up. What these people need to understand, especially if they're self-proclaimed like constitutionalists or whatever, is that a huge part of the Constitution is saying that, hey, we're not going to be able to write the words that defend every single right that should be afforded to Americans. This needs to be something that you're kind of reading between the lines on based on the other rights that we outline here. So there is a huge part of constitutional law and constitutional interpretation that is going to require you to see where rights exist based on the other rights that are given to us. I think that Legal Eagle in particular uses adjectives such as the shadows and things like this in between certain other constitutional rights. You can see that in order for those rights to be a thing, there are other fundamental rights that are below them or in between them or tangential to them that are implied there by the existence of the explicit rights. No, that's totally up for interpretation, right? And we're going to probably see that when we read this brief from the Supreme Court later. But that's something to keep in mind here, is that it's not totally wrong for them to see the right to privacy in between all of these other rights. They just have to make a very good argument for that, and that's fine. And there are plenty of other rights that are like that, where we had to kind of look in between these, right? The framers of the Constitution didn't know about things like airplanes and airports and travel system. You know, that there's just so much that they didn't know about, they couldn't know about, that they had the foresight to understand that, hey, not everything is going to be listed here, but you're going to have to work with this framework and use that to understand and extrapolate to the problems facing you in the modern day, whatever those problems may be. So that's important to remember. And if you're somebody who's really anti right to privacy, that would be something to consider. Now we have a $4.99 donation, Dye the Stash Pink. Now I won't, however, Interesting that that is a $5 in favor of keeping the stash. I will count it in favor of keeping the stash, bringing our total on the stash side up to 10, 15, 20, 25. Now we are 25 to 25 versus keeping the stash and not keeping the stash. So neck and neck, that sounds like a 50-50 shave to me if I've ever seen one. Let's see how that pans out at the end of this, though.
James Madison drafted the Ninth Amendment to create a safety net for liberties that are not enumerated in the Constitution expressly. And Justice Goldberg wrote that the, quote, framers of the Constitution believe that there are additional fundamental rights protected from governmental infringement, which exist alongside those fundamental rights specifically mentioned in the first 8 constitutional amendments. On that basis, Goldberg concluded that the right to privacy is therefore one of the fundamental rights guaranteed, though not expressly mentioned, in the Ninth Amendment. So at base, the court's decision in Griswold gave married couples the right to stop governmental intrusion into their most intimate areas of their life, their sexual and procreative life. In 1972, in Eisenstadt versus Baird, the court applied the Griswold case to unmarried couples as well. Former medical student William Baird was arrested for handing out contraceptives to unmarried persons in violation of the Massachusetts state law. After Baird was convicted, he appealed his case to the Supreme Court, which struck down the law and overturned Baird's conviction. The court ruled that the right to privacy they described in Griswold wasn't just limited to married people. After all, a married couple is simply an association of 2 individuals, and, quote, if the right to privacy means anything, it is the right of the individual, married or single, to be free from unwanted governmental intrusion into matters so fundamentally affecting a person as a decision whether to bear or beget a child. The court also found that denying unmarried people the right to use contraception while allowing married people to do so would violate the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. It's important to note that the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment prevents the government from arbitrarily treating classes of people differently. It was argued that there was no legitimate reason to treat married and unmarried people differently for the purposes of contraception law. And in the context of the current abortion debate, many attorneys believe that the Equal Protection Clause is the strongest argument for the right to abortion because childbearing and laws that especially concern childbearing have a dramatically different effect on women compared to men. 1 year
And to kind of update the people who came in here late, I also talked about my opinions at the very beginning of the stream here. I actually find this to be a much more compelling argument for me personally for the defense of the right to abortion. I think that that this defense under, I believe it's the 14th Amendment. I know he just said it, but I'm trying to do multiple things at once here. I think that that is a more compelling defense to me than creating the idea of a right to privacy, because I don't know how far that goes. I don't know. It's not expressly stated. Whereas like in the 14th Amendment, we have it outlined exactly word for word what the argument is from the court. And so I feel in that way, it's a lot easier to argue to other Americans. It's a lot more clear to legislative bodies. It's a lot more clear to courts. I think that the 14th Amendment argument for me personally is the better of the two, although the most popular one is the right to privacy argument, and so perhaps I'm in the minority there, but that's just my opinion on that.
A year later, in 1973, the court decided the famous case of Roe versus Wade, which struck down a Texas law that criminalized abortion. In that case, Jane Roe, which was a pseudonym, was an unmarried woman who was gang raped in Texas. When she found out that she was pregnant, she tried to get an abortion, but abortion was illegal in Texas except to save the life of the mother.
Now, this is an important detail I don't hear mentioned everywhere when we're talking about Roe v. Wade in particular. Is the situation is one that I feel like is very favorable to abortion's rights advocates, and to not hear this detail mentioned about the case that she was gang raped and that this pregnancy was a result of that, and that's why she wanted to get the abortion. I often hear concessions given even from the anti-abortion crowd that, yeah, in the case of rape, in the case of like that this unwanted pregnancy could be aborted. And I hear them give some ground to that. So if you're ever in an argument about Roe v. Wade, I think that is a particular detail that might be important to make clear, because not everybody is aware of that when they're discussing that case, when they're having debates about that case, when they're having arguments about that case. So if that's a detail you didn't know, or it's a detail that slips your mind when you're having those arguments, that's one that I would really, really include there. And because you have foresight of that being a detail in the case that not everybody everybody might know about, getting concessions from the pro-abortion or the anti-abortion crowd on the topic of getting raped and then having what to do with that pregnancy, or what are the woman's rights in that situation. If you can get a concession there before you reveal to them the details of Roe v. Wade, you may be able to force them into a position where they have to shift their opinion or reconsider it because of what they had said previously. So as a debate tip to people, that's a bit of advice in a point that I think would be worth bringing up. Thank you so much for the subscription. Ekmek for your 9th month. Welcome to the club. Good to have you. Hopefully we can get that up to 12 as I keep putting out content and you know, keep some of the politics people that watch me happy. Even if we're not doing a debate review today, I feel like this is important to watch. So thank you so much for the support and all the support today. Thank you.
She, as well as several other plaintiffs, including a physician, challenged the Texas law. They alleged it violated the zone of personal privacy protected by the 1st, 4th, 5th, 9th, and 14th Amendments. Following in the steps of Griswold versus Connecticut, the Supreme Court, in a 7-2 majority vote, held that the law was in fact unconstitutional. State laws banning abortion except to save the woman's life violated the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, which protected the right to privacy. The court held that the right to privacy includes a woman's qualified right to terminate her pregnancy. The court qualified its holding by finding that although the government cannot override the woman's right to terminate a pregnancy, it does have legitimate interests in protecting both pregnant women's health and the potentiality of human life. To balance the competing interests of the woman's life and the potential for human life, the court said that the right of the woman is the strongest during the first trimester and diminishes as the pregnancy continues through the second and third trimesters. Roe v. Wade made 3 key rulings. First, it held that a state could not outlaw abortion during the first trimester at all. Second, it said that the state could regulate abortion during the
And again, for context here, for anybody joining us that didn't get this context earlier, you may not know about the trimesters. The first trimester is going to be between week 1 and week 12 of pregnancy. Second trimester is going to be weeks 13 through 26. And the third trimester is going to be the 27th week all the way to birth. So just as a reference in case you would have to Google that or something.
The second trimester of the pregnancy, but only to protect a woman's health. And third, it ruled that the state could prohibit abortion during the third trimester, but not if the life or health of the mother was at risk. Roe also set the standard for reviewing future laws that implicated access to abortion. Roe states that courts must review such laws under, quote, strict scrutiny, which is the highest level of judicial review. To pass strict scrutiny, the legislator has to pass a law to further a demonstrable, quote, compelling governmental interest. And it must have narrowly tailored that law to achieve that very compelling interest. This is a very, very high burden. In fact, this is the same standard that courts use when a law restricts the freedom of speech. This is also a very important lesson in constitutional law, because sometimes the most important decision in the Supreme Court's opinion is the mundane decision as to which standard to use. It's going to be much harder for laws to pass if you use strict scrutiny. Which brings us to the more recent case of Planned Parenthood versus Casey. While Roe v. Wade gets most of the popular attention, it's actually Casey that has been the #1 target of anti-abortion activists. Those who opposed abortion did not go away after Roe v. Wade. Instead, legislators used the state's power, which Roe explicitly approves of, to regulate abortion by creating laws that made it harder for women to get abortions. So the case of Planned Parenthood versus Casey dealt with the state of Pennsylvania, which passed the Abortion Control Act of 1982, which had 4 regulations that restricted abortion: spousal notification, parental consent when the woman was a minor, the 24-hour waiting period, and a mandatory disclosure of certain information. In 1992, abortion advocates sued the state, alleging that these new regulations violated Roe v. Wade. Now, before we talk about the outcome in Planned Parenthood versus Casey, first, a note about stare decisis. Stare decisis is a legal doctrine that theoretically obligates...
I'm going to take a note of how to pronounce that because I have not been pronouncing that correctly. Stare decisis. Stare decisis. It's like Harry Potter. If you don't say the Latin right, the spell won't work, okay? Stare decisis. Let's try to get that right. And then if we see anybody else get it wrong in debates or whatever, let's try to gently correct them and make sure everybody's on the same page with how to pronounce it. I will assume that Legal Eagle, given his background, is somebody who could pronounce this right. So Stare decisis. Gotcha.
Courts to follow historical decisions when ruling on a new case. This is also what's referred to as deferring to precedent. Courts are generally encouraged to follow their prior decisions or similar decisions of other courts in their geographical area. Since the Supreme Court is the highest court in America, all lower courts are bound by its decisions. But all decisions of the Supreme Court are co-equal to each other. So theoretically, there's nothing that stops the Supreme Court from changing its mind year after year. But the doctrine of stare decisis promotes continuity over time. It calls for judicial restraint, suggesting that future Supreme Courts to carefully craft ruling that respect precedent, even if they tweak the understanding of the law. So with the doctrine of stare decisis in mind, the court decided to make Roe versus Wade more workable rather than just overruling its central holding that women had the right to terminate a pregnancy. So in the Casey decision, the Supreme Court actually upheld all of the provisions in the Pennsylvania bill, except the one that forced a woman to notify her spouse in order to obtain a legal abortion. And at the same time, the 5-4 majority took this opportunity to rework the trimester framework of Roe. The opinion recognized that women do in fact have the right to terminate their pregnancy at certain times, but also overruled Roe's reliance on the trimester framework. Instead, the court emphasized that the key turning point in a pregnancy was when the fetus was viable, meaning able to live outside of the mother's womb. Medical advancements had meant that fetuses could survive as early as 24 weeks rather than at 28 weeks, which had been the underpinning of the Roe versus Wade decision. As a result, the court drew a new line on the continuum.
And in case this line isn't clear to you guys, this is why he brought up stare decisis, is because the tweaking is fine as long as reasoning exists to make tweaks. So the tweak from 28 weeks to 24 weeks, I believe it was the time period change. The reasoning was there because what changed was the idea of the viability of the fetus being an important thing. So this is what he means is you can make tweaks on what has happened previously. That's fine, but you should try to stick within the judgments of the previous court case decisions. And I do see some mentions about how, actually, Booksmarts, I don't think that people would change their mind for this reason and that reason. I think this argument is more important. Remember that people who are anti-abortion, and just like people who are pro-abortion, are like that for many, many different reasons. So when I'm talking about how some people will make concessions about rape victims, that represents some part of that group, and then a whole nother part of the group might believe something different for sure. It's a multifaceted and very complicated issue where people have very complicated beliefs. Not everybody believes that thing because of religion. Not everybody believes it because they think a fetus is a person. Not everybody, there are exceptions and there are differences in opinions at many different levels here. So when I'm mentioning one, it doesn't mean that represents everybody. It doesn't mean that's the end all be all. It's just one facet of a very, very, very complicated argument. So just bear that in mind.
Continuum, allowing for increased state interest when a fetus reaches viability. Before viability, the state can have some interest in fetal health as long as it does not place an undue burden on the woman's right to an abortion. An undue burden in this context is one that has the, quote, purpose or effect of placing a substantial obstacle in the path of a woman seeking an abortion of a non-viable fetus. After viability, the state can regulate and even outlaw abortion. Again, however, there is an exception. The states cannot outlaw abortion if it is necessary for the preservation of the life or health of the mother. The Supreme Court analyzed the 4 Pennsylvania restrictions at issue and found that only the one requiring the woman to notify the father was an undue burden. If women could only have an abortion after telling their sexual partner, it would give the man substantial power over the woman's decision, which in some situations could even lead to a spousal or child abuse. At the same time, Casey held that states could make an effort to convince women not to have an abortion by doing everything from making the woman have an ultrasound to offering her mandatory counseling. But the state could not prohibit women from terminating a pregnancy. So the essential holding of Casey and the current law of the land is that states cannot ban abortion before 24 weeks, and laws restricting abortion should be evaluated under the more lenient undue burden standard rather than a strict scrutiny analysis. So, now what? The new breed of anti-abortion laws ignore the Casey framework about undue burdens, and instead, the laws simply deny the existence of a constitutional privacy right that allows women to make reproductive choices without governmental interference. The bill passed by Alabama's lawmakers, for example,
So for this section, and this might not be super relevant to what we're going to be talking about today, but maybe a little bit. At the time that this was posted, of course, many states in the South and in other places were passing a lot of restrictive abortion laws to kind of test the waters, maybe try to get an argument to the Supreme Court now that there was a conservative majority there, or at least it was more likely that you might be able to get a favorable argument to pro-abortion people passed. And now he's going to go through all of those. It may not be super pertinent to what we're going through today, but I'll let it play out.
Example contains language stating that abortion isn't a medical procedure, it's a genocide on par with crimes against humanity. The state's new law doesn't seek to throw women in jail, but instead it takes aim at the doctors. Despite the protections of Roe and Casey and the affirmation that there must be an exception in cases where the woman's life is in danger, Alabama carves out only a very narrow exception for the life of the mother if there is medical proof that the woman faces, quote, a serious risk of substantial physical impairment of a major bodily function. Would any doctor attempt to justify their medical judgment that an abortion is necessary when they could be convicted of a felony and face up to 99 years in prison? Meanwhile, in Georgia, lawmakers made a different determination. Their law allows women to be prosecuted for an abortion, whether it is performed by a doctor or self-induced. Women can get life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Georgia's law stops doctors from performing an abortion after they can detect cardiac activity, which happens around 6 weeks. However, many women aren't even aware that they are pregnant after just 6 weeks, which renders the law pretty close to a total ban on abortion, which directly violates Roe and Casey. Going even further, Georgia's law grants fetuses full personhood, even stating that they are to be included in the state's census. This legal personhood status is the basis for one of Georgia's most draconian regulations, the limit on a woman's right to leave the state to have an abortion. If a woman goes to a state where abortion was fully legal, the woman could be prosecuted for conspiracy to murder, which carries a minimum 10-year sentence. If someone drives the woman out of state or otherwise helps her, they too could be charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Of course, these new laws are in direct conflict with constitutional precedent because they make abortion during the first 24 weeks of pregnancy completely illegal. The laws ignore the viability standard and instead pinpoint the detection of a fetal heartbeat as the time when the door to the abortion clinic must be slammed shut. They also ignore the Roe and Casey holdings that state they must make an exception for when the life or health of the mother is at stake. Instead, these laws come very close to outlawing abortion no matter what and no matter when. So what is the Supreme Court likely to do? Well, in recent years, circuit courts have carefully followed Casey and struck down laws placing an undue burden on the woman's reproductive choices. For example, several years ago, Idaho banned abortions at 20 weeks after fertilization. This directly violated Casey's 24-week viability rule. Idaho regulations also required all second trimester abortions to happen in hospitals and placed so many safety regulations on clinics that it made it nearly impossible for clinics to stay open. The legal regime made obtaining legal abortion a minefield for women like Jenny Lynn McCormick. McCormick was an Idaho resident who wanted to terminate her pregnancy, but she could not afford to travel to the closest abortion clinic in Salt Lake City, where she would have to pay $2,000 for the procedure. Taking up McCormick's case, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals found that Planned Parenthood versus Casey did not allow the state to criminalize the act of terminating a 20-week-old pregnancy. The court also found that it was not medically necessary for abortions to take place at a hospital. As for the safety regulations, Idaho's clinic regulations included things like being properly staffed or making satisfactory arrangements with hospitals. These terms were so vague that they gave prosecutors the ability to make up their own definitions and then shut down the clinics. The Ninth Circuit followed in the footsteps of Casey and demonstrates the concept of stare decisis. However, the justices on the current Supreme Court have a very different view of stare decisis. Chief Justice Roberts, Justices Thomases Alito and Gorsuch have been willing to overturn precedent when they disagree with it and have a majority. Even when they don't have a majority, these justices have often written opinions advocating for departure from long-standing legal precedents. The most recent significant overruling of prior precedent came in May of 2019 after Justice Kavanaugh joined the court. The conservative justices overturned a precedent which had stood for 50 years. The case involved the jurisdiction of where states could be sued. Justice Thomas wrote that the court could ignore principles of stare decisis when they believe that the prior ruling is erroneous. In a dissent in that case, Justice Breyer, who wrote the majority opinion in Casey, issued a warning about the willingness of his conservative colleagues to disregard precedent, stating, "It is far more dangerous to overrule a decision only because 5 members of a later court came to agree with earlier dissenters on a difficult legal question. The majority has surrendered to the temptation to overrule Hall, even though it is a well-reasoned decision that has caused no serious practical problems in the 4 decades since we decided it. Today's decision can only cause one to wonder which cases the court will overrule next." In other words, Breyer is saying that today's conservative justices will sweep aside any rulings that they disagree with. On the other hand, there is no guarantee that the Supreme Court will hear a case that presents the opportunity to revisit Roe and Casey. The Supreme Court itself decides which cases it's going to take up and hear. There is no guarantee that any particular case will ever be decided in the Supreme Court. These new anti-abortion laws will definitely be struck down in lower courts, which must follow current Supreme Court precedent. But the Supreme Court only hears the cases that it wants to hear. This is a process called certiorari, or CERT for short. For example, then Indiana Governor Mike Pence signed a law making it illegal for women to terminate pregnancy for various reasons. A federal appeals court blocked the law and Indiana appealed. The Supreme Court has now reviewed the case 14 times without deciding whether it would take it up or not. That is, without granting cert to hear the case. So there's no question that the anti-abortion laws that were passed in 2019 definitely do not pass constitutional muster. But that's only if we are following Roe and Casey. But the Supreme Court has changed in recent years, and many legal scholars believe that there could be enough votes on the court to throw out both Casey and Roe. The fact that the court has yet to decide whether to hear the Indiana case also indicates that it may be debating or revising its approach to abortion. So what will the justices decide when these cases inevitably reach the Supreme Court? We have no idea. There's no witty remark or pithy segue today. When I cover stories like these, it just makes me want to do some good for as many people as possible. If this video leaves you wanting to do some good in this world, I'd recommend Tab for a Cause.
Okay, so we're going to skip his plugs here. This is again Legal Eagle, and the video is titled "Are Fetal Heartbeat Laws Constitutional?" and the History of Roe v. Wade Real Law Review. Now, links to all of the videos that we're watching today, links to the PDFs that we'll be going through later, links to everything and notes about everything, including my own opinions and the summary about the Supreme Court. All of those are on Patreon. I just made the post and put it up there for people who want to skip ahead or get those links now or add them to a playlist, whatever. It's posted on Patreon now. That's available to everyone who is a noteworthy patron and above. That is the $3 tier. So if you'd like access to that, I'd highly recommend going over there and checking that out. And if you'd like to support this stream by donating or subbing or becoming a member on YouTube or super chatting, any and all of that is very appreciated, because I know this is going to be boring for some people. It's not drama. It's not, Destiny related or Vosh related or Hassan related, and it's going to be long. I think with this video ending, we're kind of exiting out of what I would consider like the fun part of this. And we're moving on to what is for me the interesting part, but may not be for you, which is a dive into the sources. So after this Legal Eagle thing, we're going to look at the facts of the case and the oral arguments for Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, which of course is the headline case that has had its brief leaked. That majority opinion brief is, of course, what the Supreme Court Chief Justice puts out after it has had a vote of the Supreme Court justices and has a majority to put out that opinion and the rationale behind the opinion. So we're going to read that, the full 90-page document. We're going to go through all of it. Now, if that seems boring to you, if oral arguments seem boring to you, I would actually say that they are surprisingly accessible to the average person, especially the majority opinions, the dissenting opinions, and the concurring opinions. They're written by the justices with the understanding that not only will legal people read them, but the average American will read them. And so actually, even looking to old court cases, you'll find that they're surprisingly legible to the average person. And that's one thing that I really loved when I was doing history and government in school, is just you can go back and you can read these documents and they make sense to the average person. Now, there may be some intricacies you miss out on without a legal education, sure, but I find them to be way more accessible than you would think. And I think that'll become, obvious as we read through and go through those arguments. So next thing we're going to do is talk with you all, open up a discussion. I did see that some of you were arguing in the chat. Bear in mind, arguing and back and forths are actually something that we don't allow with the rules of the chat because it fills it up, and because I created a Discord with an entire infrastructure set up so you can specifically do that. You don't have the character limitations that you do on Twitch and especially YouTube. You're allowed to call in a moderator and have a good faith discussion if that's what you wish to do. The Discord has the structure for that, which is why if you're going to argue with somebody, ask them if they'd like to go to the Discord. If they don't, then it's not a conversation that you both are going to have, because Twitch is not the place in the chat to have those arguments, the same way that Twitter would not be the place to have those arguments. And that's why we have kind of those rules in place. However, if you have an argument for me, if you have questions for me, comments, concerns, I'm going to take a moment here to go through all of those. We're going to do that at the end of every section of today's stream to give you guys an opportunity to give me some feedback or to talk with you or to answer questions. And that way we don't distract from whatever it is that we're listening to or reading. And so I will do that now. But yeah, so if you're finding yourself arguing with somebody, just stop, be the bigger person, or ask them if they want to go to the Discord and say, you want to go to the good faith room, the debate room, or the gunslinging room, which is where you can be bad faith and be an awful person and say cuss words and stuff. It's a free for all in there. So if those are things you want to do, ! Discord, go over there, check that out. Anywho, setting that aside, because I see everybody arguing with Jeb, let's stop. Shenanigans. No more arguing with Jeb. And Jeb, I'm keeping my eye on you in particular. If I'm going to be defending you from people choosing to at you and argue with you, I also expect you to not be putting forward inflammatory statements that are meant to kind of catch the ire of the other people in the chat. So just be careful with that. I am going to step in and say that here. So just be careful with that. Let's not argue in the chat. It's not what the chat is for, at least in this channel. Other channels for sure, just not in this channel. It takes up too much room and it's on the screen and it's not the place for it. Okay, there's a gazillion reasons. So enough of that, and I'm going to read some questions here. How does that not impede on medical right to privacy, HIPAA? I don't think HIPAA is like a federal thing, no. It's important to keep in mind jurisdictions and stuff when we're talking about Supreme Court decisions. So that's worth bearing in mind. Dems will create their abortion sanctuary states. Yeah, certainly. If we toss it back to states' rights and we remove the protections of Roe v. Wade, I think that places that are Dem controlled are probably still going to have, laws protecting abortion in place, right? And then in places where they really want to ban it, then they're going to ban it now that those protections are, lifted. If Congress were to codify abortion rights into law, could the court strike it down? I mean, hypothetically, but remember, there's a lot of steps between a law being put into place and then having the Supreme Court hear it. And if the Supreme Court, depending on what they say in this leaked document that we're going to read in a bit here, depending on what they say, they may strike it down. They may support it. I think we'll have to kind of read the opinions of the current justices that are sitting right now to understand what would happen to it. And I certainly don't feel like I have the education to make that prediction with any certainty. So, I wouldn't have an answer for you, but hypothetically, sure. Let's see here. Sorry, no worries, dude. No worries. HIPAA is 100% of federal law. So I don't want to get distracted with HIPAA and stuff because it's not really what I want to talk about. So yeah, okay, you're right. Federal law required the creation of the national standards to protect sensitive patient health information from being disclosed. I guess let me correct my previous statement. I don't think that HIPAA is like a matter of constitutionality. It may be a federal law, but I don't think that has much to do with the arguments that we're going to read. It may come up in what we're about to read in the 90-page document, but my understanding is that it won't, and I never ever hear it as something that is important for this particular topic. So I'm sure there's a reason for that. I don't know specifically what it is, but it doesn't ever get brought up in this discussion. So I'm not sure how relevant it is or even why it's not brought up. So I wouldn't have those answers for you. It seems like they would strike it down based on the current makeup of the court. That would be my guess. However, we'd really have to see what the Supreme Court justices say. So it may be that they've been able to get their majority to strike down, particular parts of Roe v. Wade, but we don't have specifics for that, guys, which is why I want to be really careful with what we're saying here. So we can say it seems like they would strike it down, but we don't really know because we don't know their reasoning for whatever extent to which they're going against Roe v. Wade presently. We may know the TLDR that we've been given in articles if we've chosen to read them up until this point. I know I certainly haven't, so I don't know. It could be that there are technicalities in the ruling of Roe v. Wade that even justices that would normally be on the side of protecting abortion rights don't feel are good arguments for protecting those abortion rights, right? It could be that we have an extraneous situation here that required them to rule a particular way. There are many, many unknown variables that could change my mind on things and could mean that they actually aren't going to strike down something in the future, and there's a technicality here that needed to be addressed. There's just so many unknown variables without having read it, and that's kind of part of the reason for doing the stream today. Wouldn't the 14th be a more applicable challenge as abortion only applies to women? So I don't know if you've missed this or if you're just joining the stream, but this is something I have repeated and will continue to repeat. I find the 14th to be the best defense of abortion, in my opinion. It's not the one that is the headliner. The headliner is, of course, the right to privacy. But for me personally, yeah, I find the 14th to be a more compelling bit of reasoning for why we have to, keep abortion rights, because it only applies to women. Wouldn't going after an unequal application be a better legal argument? Yeah. So that's my thinking. But I'm not a lawyer, so I'm sure there's a reason why we're focusing on right to privacy. But to me, as a regular person, the right to privacy thing, you have to read between lines. And I feel like it's much more difficult to make that argument, especially to the average American, when it's not written, in the Constitution, whether as an amendment or into the base document. Whereas like the 14th Amendment, there it is. It's in black and white. It says right here. And it's easy to jump between the logic of the Fourth Amendment and what it protects, and then looking at the situation that we have with abortion and being like, okay, well, this makes sense, right? So even people that are maybe fundamentalist, constitutional, people that love that stuff, even for them, it's written right there. So I feel like it's an easier argument. Do you think a left-leaning clerk leaked the document to maybe try to start a protest? Who do you think leaked the doc? So I have no idea. And actually, if I'm being quite honest with you, I don't know who would even have access to this. I don't know if it could be an outside person that hacked into some system or something, or if it's a clerk somewhere that got their hands on it and then chose to leak it, right? Like, I don't even know what the kind of chain of ownership or whatever over the document would even be. So I couldn't even give you the beginning of a guess of an answer there. I have no idea. But I do think that leaking the document was to get some kind of public response. I think that would be a fair assumption to make, right? And I think it is a predictable outcome that whoever leaked it could have probably guessed was going to happen. HIPAA would have exceptions for criminal law / policing / investigations. So again, I don't want to talk about HIPAA because it's a complicated thing. Like, every time I hear HIPAA come up in laws, especially around like criminal investigations and stuff, it's complicated every time I hear it, and I think I know how that's going to work. I have it wrong with how it works. Like, I think I just recently listened to a case called what was it on? It was either on Radio Lab or it was on the podcast called Criminal. But what happened was there was this patient who got a liver transplant and he got hepatitis C. The only way that you get hepatitis C is by having like blood on blood type contact. So you needed to have had some like intravenous exposure to that. And so it's like, oh God, well, he got that at the hospital and we tried to check that everything is clean. Who the fuck infected this guy? And how did he get infected? Was it from previous patient? Was it from this? Was it from that? They do an investigation and it ends up that somebody was a junkie working at the hospital, and what they were doing is they were taking the fentanyl syringes and they were injecting themselves with fentanyl, and then after injecting themselves with the fentanyl, they would fill the syringe back up with the exact same needle with what's it called? When you have like salt water or whatever, they would fill it up with that, and then they would leave it for the people to use. Now that person was infected with hepatitis C, and so they traced it way back to this person. Now the way this happens to kind of line up with HIPAA is in the investigation to figure out who it was that was infecting people. That I don't think they were able to go through the medical records of the people working there and figure out based on that who had Hep C. They had to ask for individuals to submit to a blood test in order to find that out. So despite like tons of people getting infected from this person, and despite people dying as a result of that, and there being a criminal investigation into it, they weren't able to crack open, the medical records of all these people and dive through them to figure out who has that. They had to get the person to voluntarily submit their information and submit to a test. So it seems to be much more complicated than I'm comfortable, feeling like I have some answer about HIPAA. Saline, yes, saline. Which also sucked for the patients because then they didn't have, their proper sedatives or sedatives, whatever, and they didn't have their proper fentanyl for their operations. So that's kind of nutty that happened for so long. But anywho, interesting podcast. Let me see here. Even in Poland, that criminalized abortion not long ago, it is still legal in cases when the pregnancy is a result of a criminal act or when the woman's life or health is at risk. And to be clear, I know that the latter at least seems to be the case for us, that if the woman's life or health is at risk, it would seem that in KCV Planned Parenthood, that was kind of outlined and supported as a reason for having the abortion and something that could not be restricted. Is if the mother's life is in danger, then it is allowed and you can't restrict it in that way. And you're not wrong, Book. I work in policy and compliance for state government. HIPAA is extremely complicated and spiderwebs all over the place. Really very rough to work with. Oh, okay, good to know. That doesn't sound legit since syringes are sealed and are opened upon use. So there's like a knee-jerk way I'm going to respond to this and like a balanced way. So I'm going to respond to the balanced way. These people that are prepping everything for surgery are the people that were abusing this system. So this guy would go into rooms that were prepped for surgery and ready for the surgeons to go in, and would get it in that period between getting everything ready for the doctors and then actually going through the operation. And that's when they chose to get involved with those syringes. And you can doubt that, or you could have problems with that, but it's a real case that, was documented, and I read documents about it. So it's real. It's not made up. I guess you could doubt it and think it doesn't sound legit, but it happened. Crazy. If you have a noxious or infectious disease, I don't know what that's about, but okie dokie. Because I don't see you adding anybody. Do you know about 8-day abortion runs? No, but I would rather not dive into a whole other topic because I want to get into the meat of what we're doing today. And if we don't have any more questions, I will. We are going to first look at the facts of the case for Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Good thing we have Supreme Court judge who doesn't know what woman is. I don't know about that, bro. Ate my left nut. Nice. And you're timed out. Congrats. I'm gonna give you an hour for that one. I'll see you in an hour, buddy. All right. So let's go ahead and jump into this. Let me change scenes here. All righty. So in front of us here is oyas.org. They have a bunch of stuff on Supreme Court cases, and they break it down and give us all the information that we need. I'm going to move me over to here because that's where all the important information is. And then I'm going to full screen this so it looks a little less ugly. Okie dokie. So over here, the petitioner, which of course, as I said before, is the person appealing the decisions that they got in lower courts. That is going to be Thomas E. Dobbs, who is the state health officer of the Mississippi Department of Health. And then we have the respondent, who is the person who had been victorious in the cases at the lower level and who will have the opportunity to submit only one brief at the very beginning. That's going to be Jackson Women's Health Organization. Here's our docket number. It hasn't been decided yet officially, right? We got the leak, and that's part of what's crazy. And the lower court that it's coming from is the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. We don't have a citation again because this isn't decided yet. We don't have all of our documents yet. It was granted, meaning they said they're going to take on the case, I believe, on May 17th of 2021, and they made their oral arguments on December the 1st, 2021, which we will listen to over here. So on here, it'll have media such as the oral argument. I have the file separated from the player here, but I'll show you what the player looks like. It's actually very cool. So if I hit play, it's going to highlight the justice who's speaking, and it will highlight where in the transcript we are. And the entire thing is hyperlinked. So you can click any quote throughout the entirety of this transcript and jump to where we're talking. So if I were to click on Scott G. Stewart here, we would start there.
Oh, in Roe. Yeah. I'm sorry, Your Honor. My understanding is no. I mean, the law there was didn't have a viability tag that was inserted by.
In fact, if I.
So we'll listen to all that in a bit here. I'll go ahead and close that up because we don't need it immediately. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump into this. So the facts of the case. In 2018, Mississippi passed a law called the Gestational Age Act, which prohibits all abortions with few exceptions after 15 weeks gestational age. And it's important to remember that initially we started with that I believe it was 28 weeks. And then with Casey v. Planned Parenthood, we moved that down to 24 weeks and we added the bit about viability. So 15 weeks is definitely far before the 24 week. That keeps us in that first trimester there. Jackson Women's Health Organization, the only licensed abortion facility in Mississippi, and one of its doctors filed a lawsuit in federal district court challenging the law and requesting an emergency temporary restraining order. So if you remember, when a lot of these laws were being passed in these southern states, we had all of these happening where they were trying to put temporary restraining orders on the grounds of unconstitutionality or whatever else to try and get the law stopped and stop it from being, what would it be called? Enacted upon people, perhaps. So they did that. After a hearing, the district court granted the TRO while the litigation proceeded to discovery. After discovery, and for those of you not in the know, discovery is going to be when both sides are presenting, going through evidence with each other. After discovery, the district court granted the clinic's motion for summary judgment and enjoined Mississippi from enforcing the law, finding the state had not provided evidence that the fetus would be viable at 15 weeks. And Supreme Court precedent prohibits states from banning abortions prior to viability. Remember, this viability thing is something that was brought up in Casey v. Planned Parenthood. So if this viability thing in particular is what we end up attacking, I would say that they're more so attacking Casey v. Planned Parenthood than they are Roe v. Wade in that instance, right? Because that viability thing is coming from Casey v. Planned Parenthood, if I'm remembering correctly here. And if I get anything wrong, it's okay. Correct me. I'm not perfect, right? There may be things I say that is incorrect, and holding it until the discussion period and letting me know would be helpful. I'm just trying to walk you through, if I were trying to learn about this particular topic, how would I do that? And this is how I would do that. And when I'm talking and saying things out loud and not getting all my notes done and whatever, there are bound to be slip ups. So, just bear with me. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit affirmed. Okay. And then the question at the heart of all of this is Mississippi's law banning nearly all abortions after 15 weeks gestational age unconstitutional. So there are the facts of the case. I'll quickly jump over to a discussion period here, and then we'll kind of see if I messed anything up or if there's anything you want to add before we go into the long period of oral arguments for this case. And then we will, of course, look at the leaked document and the Politico article and all of that. Good thing. Okay, I read that. Let me see if we have anything. I am waiting as it would spoil your reading. Okay, cool. I don't see any other questions. Nobody queued them up, and that was a very brief section. So I'm going to close off the question period, and we're going to jump right into oral arguments, because I don't think there's anything that you could possibly have serious things to say about without us listening to the oral argument here. Now, again, and I will repeat this, if you go to my Patreon and you become a noteworthy patron, you will have access not only to the links for these things, but also to the raw files. So, for instance, as much as I love this player and it's a cool idea, I cannot change the speed at which this is happening, and we are going to listen to this at a faster speed. To my V Omega Lol D losers at home, I do love you, but there's no way in fuck that I'm listening to this at 1x speed. We're going to listen at 1.2 or 1.3x speed just to hurry things along a little bit. I don't think it'll be that big of a problem, but yeah, if you want links to the raw file and other stuff, I would highly recommend going on the Patreon, becoming a noteworthy patron, and then you'll have access to the Amazon. Oof, it's quite loud. You'll have access to these Amazon files. Let me see here. Okay, this looks all good. I think this should be fine. I'm gonna turn this into a full thing here. So what should I do here? I think if I unlock this text and I change what the text says to oral arguments, let me get the full thing here. This is going to be Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. Let's get the copy paste on that. Jesus, that's going to be quite large. Okay. Maybe we should change the text color here too, huh? Let's just make this, what would work best there? Maybe black or white? Maybe white? Okay, just above my head here. And then we'll also add, this, so it doesn't matter what's in the background. Should it be up here or down here? What do y'all think? Maybe up here, and I adjust the camera just a little bit. There we go. I think that works out well. So we'll keep that there so people know what we're listening to. There is no video feed. Actually, hold on. Let me think. I think technically I could use it to replace your mustache. Well, here's the thing. If you donate, you can let me know if the donation is for getting my mustache removed or keeping it. Right now, the tally is 25 to 25, so we're even split. If we keep an even split by the end of the stream, I will only shave off half. That's a bit of a fun meme. But if you'd like me to shave it, put your money where your mouth is, bud, and put it towards getting that mustache shaved. Help me out a bit, bro. Make me look pretty. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started here. Looks like some of our YouTube people are very far behind and are commenting on things we've already talked about and even put shenanigans on. So anywho, let's go ahead and continue and start listening here. Actually, can I find a transcript of this that is not this thing here? I think I have that in my notes. Let me try to find a transcript. I'm a halfer, so I won't donate. Okay, well, then there you go. Let's see, Justice Alito and opinions, raw file, bias, but okay, let's open this. Okay. I could technically have this scroll and have this on the screen is what I'll do. I think that would be good, right? So let me, let's take this source. Let's change it. Let's change it to be this. Okay, drag it. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm going to try to have us have a transcript on screen, okay? I'll try. Okay, this needs to be much smaller for me to work with it here. Oops. I'm also going to turn off my commands because I don't think they're super necessary. And then we'll expand this a little bit more up. And I'll try to keep a good posture so that we can, you know, keep this in frame. Oh, wow. That would be somebody in favor of keeping. Lemonies. Ooh-wee, $5 in favor of keeping. That pushes us over. That means it is 30 to 25. That is 5 in favor of keep from Lemonies. Thank you, Lemonies, for supporting the channel. If you like this kind of content and you like this kind of educational stuff, definitely support it. And if you'd like me to shave or keep my mustache, there's a fun little thing you could choose to do or not. Totally up to you. Let me try and, oh man, this is going to be rough because I actually don't know where our focus is here. Let's see. This is actually going to be difficult. I don't think it needs to be this big. I think it could be small, right? Trying to figure out something new on the fly. Oh, tech smarts. Here, let's move this up like this. Up to here. And then let's keep it... I think this is solid. And then I'll just move to the side a little bit. Can you guys read the text, even though it's that small? Oh, I need not that way. I need to face this way. Okay. Can you read the text? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Sick. Then we'll go ahead and play, and then we'll keep at this.
This morning in case 19-1392, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. General Stewart.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey haunt our country. They have no basis in the Constitution. They have no home in our history or traditions. They've damaged the democratic process. They've poisoned the law. They've choked off compromise. For 50 years, they've kept this court at the center of a political battle that it can never resolve. And 50 years on, they stand alone. Nowhere else does this court recognize a right to end a human life. Consider this case. The Mississippi law here prohibits abortions after 15 weeks. The law includes robust exceptions for a woman's life and health. It leaves months to obtain an abortion. Yet the courts below struck the law down. It didn't matter that the law applies when an unborn child is undeniably human, when risks to women surge, and when the common abortion procedure is brutal. The lower courts held that because the law prohibits abortions before viability, it is unconstitutional no matter what. Roe and Casey's core holding, according to those courts, is that the people can protect an unborn girl's life when she just barely can survive outside the womb, but not any earlier when she needs a little more help. That is the world under Roe and Casey. That is not the world the Constitution promises. The Constitution places its trust in the people. On hard issue after hard issue, the people make this country work. Abortion is a hard issue. It demands the best from all of us, not a judgment by just a few of us. When an issue affects everyone, and when the Constitution does not take sides on it, it belongs to the people. Roe and Casey have failed, but the people, if given the chance, will succeed. This court should overrule Roe and Casey and uphold the state's law.
So interesting. We see a lot of different arguments here. So when an issue affects everyone and when the Constitution does not take sides on it, it belongs to the people. Roe and Casey have failed, but the people, if given the chance, will succeed. So here we have an appeal to states' rights right here, to the people mentioning earlier about, the fetal viability or, whether the fetus counts as a person or not. We also touched upon that up here. And this appeal to giving, hey, you're already recognizing as a person if it's viable and outside the womb. We're just asking you to give it a little bit more help before that point. We have soft language here kind of trying to push us to, hey, if we're counting it here, let's count it also here as well. There's a lot of arguments that are really packed in here. As a rhetorician, as somebody who talks about arguments a lot on Twitch and other places, I actually find that it's really, really, really cool to listen to the Supreme Court because these are some of the highest level of lawyer, the highest level of judges, all kind of talking with each other and dissecting arguments and putting forward their own ideas about things and asking questions that get to some fundamental ideas about a variety of topics that come before them. And if you really want to see good argument and good rhetoric and stuff like that, I think listening to these Supreme Court oral arguments it's a really good place for that. I will set an alarm on my phone to in an hour, take a break and check in with you guys, and we'll find a stopping point after that goes off. Let me find where my phone is. Okay. Set a timer for an hour. Okay, so in an hour we'll take a break, and we'll just keep going through to there. I missed it because of an ad. Well, if you sign up on Patreon, you'll get a link to the transcription and a gazillion other things, and you could keep up through there and get caught back up. But anywho, let's go ahead and continue with Clarence Thomas's questioning here. Again, to give you a reiteration of what we talked about at the very beginning, oral arguments. It's supposed to be that each side gets their 30 minutes to make their points, but in reality, it's like the justices ask a lot of questions of these people, and they answer them, and this is going to be about 2 hours of that.
I welcome the court's questions.
General Stewart, you focus on the right to abortion, but our jurisprudence seems to focus on, in Casey, autonomy, in Roe, privacy. Does it make a difference that we focus on privacy or autonomy, or more specifically on abortion?
I think whichever one of those you're focusing on, Your Honor, particularly if you're focusing on the right to abortion, each of those starts to become a step removed for what's provided in the Constitution. Yes, the Constitution does provide protect certain aspects of privacy, of autonomy, and the like. But as this court said in Glucksberg, going directly from general concepts of autonomy, of privacy, of bodily integrity to a right is not how this court traditionally does due process analysis. So I think it just confirms whichever one of those you look at, Your Honor, a right to abortion is not grounded in the text, and it's grounded on abstract concepts that this court has rejected in other contexts as applying a substantive right.
You say that this is the only constitutional right that involves the taking of a life. What difference does that make in your analysis?
Sure, Your Honor. I think it makes a number of differences. One, I mentioned two in particular. One is it really does mark out the unbelievably profound ramifications of this area, which in many other areas, assisted suicide, a whole host of important areas that are important to dignity, autonomy, freedom, and important to matters of conscience. It marks it out as one of the unique areas where this court has taken that important issue to the people. And it's something that implicates life. And it just, I think, marks off, Justice Thomas, how problematic and unusual and how much of a break the court's abortion jurisprudence is from those other cases.
If we don't overrule Casey or Roe, do you have a standard that you propose other than the viability standard?
It would be, Your Honor, a clarified version of the undue burden standard.
I want to point something out here as well. Look at how pointed the questioning is from Thomas here. And actually, I think it's a bit of a meme that Justice Clarence Thomas doesn't talk very much in a lot of these oral arguments. He often sits them out, and other people are known for asking questions and speaking a lot more. But when he speaks, it's a lot of what I advocate for in the Twitch politics space. And if I'm being honest with you, that's partly coming from the way that the Supreme Court justices handle these kinds of oral arguments as well. Okay, well, if we don't overrule Casey, if we don't overrule Roe, what is the standard that you propose other than the viability standard? And even breaking down the arguments that were in that initial brief given by Stewart here. And I really appreciate that. It's so pointed, and it's asking what I think are the most important questions by the justices. And hopefully that continues here. Thomas didn't ask questions for you. Yeah, it's a bit of a meme there. Should the northern Mexican states say, I don't know. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. Let's try to stay on topic, okay?
I would emphasize, I think, as Your Honor is alluding to, that no standard other than the rational basis review that applies to all laws will promote an administrable, workable, practicable, consistent jurisprudence that puts matters back with the people. I think anything heightened here is going to be problematic. But I would say if the court were not inclined to overrule Casey, the choice would be undue burden standard, untethered from any bright line viability rule.
Okay, so we talked about this undue burden standard before when we were listening to Legal Eagle. That's what we want to look at for change there. This bright line, this untethered from any bright line viability rule, I'm not quite sure what this means here, but Thomas does, and he seems to continue on from there. If anybody has any insight into that in the chat, go ahead and let me know, but otherwise we'll go ahead and continue here.
Thank you.
Who is the one answering the questions? This would be Scott G. Stewart, which is a Google search away. I believe this will be the person challenging the current ruling here. So this would be the Solicitor General for Mississippi. Let's see here. So I'm going to click this. I don't need all this. Solicitor General. Just trying to figure out which side of this he's on. Of course, we give none of that information here. That's very handy. Thank you, New York Times. You were so lovely at answering the questions that I need. I believe he should be representing the state, no? So if we go back to our main document here, let's see here, then I believe he should be representing the petitioner. And that would make sense because I believe that the petitioner is the one who gets to open with their statements and the questions from the judges. And then the respondent, the person who has won in the previous court cases, which would be the people who are trying to get the law stopped, then those people will get to make their own arguments. And then again, it will move back to the petitioner to give a counter argument to whatever it was that the respondent had said. So my understanding is he'll be representing the petitioner, and that would be the state, and so he would be in favor of the law, and that's who we're questioning right now, which would fall in line with the responses that he's giving here. So I think that would be what we're talking about here. And thank you to the chat for giving me answers to the bright line question. A bright line rule is a clearly defined rule or standard composed of objective factors which leaves little or no room for varying interpretation. That is a quote from Menera Naloth. And then Franklin and Slash says a bright line rule is one in law that sets a threshold. So the difference would be that undue burden would be the standard without requiring the court to look at the issue of viability in every case or placing a greater importance on it. Okay. So let's go ahead and continue here.
Well, I'd like to go to a different topic, back to Casey. Yes, I assume you've read Casey pretty thoroughly.
Yes, Your Honor.
And there are two parts. One is they reaffirm Roe. Put that to the side. The second is an opinion for the court, not for three people, but for the court. And that second part is about what stare decisis principles should be used to overrule a case like Roe. And they say Roe's special. What's special about it? They say it's rare. They call it a watershed.
One thing I'm going to do real quick is get us a little bit of info here on Justice Breyer. One moment. So Justice Breyer, he has been on the court since 1990. Since 1994. He was nominated by Bill Clinton. So the assumption here would be that he would be one of the more liberal folks, I would assume. Let me go ahead and read further here. He replaced Justice Blackmun. Breyer is generally associated with the liberal wing of the court. Okay, so good to keep in mind here because I think you could interpret his statements here in any sort of direction. I thought he was liberal, and I didn't, this is an interesting way of starting out. But let's go ahead and continue here. I just wanted to make that clear.
Why? Because the country is divided.
And I will give you one and final warning, Ice Queen Kiara. Let's be careful with our wording in the YouTube chat here.
Because feelings run hot.
What does he mean when they call it a watershed? So watershed would be like a very important moment, right? Let's see. A watershed is an event or period marking a turning point in a situation. So maybe he's also kind of referring to what the lawyer is talking about here by saying, hey, this is a very different kind of opinion compared to the other kinds of opinions that the court has put forward. The precedent set here would be dangerous because you're letting somebody kill somebody else and you're allowing that when you would take it much more seriously in cases such as those involving euthanasia or other things. So perhaps that's what they're referring to there.
And yet the country, for better or for worse, decided to resolve their differences by this court laying down a constitutional principle, in this case, women's choice. That's what makes it rare. That's not what I'm asking about. I want your reaction to what they said follows from that. What the court said follows from that is that it should be more unwilling to overrule a prior case. Far more unwilling we should be, whether that case is right or wrong, than the ordinary case. And why? Well, they have a lot of words there, but I'll give you about 10 or 20. There will be inevitable efforts to overturn it. Of course there will. Feelings run high. And it is particularly important to show what we do in overturning a case is grounded in principle and not social pressure, not political pressure. Only, quote, the most convincing justification can show that a later decision overruling, if that's what we did, was anything but a surrender to political pressures or new members. And that is an unjustified repudiation of principles on which the court stakes its authority. And then there are two sentences I'd like to read because they say they really mean this, the court, not just the read. To overrule under fire in the absence of the most compelling reason to re-examine a watershed decision would subvert the court's legitimacy beyond any serious question. And the last sentence, after they quote Potter Stewart on the same point, they say overruling unnecessarily and under pressure would lead to condemnation, the court's loss of confidence in the judiciary, the ability of the court to exercise the judicial power and to function as the Supreme Court of a nation dedicated to the rule of law. Now, that's the opinion of the court. All right? And it's about stare decisis and how we approach it. And I hope everybody reads this. It's at 505 U.S. 854 to 869. All right. What do you say to that?
Sure, Justice Breyer. I would say a couple things. I would say we have very closely gone through the factors that the Casey court itself went through in stare decisis. More than half of our brief is devoted to stare decisis. We now have 30 years in the wake of Casey to see what Casey has done and what it hasn't done.
Well, it's got some bad things in the eyes of some people and some good things in the eyes of some people.
Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. What I'd emphasize, Your Honor, is that to the extent that I would not say it was the people that called this court to end the controversy. The people, many people vocally really just wanted to have the matter returned to them so that they could decide it locally, deal with it the way they thought best, and at least have a fighting chance to have their view prevail, which was not given to them under Roe and then as a result under Casey. And I'd also emphasize, Your Honor, that on stare decisis, just as I said, the last 30 years, workability, developments in the law, factual developments that states can't account for, the workability, the undue burden standard alone, many problems. On all the metrics that Casey was describing, or the vast bulk of them, Casey fails. And I'd also emphasize this as well, Justice Breyer, that Casey was not a great example of simply letting precedent stand. It recast Roe's reasoning. It overruled two of the court's most important abortion decisions. It jettisoned the trimester framework of Roe itself and adopted a new standard unknown to other parts of the law. Those are not the hallmarks of precedent, and they failed under this court's stare decisis.
That's, and again, I want to really separate ourselves from being pro-abortion or being anti-abortion. I think we really want to look at, and this is why I introduced a lot of the vocabulary about the courts before we began today, really try to nest this in what the court is able to do, what are the court's restrictions, and what are the principles the court is up against when making these kinds of decisions. I almost get the feeling from listening to, I believe this is Breyer here Justice Breyer talking to Stewart. Breyer seems like he would be willing to change things, but he doesn't want to change things simply because of pressure from the people. And he doesn't seem exactly opposed to reevaluating it, but I may be listening to him wrong. I also think it's interesting talking about if we mean to follow stare decisis, we can look to Casey, which actually did not follow a lot of the framework that Roe set forth and is not basing that the changes that it made on existing law. It kind of brought them up out of the blue. Now, let's see if Breyer has anything to say against this here.
Take it that your answer is yes. You accept the special rule, the rule for the rare watershed, the stare decisis principles for deciding whether to overturn such a case as Roe. You accept that, and you think it's met.
I would say yes, in part, Justice Breyer, and here's what I'd emphasize, is that I do think particularly when Casey looked outward and looked to what it saw as pressure, there were pressure on all sides. As Your Honor noted, this is a hot, difficult issue for everyone. That's why it belongs to the people. And I think the conclusion the court drew from that.
Very, very good from Stewart here, bringing it back to giving this issue to the people rather than having it decided in the court. And that may be something that's appealing to members of the court who don't want to necessarily be put on the hook for making such a big decision for all the people, and the people are very divided on the issue. So I think Stewart so far is doing a good job of linking back to a lot of his thesis points that he gave in the very beginning. And again, whether you agree with him or whether you disagree with him, I think that's happening here. Abortion does benefits. The chat is reaching a point where I'll probably remind us again not to argue and stuff, but until we get there, I won't do it. Let's go ahead and continue here.
That it couldn't provide a good enough example, that it would look unprincipled. Those conclusions were, with respect, Justice Breyer, mistaken. And the last 30 years has not seen any calming of that. It's been very different than some of the court's other controversial decisions that have seen much more calm.
What hasn't been at issue in the last 30 years is the line that Casey drew of viability. There has been some difference of opinion with respect to undue burden, but the right of a woman to choose, the right to control her own body, has been clearly set for since Casey and never challenged. You want us to reject that line of viability and adopt something different. 15 justices over 50 years have, or I should say 30 since Casey, have reaffirmed that basic viability line. 4 have said no, 2 of them members of this court, but 15 justices have said yes, of varying political backgrounds. Now, the sponsors of this bill, the House bill in Mississippi, said we're doing it because we have new justices. The newest ban that Mississippi has put in place, the 6-week ban, the Senate sponsor said we're doing it because we have new justices on the Supreme Court. Will this institution survive the stench that this creates in the public perception that the Constitution and its reading are just political acts?
So an interesting kind of theme that we're seeing so far with most of the justices, I think the exception would be Thomas right now, is this kind of the viability of the court and the credibility of the court in the eyes of the people. And they fall on different lines with where they think that's important or where they think that that would be put into question. What Sotomayor here is saying, what Justice Sotomayor is saying, is that, I know why your state Senate put this bill through. They were very transparent about that. And they were transparent about seeing an opportunity via a change in the court to change the way that precedent has been set. And if your whole thing here is about stare decisis and sticking to what we've said in the past, your state is certainly not doing that. Your state has found opportunistically a good time and a good place to send this law through to get a change because it sees a favorable shift in the demographics of the court. So if if one of your main kind of pillars on which you're basing your argument is following the decisions of the past, that seems to go counter to like how and why this law even got in front of us. And if we were to change it now because of that, and you did this in such a transparent way, would this not just signal to people that the Supreme Court is merely a political act, the same way any other branch of the government would be, and that it just depends on the political motivations of its justices, right? And then how those justices interact with the laws and the cases that are brought before them, right? So, I think that's more or less what she's pointing out here.
I don't see how it is possible. It's what Casey talked about when it talked about watershed decisions. Some of them, Brown versus Board of Education it mentioned, and this one, have such an entrenched set of expectations in our society that this is what the court decided, this is what we will follow, that we won't be able to survive if people believe that everything, including New York versus Sullivan, I could name any other set of rights, including the Second Amendment, by the way. There are many political people who believe the court erred in seeing this as a personal right as opposed to a militia right. If people actually believe that it's all political, how will we survive? How will the court survive?
Justice,
I like that she goes ahead and ties in the Second Amendment. And earlier, although it was off topic, we did touch on this, interpreting the Second Amendment as a personal right to be able to bear arms, to be able to own firearms, or because militia is mentioned at the very beginning of that Second Amendment, if all of the wording that follows it is meant to be applied to militias only, in which case your personal right to bear arms doesn't exist, but the right for the forming of a militia that can bear arms is actually what is supported with the Second Amendment. And I think that Sotomayor is doing a good job of appealing to maybe some people on the other side, saying that, hey, if you're doing this here, could this not also apply to the Second Amendment? And is this not also lending itself against kind of the credibility of the court? So good arguments from Sotomayor here.
Sotomayor, I think the concern about appearing political makes it absolutely imperative that the court reach a decision well-grounded in the Constitution, in text, structure, history, and tradition, and that carefully goes through the stare decisis factors that we've laid out. No, it didn't.
Casey went through every one of them. You think it did it wrong. That's your belief. But Casey did that.
Well,
and you haven't added much to the discussion in your papers as to the errors that Casey made, other than I disagree with Casey?
Justice Sotomayor, maybe I can highlight two. Casey gave one paragraph to the workability of Roe. It then adopted the undue burden standard, which is perhaps the most unworkable standard in American law. It gave about 3 paragraphs, if memory serves, to reliance, which doesn't account for the last 30 years and the changes that have occurred since Casey. It gave a brief factual view to things that have changed since Roe. Those, of course, are not going to take account of the last 30 years of advancements in medicine, science, all of those things.
What are the advancements in medicine?
I think it's an advancement in knowledge and concern about such things as fetal pain, what we know the child is doing and looks like and is fully human.
Again, I love the justices and their questions. Like, okay, yes, what are the advancements in medicine? Because I've been thinking this too, hearing the arguments from Stuart here. Okay, fetal pain, because when we're talking about the procedures, in my mind, abortion procedures have become more humane since certainly since Roe v. Wade, but also since Casey, right? Like, medical advancements would happen in favor of the patient. So I don't understand this kind of implication that somehow abortion procedures have become more gruesome or more dangerous. But that's because I'm thinking from the mother's perspective. Now I understand what Stuart's argument is. So his argument is that now we know more about the kinds of implications for the fetus here, and that maybe we've discovered that, the procedures we're engaging in now are worse for the fetus than we had thought before. But this requires buy-in to the fetus being a person. It brings us back to some fundamental questions, and let's see how Sotomayor and the other justices handle this here. What else would it be but human? How can you? So here's what I will say.
Sam, what is that?
And thank you so much for the sub. I do appreciate that. I'm really important with a tier 1 for 16 months. Big supporter of the channel. I'd like to see a draft opinion on that mustache. Actually, you'd be very happy to hear this, IRI. Today we're having a bit of a donation battle, kind of like what you have with cats versus dogs on your channel, and it's keep it or get rid of it. Right now, we are in favor of keeping it by $5. So right now it is 30 to 25. And if we end up being tied at the end, then I will only shave half. There have actually been a few people who have explicitly donated to only shaving half. And I'll do it on stream at the end of the stream if we want to do that, in case people need something goofy, because kind of like what you do on your channel today, I'm going to be talking about, more boring stuff, I suppose. I'm going to listen to all of the oral arguments here, and then we're going to read all 90 something pages of the leaked majority opinion, and that's planned for today. You've inspired me to do more boring stuff. I hope you're happy. But his argument is grounded in the state's interest as opposed to the rights of the fetus, as there is no holding on that issue in any of these cases. Yes. But in part, it does go to the fetus, because he does insert talks about, in any other case where we're talking about, implications of how these things would impact a human life, like euthanasia, we seem to take it more seriously in whatever. So I would argue that he is pushing us to have that discussion to some extent, but yeah, not explicitly, I suppose. Anywho, let us go ahead and continue. Which half? How about the middle half? How about the half of the two edges? And we'll just keep a little bit in the middle. When in Europe, do as the Europeans do.
In regular cases, courts decide whether science fits the Daubert standard. Obviously, under the Daubert standard, the minority of people, a gross minority of doctors, who believe fetal pain exists before 24, 25 weeks, it's a huge minority, and one not well-founded in science at all. So I don't see how that really adds anything to the discussion.
And she is drilling down here. Okay, so she knows her stuff. And this is another wonderful thing that I think we get out of listening to the justices, is they're very well educated on the case before we get to oral arguments. And so it would appear that Justice Sotomayor has looked into this and has found that only a gross minority of doctors actually are talking about this. This isn't a widespread development in medicine that is agreed upon by doctors, which are already a small subsect of the population. This is something supported by a minority of a minority here.
That a small fringe of doctors believe that pain could be experienced before a cortex is formed Does it mean that there's been that much of a difference since Casey?
And then bring it back around to, hey, so... and to bring it back to your main point, there hasn't been this huge difference in the 30 years since Casey.
Pointed out as an example, Your Honor, of where Roe and Casey improperly preclude states from taking account for these things, and they should be able to be concerned about a fact of an unborn life being poked and then recoiling in the way one of us would recoil.
General, I know what it said about viability in Roe, but was viability an issue in the case? I know it wasn't briefed or argued.
It was.
Oh man, really putting him on the spot. You didn't mention this before we came here, but like, you know, oh goodness gracious.
Not an issue certainly the way it is an issue here, Your Honor. I think it was, to the extent that the court had to reaffirm Roe, the way to read that as something other than dicta would be done.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that said. Was it an issue in Roe?
Oh, in Roe?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. My understanding is no, and the law there was didn't have a viability tag that was inserted by it.
In fact, if I remember correctly, and it's an unfortunate source, but it's there, in his papers, Justice Blackmun said that the viability line was dicta, and presumably he had some insight on the question.
I think, and I'd add, Your Honor, Justice Blackmun, and I think as well his papers pointed out the arbitrary nature of it and the line drawing problems in there too.
And then in Casey said that was a core principle or a central principle in Roe, viability. It said that after tossing out the trimester formula, which many people thought was the core principle. But was viability at issue in Casey?
I don't think it was squarely at issue, Your Honor. Again, it's a little hard not to take the court at its word when it emphasized that viability is the central part of Roe's holding and saying that it is reaffirming that. So we kind of take that as it stands. But the court did not face a law like this, certainly, Mr. Chief Justice.
May I finish my inquiry?
Of course, Justice Sotomayor.
Virtually every state defines a brain death as death. Yet the literature is filled with episodes of people who are completely and utterly brain dead, responding to stimuli. There's about 40% of dead people who, if you touch their feet, the foot will recoil. There are spontaneous acts by dead brain people. So I don't think that a response to by a fetus necessarily proves that there's a sensation of pain or that there's consciousness. So I go back to my question of what has changed in science to show that the viability line is not a real line, that a fetus cannot survive. And I think that's what both courts below said, that you had no experts say that there is any viability before 23 to 24 weeks.
Amazing from Sotomayor here. And again, part of why I encourage our debate folks in this space to take this kind of approach of use not a hyperbolic example, not a hyperbolic analogy, not Coconut Island, not rape cages, not submitting to a mob. Let's use real analogies. And if it takes time to look at those, that should be a part of your prep because it makes for a much more compelling argument here. Sotomayor is pointing towards brain death being a line where we say, you know, death and couching that in the state's decisions across the country, and then using the response to stimuli there to counter this argument that some response to stimuli, some recoiling, as Stewart would say, does not an alive person make, right? And this also ties back to her brief mention of the cortex not being developed in the fetus. So when you listen to them, and this will be the last time I'm going to try not to gush too much about the justices, but like their argumentation is just so well done, and it always links back onto itself. At the end of this here, she also ties it back to her question, and she puts him on the spot to, point out this point about viability, which she's not heard yet. She's not heard a good argument about, and I just think that they do such a good job. Okay. And I will say the warning too, to back up Draco here, there is not allowed to be arguing or back and forths in the chat. You could state your opinion and then move on. If you'd like to argue, ask the person if they'd like to go to Discord, do !Discord, go to one of our discussion rooms, which are voice, or go to one of our discussion channels, such as Good Faith, where people will be required to kind of engage with you in good faith, or gunslinging, where you could be as much of an asshole as you'd like to be within the rules of the server, or just standard debate where there aren't those hard restrictions on things. But that's a better place to do it. You don't have character limits. It doesn't show up on the screen and cloud in my feed. I would highly recommend that you go there, or just be the bigger person and cut off the argument, because the Twitch chat's not the place to have that. It's not going to be a good spot for that for you. And I think that you'll find that in a sober moment where you're less frustrated with the other people in the chat, you'll realize that. And you know that, like Twitter, it's not a productive place to have those conversations, but you're more than welcome to have them in a place that I go out of my way to make sure exists for you guys, right? So I'd highly recommend that. We have an awesome Discord community, and that would be my advice to you if you're arguing in chat. But if you don't be careful, you'll be timed out. And me and the mods will certainly not feel bad after, spending this time warning you.
And what I'd say is this, Justice Sotomayor, is that the fundamental problem with viability, it's not really something that rests on science so much. It's that viability is not tethered to anything in the Constitution, in history, or tradition. It's a quintessentially legislative line. A legislature could think that viability makes sense as a place to draw the line, but it's quite reasonable for a legislature to draw the line.
There's so much that's not in the Constitution, including the fact that we have the last word. Marbury versus Madison. There is not anything in the Constitution that says that the Supreme Court, is the last word on what the Constitution means.
So to give a note for the people who might be foreigners in the chat and stuff like that, so Marbury versus Madison was a key moment in the Supreme Court's history where it was decided that the Supreme Court would have the last say in matters of constitutionality. That wasn't something that we knew beforehand. So that kind of gave the court this unspoken power to be the last line of kind of defense against unconstitutional things. They would be the final word on whether or not something is constitutional or not. But that's not written into the Constitution. It's a precedent that was set through going through cases in the court and through running into cases where this would have to be decided on whether it's true or not. And Sotomayor is saying that similar to that, we've been able to draw these lines as the Supreme Court, even though it doesn't say that we should be able to. But to kind of give some defense to the anti-abortion side of this, I don't feel like that is engaging entirely with what Stewart is saying here, that there's no reason that the court should be the ones to make this decision. There's nothing that says the court should be the one to make this decision. And I think it is a subjective decision. It is not something that science is supporting or whatever. But Sotomayor could make the argument that science is supporting it. And she could reference back to Casey. So I think he could lose that if he pursued that point further. But we'll see how it plays out here.
It was totally novel at that time. And yet what the court did was reason from the structure of the Constitution that that's what was intended. And here in Casey and in Roe, the court said there is inherent in our structure that there are certain personal decisions that belong to individuals and the states can't intrude on them. We've recognized them in terms of the religion parents will teach their children. We've recognized it in their ability to educate at home if they choose. They just have to educate them. We have recognized that sense of privacy in people's choices about whether to use contraception or not. We've recognized it in their right to choose who they're going to marry. I fear none of those things are written in the Constitution. They have all, like Marbury versus Madison, been discerned from the structure of the Constitution. Why do we now say that somehow Roe and Casey are so unusual that they must be overturned?
And this gives a point to Franklin Slash in the chat as well. So yes, there are plenty of things that the Supreme Court has decided, and she's given us examples on them. And now she's asking for why this should be an exception as opposed to these other things that they've been able to decide on.
Well, Justice Sotomayor, I would emphasize two things. When you're going beyond the Constitution, this court has looked closely to...
And to respond to Violet Smoker just briefly, it seems kind of BS to allow heavily inflammatory statements, but for no one to add... heavily inflammatory is going to be your subjective opinion. There are going to be people that disagree with you, and if they disagree with you, imagine how heavily inflammatory your statements seem as a pro-abortion person to somebody who believes that's a life, and you're talking about it as if it's an inanimate object, right? That it's very much so a subjective thing. We're very much so talking about something that is a heated and very important topic to both sides. So yeah, statements are going to be inflammatory, and I'm not taking it out on the people who are pro-abortion. I'm not taking it out on the people who are anti-abortion. I will take it out on the people who choose to argue. Now, if somebody is spamming a lot of those statements, we may tell them to chill out. We may tell anti-abortion or pro-abortion people to chill out if I see a ton of their statements and it's clear that they're being inflammatory, right? I'll be the final person to make the call on that, but I'm trying to be very careful to allow different opinions to be expressed in the chat. Okay, so I'll do my best. I'm not going to do a perfect job of it, but I hope that addresses what you're saying there, Violent.
What I'm saying is they didn't go beyond the Constitution.
Your Honor, they did not deduce those from the structure of the Constitution. They pointed to the 14th Amendment and reasoned that privacy in Roe, autonomy and similar values in Casey led to a right to abortion. That's not how this court traditionally does things, including in the vast run of cases that Your Honor ran through. The court looks at history and tradition, and here those decisively reject the proposition that states cannot legislate comprehensively on abortion before, after viability, and all throughout. So it's history and tradition, Your Honor. And I would also add, Your Honor, that those decisions, a great many of them draw, not just draw from text, history, and tradition, but they draw often clear lines, very workable, have not led to the many negative stare decisis factors that we identify here.
General, go ahead. Would a decision in your favor call any of the cases, that Justice Sotomayor is identifying into question?
No, Your Honor. I think for a couple reasons. First of all, I think the vast run of those cases, and some mentioned from time to time, I think Griswold, Lawrence, Obergefell, these are cases that draw clear rules. Can't ban contraception, can't ban intimate romantic relationships between consenting adults, can't ban marriage of people of the same sex. Clear rules that have engendered strong reliance interests and that have not produced negative consequences or all the many other negative stare decisis considerations we pointed out, Your Honor. Also, I'd add, none of them involve the purposeful termination of a human life. So
I kind of want to go back here and read this part because unfortunately I was distracted by my chat a little bit. Your Honor, they did not deduce those from the structure of the Constitution. They pointed out that they pointed to the 14th Amendment and with reason that privacy in Roe, autonomy, and similar values in Casey led to a right to abortion. That's not how this court traditionally does things, including the vast run of cases that Your Honor ran through. I wish he was more specific here by making a direct kind of comparison to these other cases in specific. The court looks to history and tradition, and here those decisively reject the proposition that states cannot legislate comprehensively on abortion before, after viability, and all throughout. So it's history and tradition, Your Honor, and I would also add, Your Honor, that those decisions, a great many of them, draw from text, history, and tradition, but they often draw clear lines, but I feel like we have clear lines now, no? And even then, the clarity of the lines, I feel like, would be subjective. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue. I don't feel like I got a very good argument from Stuart there that I'm able to latch on to anything for, but maybe he'll do a better job as we progress.
Those two features, stare decisis and termination of a human life, Your Honor, puts all of those safely out of reach if the court overrules here.
Okay, so I'm sorry to interrupt again, but we really might be making progress. I mean, in the part that I read, Casey?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think they think go back 150 years. Maybe now we could go back 200. They think there have only been two cases, which were what they call the watershed, and where the special tough overruling rules apply. You want this to be the third? Or do you think there were more? And if so, what were they?
Interesting from Breyer here. Okay. I think they go back 100 and maybe 200. They think there have only been two cases, what they would call watershed. And the special tough overruling rules apply.
Well, Your Honor, I think there's quite a bit of difference. I think the question is never, is it bad to overrule, period? Surely start...
I'm asking you to think in their terms. There were two they mentioned, you say. And they don't want Casey, they don't want Roe to be the third. And now, in your opinion, you just answered Justice Barrett, hey, all these are not rising to that level. Okay?
Right.
Are there any that do rise to the level, in your opinion?
I think, and I'm not sure that I necessarily agree with the watershed characterization, Your Honor. What I'd say, though, I can't think of another that kind of hits the radar, but I'd emphasize that the problem here is we're dealing with a right that doesn't have a basis in constitutional text, and again, very much in conflict with...
He's not really answering those
values, Justice Breyer.
I'm not sure how your answer makes any sense. all of those other cases, Griswold, Lawrence, Obergefell, they all relied on substantive due process. You're saying there's no substantive due process in the Constitution, so they're just as wrong according to your theater.
No, Your Honor, we're quite comfortable with Washington versus Glucksberg and how it analyzes substantive due process, and it looks to text history. It looks at history and tradition to discipline the inquiry and make sure.
I mean, in Obergefell, there was no history of same-sex marriage.
And I think the court pointed out, look, when we were facing Loving versus Virginia.
I'm not trying to argue that we should overturn those cases. I just think you're dissimulating when you say that any ruling here wouldn't have an effect on those.
Respectfully,
Do you think that no state is going to think otherwise? That no people in the population aren't going to challenge those cases in court?
I mean, Your Honor, we'll always have a diversity of views, but I think
that's the point.
I think that's one of the benefits of our society.
Isn't that the point?
That there's a diversity of views and people can vigorously debate and make decisions.
Exactly, and that's what we're still doing, and that's what we're doing under undue burden, but we haven't been doing it on the viability line.
And neither one has worked well. The viability line discounts and disregards state interests, and the undue burden standard has all of the problems.
How is your interest anything but a religious view?
Eek. So if you're pro-abortion, I think that you certainly have a friend in Sotomayor here. She has been very, very much so on top of Stewart throughout this entire oral argumentation section thus far.
The issue of when life begins has been hotly debated by philosophers since the beginning of time. It's still debated in religions. So when you say this is the only right that takes away from the state the ability to protect the life, that's a religious view, isn't it? Because it assumes that a fetus is life at when? You're not joining. When do you suggest we begin that life?
Your Honor, aside from...
I'm putting it aside from religion.
I'll try to. I think there might be more than one question, and I'll do my very best, Justice Sotomayor. I think this court in Gonzalez pretty clearly recognized that before viability, we are talking with unborn life with a human organism. And I think the philosophical questions Your Honor mentioned, all those reasons that they're hard, they've been debated, they're important. Those are all reasons to return this to the people, because the people should get to debate these hard issues. And this court does not in that kind of a circumstance.
So when does the life of a woman and putting her at risk enter the calculus? Meaning, right now, forcing women who are poor.
Now, I will give some criticism to Sotomayor here. We started out very specific and very focused, and now I feel like we're losing that clarity in these arguments for the last little bit here. I wish we would have stuck on this begin life thing, because he didn't give an answer. We didn't give an answer that satisfactorily divorced itself from religion, and now we're going on an entirely different point here. So my hope is that maybe we come back to that, but I think, whether you're pro or you're anti, I think that we're losing the clarity and the focus that we had earlier from Sotomayor. She should have stuck to pinning the religious views, perhaps, or just stuck to the definition of when life begins and where that's coming from in the opinion of Stewart here.
And that's 75% of the population, and much higher percentage of those women in Mississippi who elect abortions before viability. They are put at a tremendously greater risk of medical complications and ending their life, 14 times greater to give birth to a child full term than it is to have an abortion before viability. And now the state is saying to these women, we can choose not only to physically complicate your existence, put you at medical risk, make you poorer by the choice, because we believe what? That
Sure, Your Honor. I think to answer, the question I think you led with, and then I think it expanded on, but it's still on the same issue, is as to when does a woman's interest enter. As far as we're concerned, it's there the entire time. Our point is that all of the interests are there the entire time, and Roe and Casey improperly prevent states from taking account and weighing those interests however they think best. We're not
General, are there secular philosophers and bioethicists who take the position that the rights of personhood begin at conception or at...
Now, I think that this is a good moment, because this is the first we're hearing from Justice Alito, to bring up some information about Justice Alito for you real quick, so you have some kind of background to him. So this was somebody who was nominated under George W. Bush. George W. Bush said, hey, I think that this guy is able to set aside a lot of different beliefs and really focus on the nuts and bolts of law, and that's why I like him. So that's again in 2006 that he started. Let me find some other facts here on Wikipedia about, you know, maybe how he's interpreted and whatever. Let's see here. He was considered in 2013, quote, one of the most conservative justices on the court, and he has described himself as a practical originalist. Originalist, of course, being somebody who wants to really stick to an interpretation of the Constitution that they need to be based on, like, what the understanding and what the kind of like the intent and whatever was at the time of writing it. So, and again, to people who are outside of the United States, this may be weird, but we have a whole thing about different views on the Constitution, the founders, and how do their perspectives kind of fit into an interpretation of the law. And it's very important in the Supreme Court because they deal with the constitutionality of law. Alito's majority opinions in landmark cases include McDonald v. Chicago, which is going to be a case about the right of an individual to keep and bear arms. So it's going to be a Second Amendment case in 2010. Burwell versus Hobby Lobby, which of course is about religious rights, and that was in 2014. And then Murphy versus the NCAA, which is a case involving the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution, whether the U.S. federal government has the right to control state lawmaking. And then Janus v. AFS CME, which looks like it was about U.S. labor law concerning the power of unions to collect fees from non-union members. And so we're looking at very conservative justice historically here. Anywho, let's go back to our listing.
Some point other than viability.
I thought originalists didn't take intent into account. Perhaps. Let me go back to that page because I'm trying to read quickly and not take up too much of our time, but I may have fucked that up. Let me see. Let me open up the page here. Okay, so I'll just read directly from Wikipedia and not insert anything. In the context of the United States law, originalism is a concept regarding the interpretation of the Constitution that asserts that all statements in the Constitution must be interpreted based on the original understanding at the time it was adopted. This concept views the Constitution as stable from the time of enactment and that the meaning of its contents can be changed only by the steps outlined in Article 5. Article 5, of course, being the process, I believe this is to ratify amendments. Yes, to ratify amendments. This notion stands in contrast to the concept of the living Constitution, which asserts that the Constitution should be interpreted based on the context of current times and political identities, even if such interpretation is different from the original interpretations of the document. Originalism should not be confused with strict constructionism, and strict constructionism is a legal philosophy of judicial interpretation that limits or restricts such interpretation only to the exact wording of the law. So actually, it seems that what you would be talking about without the interpretation of the founding people would be strict constructionism, or at least closer to it than originalism. I think originalism being couched in the understanding at the time it was adopted lends itself more to an interpretation based on what the founders meant, correct? Or do you still disagree there? Totally awesome. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue, and I'll look for your response here. And Herptal says that you're talking about textualists, but in any case, it seems that the definition on Wikipedia says that that's a bit different. Yeah, and here's the thing: I don't know about this stuff. I'm reading it same as you, so yeah. Clearing that up, I'm sure, would be helpful for everybody listening here. Thomas is an originalist. Gorsuch is a strict constructionist. The living document interpretation is the one that makes sense to me, but I'm neither an American. Okay, I'll stop reading the chat. Let's continue until the hour timer goes off.
I believe so. I mean, I think there's a wide array, of people of kind of all different views and of no faith views who would reasonably have that view, Your Honor. It's not tied to a religious view, and I don't think, were it otherwise, this court's jurisprudence on this issue would run right into some of its religious exercise jurisprudence.
General, Justice Breyer started with stare decisis, an important principle.
And again, I like introducing all the justices as we come across them, so I'm going to go ahead and look up Elena Kagan here, or Kagan, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. All right, so this is a nomination from Barack Obama that came into office in 2010. Let me go ahead and read a little bit about her here. So it looks like she clerked for Thurgood Marshall. Interesting. Was a policy advisor under President Bill Clinton. After a nomination which expired without action, she became a professor at Harvard Law. First female Solicitor General of the United States. She filled the place of John Paul Stevens. The confirmation was 63 of 37. She is considered part of the court's liberal wing, but tends to be one of the more moderate justices of that group. She wrote the majority opinion in Cooper v. Harris, a landmark case restricting the permissible uses of race in drawing congressional districts. So interesting. And that Cooper v. Harris was a 5v3 ruling. So it may have been that with her deciding to vote the way that she voted, that she pushed that into a majority opinion. Although I'm not sure exactly how that necessarily played out, but there's some information on her. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue listening to Justice Kagan here.
In any case, and here for the reasons that Casey mentioned, especially so, to prevent people from thinking that this court is a political institution that will go back and forth depending on what part of the public yells loudest, and preventing people from thinking that the court will go back and forth depending on changes to the court's membership. And what strikes me about this case, and you come here very honestly, saying, we want you to discard the entire setup, and then even if you don't do that, we want you to discard the viability line, which you've acknowledged again today. Casey says is the heart, the central principle of Roe. And so usually there has to be a justification, a strong justification in a case like this, beyond the fact that you think the case is wrong. And I guess what strikes me when I look at this case is that not much has changed since Roe and Casey. That people think it's right or wrong based on the things that they have always thought it was right and wrong for. So the rationale behind those cases has something to do with the autonomy and the freedom and the dignity of women to pursue their lives.
Yeah, I had to block a bunch of people in YouTube chat. We just had like a major problem. Can I just rewind and re-listen to this? Because I was just so fucking distracted by that. My apologies. Sometimes we just get a bunch of fucking crazies all at once. And here's another one. It's a bunch of fucking Jesus accounts or something. Hey, Draco, wake up. Wake up! Fucking get these people out of the fucking chat, because I can't do it on Restream. So I need your help, buddy. Mods! Where the fuck are we? Let's get rid of these repent for the kingdom of heaven is at hand people, bruh. Jesus Christ. Wake up. I feel like I'm Dr. Disrespect screaming at you guys. Okay, let's fucking try and figure out where the fuck we left off and catch back up on this. Good golly.
I'll try to. I think there might be more than one question, and I'll do my very best, Justice Sotomayor.
Oh, my goodness.
I think this court in Gonzalez pretty clearly recognized that before viability.
And preventing people from thinking that the court will go back and forth depending on changes to the court's membership. And
oh my goodness, I'm fucking YouTube moderation is shit. Well, hey, bro, you're a part of it. Fix the system from within.
Religion.
I'll try to. I think there might be more than one question, and I'll do my very best, Justice Sotomayor. I think this court in Gonzalez pretty clearly recognized that before viability, we are talking with unborn life with a human organism. And I think the philosophical questions Your Honor mentioned, all those reasons that they're hard, they've been debated, they're important. Those are all reasons to return this to the people, because the people should get to debate these hard issues. And this court does not in that kind of a circumstance.
So when does the life of a woman and putting her at risk enter the calculus? Meaning, right now, forcing women who are
okay, there's another one, Draco. Get on it.
Poor, and that's 75% of the population, and much higher percentage of those women in Mississippi who elect abortions before viability. They are put at a tremendously greater risk of medical complications and ending their life, 14 times greater to give birth to a child full term than it is to have an abortion before viability. And now the state is saying to these women, we can choose not only to physically complicate your existence, put you at medical risk, make you poorer by the choice, because we believe what? That
Sure, Your Honor. I think to answer, I think the question I think you led with, and then I think it expanded on, but it's still on the same issue, is as to when does a woman's interest enter, as far as we're concerned, it's there the entire time. Our point is that all of the interests are there the entire time, and Roe and Casey improperly prevent states from taking account and weighing those interests however they think best. We're not saying...
General, are there secular philosophers and bioethicists?
Okay, so I'm going to have to do something that I don't want to do. I'm probably going to have to set YouTube to be member only for a bit, so this fucking dumb fuck who keeps coming back with different accounts can just not have an opportunity to speak. And I don't know. Draco, do you see a way to do that on your end, or should I have to do that on my own and figure out how to do that? Unfortunately, we're having to take a bunch of time out of our day for people that are trolling us on YouTube. Okay, under live chat, select, okay, settings from my create stream screen. I'm going to just set it to members only for a bit, and we'll maybe turn it back later. But sorry, guys, there's just no way I can help you, unfortunately. Okay, I'm going to go to content. I'm going to go to live. I'm going to go to edit this thing. There should be a way here. It says by settings or something. I fucking hate having to do anything on YouTube. At the top right, create from the Rift, click stream, create a stream. From the top right, click setting. Jesus Christ, dude. I don't want to have to do all this shit. All right, hold on. Let's switch to our fucking view and have to turn everything off. Okay, yeah, if it's basically instant for you guys, then I guess I'll just leave Draco on it. Draco, if you want to just constantly ban them, then fine. I don't know how to fucking... it's going to take 10.5 years to change, so I'm not going to change it. Whatever. Let's just continue, and I'll ignore it, and I just won't look at my chat for a little bit.
Who take the position that the rights of personhood begin at conception or at some point other than viability?
I believe so. I mean, I think there's a wide array, of people of kind of all different views and of no faith views who would reasonably have that view, Your Honor. It's not tied to a religious view, and I don't think, were it otherwise, this court's jurisprudence on this issue would run right into some of its religious exercise jurisprudence.
General, Justice Breyer started with stare decisis, an important principle in any case, and here, for the reasons that Casey mentioned, especially so. To prevent people from thinking that this court is a political institution that will go back and forth depending on what part of the public yells loudest, and preventing people from thinking that the court will go back and forth depending on changes to the court's membership. And what strikes me about this case, and you come here very honestly, saying, we want you to discard the entire setup, and then even if you don't do that, we want you to discard the viability line, which you've acknowledged again today. Casey says is the heart, the central principle of Roe. And so usually there has to be a justification, a strong justification in a case like this, beyond the fact that you think the case is wrong. And I guess what strikes me when I look at this case is that not much has changed since Roe and Casey. That people think it's right or wrong based on the things that they have always thought it was right and wrong for. So the rationale behind those cases has something to do with the autonomy and the freedom and the dignity of women to pursue their lives as they wish, to protect their bodily integrity, to make the decisions that are most fundamental to the course of their lives. And always in those cases, there was an understanding that there were important interests on the other side in protecting life or protecting the potential for life, whether people saw it one way or the other way, and that there was a difficult question here and a balance to be made. And, it strikes me that some people think those decisions made the right balance and some people thought they made the wrong balance. But in the end, we are in the same exact place as we were then, except that we're not, because there's been 50 years of water under the bridge, 50 years of decisions saying that this is part of our law, that this is part of the fabric of women's existence in this country, and that places us in an entirely different situation than if you had come in 50 years ago and made the same arguments. So I guess I just wanted to hear you react to that.
Of course, Justice Kagan, thank you. I would emphasize a couple things, Your Honor. The fact that so much time has passed, let's say nothing had changed. That's not a point in Roe and Casey's favor. They have no basis in the Constitution. They adopt a right that purposefully leads to the termination of now millions of human lives. If nothing had changed, they'd be just as bad as they were 30 years ago, 50 years ago. And now we just have decades of damage, and we have a situation where nearly 30 years after Casey, the court unfortunately divides over what Casey, the lead case in the abortion area, even means. The lower courts are left not knowing what to do. As I think kind of a fundamental problem here is, I think as Justice Gorsuch mentioned, emphasized in his opinion in June Medical, that the problem for lower court judges is the Constitution doesn't give them an answer to this. There's no neutral rule of law. So judges unfortunately have to look within themselves, and that's just never going to solve this issue. But if the matters return to the people can deal with it, they can work, they can compromise and reach different solutions. But if we don't do that, we're just going to have all this sort of damage, and at some point it's appropriate for the court to say enough, as it has.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I keep hearing this mention of damage, but we're not ever describing what this damage is. I hope that one of the justices asked this question, because I'm confused. He did? Okay, so we have our timer. I'm going to actually move to a discussion period here. Damage to whom? Yeah, this is what I'm wondering about. Let me go ahead and find what source this is so I could turn it off. Okay, so what are your guys' thoughts here? I'm interested to hear them. What is the definition of abortion? Do they count all the morning after pills sold? I don't think so. I don't know, and that would be allowed anyways, because it would be before the 24 or 28 weeks, and if it was soon enough that those morning after pills would be effective, then it would be soon enough that the fetus wouldn't be viable on its own. So that would be allowed anyways. Doesn't matter. What does he mean when he says return it to the people? I think what he means is to have the states decide on it, to allow the state of Mississippi to decide where life starts and stops, and to give that back to the states. At this point, just shut it down, disable YouTube chat altogether, Omegalol. No, just pay attention to it and get rid of them. I don't know. The new mod is abusing their power. Okay, well, I'll remove her as a mod then. I don't know why I'm being told that you're abusing power, Claire, but I'll go ahead and remove you. All right. Claire, what do you... And you're timing out Roy too? Did I get the wrong fucking Claire? All right, you're not a moderator. And Claire, you can go ahead and apply for this later to get it overturned. You're going in timeout then. I'm not having this, dude. So now you're being timed out as well. Congrats. YouTube chat, man. You guys are making YouTube chat look bad. There are already bad rumors about you on Twitch, so you're not helping yourself. I really like the comparison to patients declared brain dead. Yeah, I think Sotomayor has so far put some of the strongest arguments forward here, and the most pointed ones. It's just unfortunate she kind of trailed off. I believe Claire is abusing mod power. Well, she's not a mod anymore, so shut up. I told you don't mod random people. I thought that's fucking Claire from Discord. No, the damage they're suggesting is to the fetuses that were not born. And Roy, if you are a mod, then do what you're supposed to do. The damage they are suggesting is to the fetuses that were not born, or to the familial relationships of mother. And if you got caught in that and you got banned, not fucking timed out, because it's not a ban, then submit an unban request, and I'll go through and I'll fix it. Or to the familiar relationships of mothers to potential children. This is the damage. The damage is that they're suggesting is the fetuses that were not born. But he doesn't make a good argument for that, and he didn't have counters to what Sotomayor brought up. I like the Booksmart's little mustache, very cute. If you like it, we have donations on two sides of things. Every donation you can say whether it's pro mustache or against mustache. I'd highly appreciate it, because it helps fund these hours and hours that I'll be putting into streaming today, doing stuff I know is not drama and I know is not popular. It would help encourage me to keep this content going, and it's fun. Right now, I think there's a $5 lead on keeping the mustache. If you'd like to make that lead go even further, I'd highly encourage you to support the channel. A few bucks here and there, that's all it takes from everybody, and I'm able to keep doing this and not have to do essays and other stuff. Waking up to a stream, what a treat. Welcome, Wolfgang. You need another real mod? I have experiences and references. No, I think it just needs to be Draco trying hard. That's it. No, you can't be a mod. Why wouldn't 50 years of upholding Roe and Casey be a point in their favor when earlier he said it comes down to history and tradition, right? Well, that's because in his mind, the decisions that were made in Roe and Casey were not based on history and tradition. So you're kind of bullshitting if you say, well, now it's about history and tradition, now that we had the thing that wasn't based on history and tradition done. So that's why I think it's not a point in their favor, because Roe and Casey were not based on history and tradition when the decisions were made, I think is the problem there. I've heard YouTube chat likes the feeling of wet socks. They might. I'm sad YouTube chat is getting a bad rep. Maybe I should start chatting more again, but I like to do dishes and such while listening. Yeah, definitely. Offset it. Say some cool stuff. No, I'm not giving you. And if you keep asking, you're going to get timed out, dude. Can not look at your stash. It's unseemly. Well, then what you can do is donate to the channel and put some money where your fucking mouth is and, help support the shaving of the stash, bro. Otherwise, I don't care what your opinion is because you didn't pay to have it heard. I'm a lot like the United States of America that we're talking about. It takes some lobbying to get me to work. What was the connection to the Second Amendment? Sotomayor brought up that God, I don't want to go back to it. That was a while ago. The troll mod timed me out in YouTube chat. Well, fill out an unban form. ! Unban, fill out the form, give me the information about that, and you'll be fixed. I dig the stash, obviously. Yeah, I think you would be partial to the stash, Picto. How do I submit an unban request for YouTube? ! Unban, or the panel that's literally below the video that you're watching right now. Hold on. Here's what I need to do. I need to take a breather because I will be frustrated with you guys perhaps more than I ought to be. All right, let's do it all together because that YouTube shit is triggering. Okay. I'm not removing Draco, but I will time you out. Congratulations. Shut up. Indifferent to the stash personally. Really like the concept of the research streams, though. I'm happy you like it. But again, if you have an extra $5, $10, $15 in your bank account, would greatly appreciate it. It's like throwing money to a husker on the street who you sat there and listened to for hours and hours and hours. I would greatly appreciate any kind of support. Other streamers talk a lot of shit about you, but you seem like a friendly fellow. I mean, like, here's the thing, is I have a bad problem where I talk shit. Sometimes I'll just say shit that is like way beyond what I would like say if you got me into an argument. And that's what I get in trouble for a lot of the time. Like reviewing the problems from the Destiny conversation I had, like, there are times where I'll just way over exaggerate what I would actually believe about something. And then if I'm forced into a position where I have to defend the over exaggeration, I'm just more than willing to concede on it and be like, oh, okay, well, obviously I don't think that. Yeah, no, I don't believe in that. And if you want me to walk that back or whatever, I'm happy to. I feel like a lot of us do that, but maybe it's a me in particular problem. Like, your boy just hid me again. I actually am clicking on hiding you and stuff, so it might not just be my mods. I'm seeing you post cringe and I'm timing you out as well, so it might not just be them. All right, 3 months for CMG. Thank you. CMG is, I feel like, a long time chatter, but not a long time subber. We'll change that over time. And then Jimmy James John Jr., the quadruple J threat, has subscribed with Prime for the very first month. I appreciate it. I hope I could keep you on board for more months and do more content like this. Waiting for my food stamps to come in this month, but sure, when I'm able. All right, thanks, Chibi. Let's see here. That's definitely a universal problem. 90% of the debatosphere and the material you cover is proof of that, I feel like. Yeah, and like, I don't know. And because I feel like it's a human problem, I feel like just admitting when you're put on the spot that it's not what you believe in is the prescription. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to fix the problem 100%. I don't. I don't. I'm gonna say shit, and it's gonna happen, you know? It'll happen. And so I feel like the only advice I can give is to just like, well, when you're put on the spot and it's brought up to you, just eat your foot, dude. Like, just, you know, own up to it. Yeah, I don't believe that. Don't fight on it, right? Don't sit there and defend something that's silly, like Desi hasn't made good content in 2 years. Like, but then you're a fucking snake and you're a weasel, and then you hear bad things about me everywhere. And I think that's part of the, you know, thing to do with it is people like low-key think I believe the first thing that I said. I didn't believe the second thing. And if you are, you know, if you believe in that, then obviously I look like a snake and a weasel and I lie when I'm in front of the person. Then I have a secret belief that I had a mask off moment and it slipped and I said what I actually believed in the first place. 10 gift subs from CMG. My God. That's a lot of subs, bruh. That's a lot of subs. Wow. That's a lot of subs. Let's go down the list. We got one for Fly on Wall. We got one for Rez the Riffa. We got one for Dr. Luxifer. We got one for... We got one for Sly Jenks, one for Civixon 7, one for Tommy Strong 2. Oh, you needed a whole second to get... What? And then we got 15 subs from Rizus V. Let me finish the first 10, my goodness. And to Slush A for your 5 months with the Prime. Thank you. I do appreciate that as well. Oh my goodness. Let me get through the list. Okay, so we got one for Tommy Strong 2. Didn't know he had a second account, but whatever. Rhinox. One to Uncanny Valet. One to Pablo A Flame 1. Pablo, you had to make a second account, or did you just change your name? And then one to Sergeant Lana. And then up at the top here with the 15 subs. We've got one to Black Mufu. Black Mufu. Then one to Marley McFly. We've got... And thank you to Sauce Rama for your resub at 6 months. Good to have you. Now you have the 6-month badge. Hey, good for you. An Anonymous Lizard picked one up. I'm Just a Coom Machine picked one up.
What the fuck? Sam, what is this?
Kendrick Lama picked one up. Living Bright. I Like Pie 311. Decade Live. Marenoloth. Revlo. Intrepid Gamer 11. I think I've seen you around. Interesting, it's your first month as a sub. Bubba was here. Dr. Jellicle.
Sam, what is that?
Tara Tara, you only have 1 month? I feel like you listen all the time. Mex Eho with 3 months, becoming a name that I'm recognizing more and more here. Wow, thanks. Hey, thank Rizus V or CMG5217 if you received any of that. Hey, Book, I don't know if I have enough street cred, but I can help mod if you need it. Draco, do we need a second mod? Hi, babe, miss you. Hey, what's up, Twitch account 1986? Chibi says, yay, big sun drop OMG. People like Booksmarts are what we need in these internet corners, doing the hard work that seems implausible. But gosh, the amount of stress and lack of support of the goal. Yes.
What the fuck? Sam, what is that?
Base chatters, yes, indeed. I'm going to just let these play out, and I'll make sure they're all out of our system by the time we get back to what we're meant to be doing here. But yeah, huge thanks to everybody. A quick hint to the chat, if you're complaining about all of these trolls that are getting moderated, you'll get moderated too. Don't give that kind of unethical advice to people. Okay, chill out. We should toss Draco a sub for all the shit they're dealing with. Well, hey, there's a thought to the Oilers in the Twitch chat, because I think Draco is there as well. Excited to be one of the few non-subs remaining in chat. Well, Cinny, you're part of a select few, that's for sure at this point. Your mod Casey banned me from YouTube chat. How do I appeal it? Okay. I get so frustrated with the Twitch people because it's literally in a panel. You could just scroll down and click the panel that says unbanned.
What the fuck? Sam, what is that?
You could click on the panel on Twitch. If you scroll down, there's a panel that will have a big button that'll tell you. Or you could do exclamation point unban and click on that form and just fill it out, and then I'll fix it. Sorry to everybody. I thought Claire was the same Claire from Discord, so I modded them in a flurry. I'll be much more careful about that moving forward. Someone, I just seen that he is banning anyone who calls him out. Who are we talking about now? Who are we talking about now? Nobody else should be having problems. Here's another thing, in case you don't know, on the YouTube. You are not allowed to argue with mod decisions in the chat, because we're going to waste a lot of time. Message deleted by Draco. Message deleted by Draco. Well, no, I mean, I'm seeing Draco get rid of people, but they all make sense. Draco isn't a problem person, right? I don't see anybody else doing things other than Draco. And Draco's having to do it all the time because we have troll accounts flooding in here. I like the educational content. You're very good at it. Keep it up. Yeah, I'll keep trying. Jesus. No, I don't see any other problematic people being timed out. It's literally just me and Draco.
What is that?
No, it's the same troll making one-named accounts. Okay, well, to that troll, we'll just have to keep dealing with them. I'm not going to talk about it anymore because we're just feeding them. So I'm going to... Sorry, YouTube chat. I'm just going to have to ignore you. I mean, technically, I can make it members only. If Draco doesn't get me an easy tutorial on how to do that, though, we won't do it. And he seems to be busy.
What is that?
You are getting stun locked. Well, I have a gazillion alerts. I have to just wait for the alerts to go anyways. It's the same troll making... Okay. There should be slow chat available as an option. It should prevent spamming. Okay, I'll open the whole fucking YouTube thing and try to figure it out. One sec. It's like watching traffic and knowing which car will do dumb shit. Just start to ignore it. Yeah, I'm trying, dude. I'm trying. But I can't just ignore it because I have to fix this. Hold on. Oh, God. Edit video. There should be some kind of like live view thing, but I don't know where it is. Okay, live chat replay, participant modes. Who can send messages? Should I set it to sub only? So I can definitely do slow mode, and I can set it to what, like 30 seconds maybe? That should be fair. And then I can also set it.
What the fuck? Sam, what is that?
Yeah, here's what I'll do. I'll set it to, you have to be a subscriber for 5 minutes, and there's going to be a slow mode of 30 seconds. You shouldn't be chatting more than 30-second intervals. So these are the two things I will do. Sorry, we're going to have to go into martial law. I hope you guys support that. Hope you're waving the red flag in support of the people's martial law and support me in this decision. So if you want to chat in the YouTube chat and continue chatting, just sub. It's fucking free. Become a subber. Let's be real here. You're going to sit here and you're going to chat. Just go ahead and subscribe to the channel. It's not like you even get alerts or anything for being a subscriber on YouTube anyways. It's a very low value action. So there you go. And you'll have 30 seconds slow mode there. That should fix everything. Might be the only smart, substantive streamer left on Twitch. Everyone is a moron. Jesus Christ. Kuro the Black Prophet. Inshallah, brothers. Interesting. Okay. I think I've done my job of responding to chat. I think I've done everything that I could possibly do. So I'm going to go back to doing what I was supposed to do, which is listen to this, and we'll proceed where we left off. Let me go ahead and re-enable our scrolly boy here, and then we'll jump back into it. Actually, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Is that okay? Because my throat really fucking hurts. Be right back. Thank you, though. Okay. Okie dokie. I just told my host, like, ooh, this will be a long stream, so just plan around that. Let me make sure my chair is in the right position so that I'm... Okay, I need to be to the right a little bit, and okay, I think this is perfect positioning here. I got myself... It's not water, but it's the next best thing. I think this is what pirates used as water, right? Or the Vikings, I suppose, in this case. So it was a good idea. Yeah, well, I didn't come up with it, so thanks to, I think, Draco or whoever recommended that in the chat. But anywho, we are proceeding. Hey, future me, this is where the timestamp goes. Bada bing.
As in some of the great overrulings in Brown and another case, the court said this is just enough. Justice Harlan had it right in dissent in Plessy when he recognized that all are equal, and similarly here, the state should be able to recognize, hey, there are real values on both sides here. We think that this one slightly outweighs. We think that this one slightly outweighs, or we think that there's some balance to be drawn here. But if the court doesn't do that, Justice Kagan, it's just going to be continued damage, and the court will continue to plunge in this political issue. I apologize, Mr. Chief Justice. I've gone over.
No, that's all right. I have just a few little, well, not little, I hope, questions. And the first gets back to the issue of viability. In your petition for cert, your first question, and the only one on which we granted review, was whether all pre-viability prohibitions on elective abortions are unconstitutional. And then I think it's fair to say that when you got to the brief on the merits, you kind of shifted gears and talked a lot more about whether or not Roe and Casey should be overruled. And I wanted to give you a chance to explain that.
Sure, Your Honor. So a couple points. At the petition stage, we were, of course, identifying.
Sorry, I kind of want to read this again. I just have a few questions back to the issue of viability. In your petition for cert. Okay. So this is what I want to mention. So petition for cert. This is cert is short for this is the document that you send into the Supreme Court that says, hey, I think that I've done all these appeals in the lower courts and they haven't been working out. Here is my reasoning for why I think the Supreme Court should hear my case. So when they're referencing the petition for cert, that's what they're talking about, is that initial application to have the Supreme Court hear you out on your case. Your first question, the only one on which we granted review, was whether all pre-viability prohibitions on elective abortions are unconstitutional. Okay. So another important fact with Roberts, who I believe is our Chief Justice now. Roberts Justice. Let me get some background info on him to share, because I know not everybody here will be, a part of the U.S. and understand all this stuff. So he is somebody who was brought into office, nominated under George W. Bush. And let me go ahead and read you a little bit about him. He has been described as, and I need to set a timer on the phone. Set a timer for an hour, and in an hour I'll check back in with my chat. It says timer is running. Yes, timer is running. Okay, cool. He has been described as having a conservative judicial philosophy, but above all, an institutionalist. He has shown a willingness to work with the Supreme Court's liberal bloc, and between the time of the retirement of Anthony Kennedy in 2018 and the appointment of Amy Coney Barrett to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg in 2020, he was regarded as the primary swing vote on the court. After Barrett's appointment established a 6-3 conservative majority on the court, however, Brett Kavanaugh became seen as the body's ideological center and a second swing vote alongside Roberts. Roberts presided over the first impeachment trial of Donald Trump in early 2020. However, he declined to preside over the second impeachment trial of Trump, who was impeached as president, but whose term had expired by the time of the trial. So that's a bit of information about Roberts. Now, is he the Chief Justice still? Okay, yes, it looks like he's still the Chief Justice, correct? Or do I have something wrong? Because I thought the Chief Justice is the one who's meant to... I thought that the Chief Justice is the one who's meant to write the majority opinion, but the majority opinion was written by Alito. Is that because Justice Roberts was not in the majority? Was it because he voted against it, and so the majority opinion needed to be written by somebody other than the Chief Justice? Maybe somebody educated in law can answer me on that one, but interesting. Seems like Boog actually prepared for this stream. Respect. Seems like huge. Yeah, I spent a bunch of time reading and stuff before we jumped on here today, because I wanted to have the basics and some of the terminology down. But there's going to be a lot that I don't know, and I'm open to you guys correcting me and stuff. Rob is the Chief Justice. Fucking Alito, man. Shake my head. I believe it's Okay, I'm confused by everything you're saying, Katz. Anywho, I'm sure that the real answer will come in here. Anyone can write the majority. The Chief Justice will call the matter and make procedural decisions. Okay, thank you. Franklin has been an amazing resource for answers today. So big thanks to Franklin and Slash. Definitely deserving of a gift sub if you are an Oiler and if you're considering a gift sub. I know we've had plenty today that I am incredibly happy about. And Kuma-chan with their subscription for 1 month. Thank you as well. I don't think I got a thank you earlier. But yeah, big deserver of a gift sub, in my opinion.
We identified for the court 3 questions. We emphasized, as you do at the cert stage, hey, this is important. Only this court can resolve.
Oh, what's that? Is that the sub coming through? It is. CMG giving a gift sub to Franklin and Slash. A thank you from CMG and a thank you from me as well. You've been wonderful today at answering questions and stuff. I think you very much so deserve that. I was just taking shots at Chud, who's too lazy to Okay, dude. Don't get me in trouble, okay? I read the teleprompter and whatever's on it, bro.
Of it. We emphasized, I believe it was 5 times, that the court was at the least going to need to reconsider, revisit, or reevaluate its precedents, and we asked the court to at least get rid of a viability line or any suggestion of a viability line. So we added, however, and we had to take account of the reality that this argument has not fared well in the lower courts. It's lost in every court of appeals. So, we raised the issue in addition, but once the court granted only the first question, we presented every argument as we, signaled we would present the full-blown constitutional merits argument with that fundamental question. So I'd emphasize that, Your Honor. It was kind of the shift you go from cert stage to merit stage. The court granted one question. That question fairly includes what is the correct
standard. It fairly includes the broader arguments you raised. I'm not suggesting that. But on the other hand, it presumably included the viability question as well, because that's what you talked about in that one sentence.
And we've addressed that as well, Your Honor. What I'd emphasize here is that the merits arguments of, the validity of Roe and Casey as an original matter, is there a viability rule based in the Constitution? Those are not that complicated or lengthy. The harder questions are, should the court overrule and take that momentous step? And that's why we devote a lot of space to that very important issue. We respect stare decisis and have walked through all those points, but again, focusing on the question presented and presenting our best arguments for that, that's what we've done, Mr. Chief Justice.
On stare decisis, I think the first issue you look at is whether or not the decision at issue was wrongly decided. I've actually never quite understood how you evaluate that. Is it wrongly decided based on the legal principles and doctrine when it was decided, or in retrospect? Because
I'm happy that Roberts is getting us back to this question as well, because I feel like we're never getting a really good answer from Stewart here about this.
Oh, I mean, there are a lot of cases around the time of Roe, not of that magnitude, but the same type of analysis that went through exactly the sorts of things we today would say were erroneous. But do we look at it from today's perspective? It's going to be a long list of cases that we're going to say were wrongly decided.
Well, I'd say, Mr. Chief Justice, that you can look both. Was it wrong at the time? Has it been unmasked as wrong by new understandings, new knowledge, and any developments? But I don't think, as I think my colloquy with Justice Barrett indicated, the court won't have to be looking at many other areas, because this is an area that has a uniquely problematic set of stare decisis considerations. A lot of other controversial areas, or once controversial areas, are quite settled, clear rules, and don't have those considerations against them. So really, by overruling Roe and Casey, the court won't have to go down that road, and a lot of those decisions are quite readily groundable in history, tradition, and the court's traditional factors, Your Honor.
Thank you. Justice Thomas? Justice Breyer? Justice Alito? Justice Sotomayor? Okay, Justice?
General, I just wanted to get your quick sense of how your intermediate positions would work. If basically the viability line was discarded and undue burden became the standard overall, a standard that, according to you, is an unclear one, what that would leave the court with going forward. I'm just sort of thinking about the great variety of regulations that states could pass. So whether one is 15.
Interesting. Kagan allowing the hypothetical where, like, okay, assume that we take this out. What are the states going to do? And what do those regulations look like? And maybe even getting into what is the reasoning behind such regulations, and then pointing that back at the court, the Supreme Court, maybe, and talking about the decisions that were made in Roe and Casey.
Weeks, and one is 12 weeks, and one is 9 weeks, or variation across a wide variety of other dimensions. What would that look like coming to the court? How do you think we would be able to deal with that, or how would you?
Oh, that's true. So if they were to overturn this and leave it to the states, and one of those states were to write a law that placed this at a different week for the viability question, and that then came back to the Supreme Court, how would they handle that? Like, what would they do if that were to come back to the court?
counsel us to deal with that if the court were to go down that road?
Well, I think this is not to push back against the end, and I will answer your question, Justice Kagan, but part of why we counseled to overrule full scale is that that's the only way to get rid of a number of the problems that I think Your Honor is alluding to, and that's that when you have the undue burden standard, it's a very hard standard to apply. It's not objective. The court looks to the record in each case and what's going on. I mean, the court in Casey itself said under this record, this is not an undue burden. You couldn't say necessarily for certain that a certain number of weeks one place would be an undue burden, but would be okay another place. But again, that is the world we have under Casey. So if the court upholds this law under the undue burden standard, it
Fuck, I gotta say that's a good argument, no, from him that like, well, no, I actually think that right now you have that problem on your hands, Justice. Like, this undue burden thing is always going to be a case-by-case situation, and there is no hard line you could apply in one state or one situation that would then apply to another in another state or situation. So you're already having to make these kinds of determinations every single time this would come in front of the court. And he's not saying it, but that might also be part of why there's been hesitation to revisit this issue, in the court.
would be carrying forward those features, which and I hope I've answered your question, but I think that's one of the very strong reasons to just go all the way and overrule Roe and Casey, Your Honor. Anyway.
Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
I want to be clear about what you're arguing and not arguing.
Yes.
And to be clear, you're not arguing that the court somehow has the authority to itself prohibit abortion, or that this court has the authority to order the states to prohibit abortion, as I understand it, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And as I understand it, you're arguing that the Constitution's silent and therefore neutral on the question of abortion. In other words, that the Constitution's neither pro-life nor pro-choice on the question of abortion, but leaves the issue for the people of the states or perhaps Congress to resolve in the democratic process. Is that?
And because I've given background on all the court justices so far, we don't have a lot of Kavanaugh's history to go off of thus far. As I mentioned earlier, briefly when talking about Roberts, he's a swing vote. He was brought in under the Trump administration. I don't have problems with the line of questioning here from him. Honestly, I haven't seen like major problems with any of the judges' lines of questioning.
Accurate.
Right. We're saying it's left to the people, Your Honor.
And so for the, if you were to prevail...
any of the justices, I'm sorry, judges and justices are two very different things.
The states, majority of states, or states still could and presumably would continue to freely allow abortion. Many states, some states, would be able to do that even if you prevail under your view. Is that correct?
That's consistent with our view, Your Honor. It's one that allows all interests to have full voice, and many of the abortions we see in certain states that I don't think anybody would think would be moving to change their laws in a more restrictive direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Kavanaugh's, I think, acutely aware that other people are going to be listening to this. Other people are going to be listening to him. So it's important to make clear that if they were to rule in favor of what Stewart is asking them to rule in favor of, it would simply allow the states to be the people who make the ultimate decision here, whether that's to allow it or to disallow it. It's not saying that the Constitution leans one way or the other. It's to say that the Constitution says nothing about it, and therefore it should be something that's left in the hands of the states to decide on. And as someone that is particular to that, line of argumentation, I think it's good of Kavanaugh to underscore that, since it hasn't been made clear necessarily that way through the other judges' questioning or the other justices' questioning. So, yeah.
Justice Barrett?
General, I have a question that is a little bit of a follow-up to one that Justice Breyer was asking you. That's about stare decisis, and I think a lot of the colloquy you've had with all of us has been about the benefits of stare decisis, which I don't think anyone disputes. And of course, no one can dispute, because it's part of our stare decisis doctrine, that it's not an inexorable command and that there are some circumstances in which overruling is possible. We have Plessy, Brett Brown, we have Bowers versus Hardwick to Lawrence. But in thinking about stare decisis, which is obviously the core of this case, how should we be thinking about it? I mean, Justice Breyer pointed out that in Casey, and in some respects, well, it was a different conception of stare decisis insofar as it very explicitly took into account public reaction. Is that a factor that you accept? Or are you arguing that we should minimize that factor? And is there a different set of rules? It is true that Casey identified Brown and West Coast Hotel as watershed decisions, but is there a distinct set of stare decisis considerations applicable to what the court might decide as a watershed decision?
I don't think there should be a distinct set of considerations there, Your Honor. I think what I emphasize, and just to make sure, on the kind of legitimacy, the court looking outward, I think Casey was unusual in that regard. I think it was a mistake, and I think it's something that is kind of in conflict with this court's structure and approach as an independent branch looking to the Constitution rather than looking without. And I think that's one reason why traditional...
I think that's a good line. I think it's something that is kind of in conflict with this court structure and approach as an independent branch looking to the Constitution rather than looking without.
The court is in some of its greatest overrulings, it's not looking without. It's saying this was wrong. It was wrong the day it was decided. We know it's wrong today, and it's led to all these terrible consequences. We should get rid of it. So I think that was an unfortunate break, and I think the court, even if the court were to still look at legitimacy, though, Justice Barrett, I think the court could...
I'm not picking up on that word. Is it stare something? It's stare decisis. Let me go ahead and grab you a very specific definition, but it's basically meaning that we should go back on the precedent that the court has set in other rulings. So stare decisis means to stand by things decided in Latin. When a court faces a legal argument, if a previous court has ruled on the same or a closely related issue, then the court will make their decision in alignment with the previous court's decision. And the argument is that when we initially did this case, we were not using stare decisis, and that we were kind of making things up, and we were having a unique interpretation of the Constitution. At least that's my understanding. And that it's about looking at the history and traditions and everything else that Stuart has been describing here to make these rulings. And even in the watershed moments, he's claiming they have done that. So that's what they keep talking about here.
Very, very powerfully say, look, our legitimacy really derives from our willingness to stand strong and stand firm in the face of whatever is going on, and stand for constitutional principle and follow our traditional stare decisis factors to overrule when it's appropriate.
Okay. That's actually, I think that's a solid answer to the question there about, well, how is this... But is there a distinct set of stare decisis considerations applicable to what the court might decide is a watershed distinction, and asking about the public reaction, taking the public reaction into account, that they need to make a decision independent of that public reaction. And stare decisis is an easier principle to look at and use as your kind of northern star to guide the decision here than it is to use public reaction.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice.
Ms. Rickleman?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court.
So now we're completely shifting over. We had our time with the petitioner, who, of course, is going to be the person that is bringing the case to the Supreme Court. This is somebody who has appealed time and time again in the lower courts and not found success. So what they're doing is they're appealing to the Supreme Court via a cert, which is a short way of saying the document that you provide to the court to have them hear your case. And you get to pick a question that's going to be kind of the core of everything you're going to talk about in the case. And then you had your oral brief from that side of the arguments here. And now we're going to listen to the respondent, who's going to be the person who has won in all the lower court cases. And in this case is going to be Jackson Women's Health organization, and they're going to have the opportunity to put forth their brief and what they have to say. Then after that, I believe we go back again to the petitioner, and the petitioner is going to be able to give some counter arguments to whatever was stated in the oral brief from the respondent. So Julie Rickleman is representing the respondent here, and they'll put forward their case. So this is going to be the pro-abortion side of things, if you were to frame it that way.
Mississippi's ban on abortion 2 months before viability is flatly unconstitutional under decades of precedent. Mississippi asks the court to dismantle this precedent and allow states to force women to remain pregnant and give birth against their will. The court should refuse to do so for at least 3 reasons. First, stare decisis presents an especially high bar here. In Casey, this court carefully examined and rejected every possible reason for overruling Roe, holding that a woman's right to end a pregnancy before viability was a rule of law and a component of liberty they could not renounce. The question then is not whether Roe should be overturned, but whether Casey was egregiously wrong to adhere to Roe's central holding. Second, Casey and Roe were correct. For a state to take control of a woman's body and demand that she go through pregnancy and childbirth with all the physical risks and life-altering consequences that brings is a fundamental deprivation of her liberty. Preserving a woman's right to make this decision until viability protects her liberty while logically balancing the other interests at stake. Third, eliminating or reducing the right to abortion will propel women backwards.
One thing I want to point out is this almost feels like it's directly targeted at Sotomayor and some of the things that she brought up here. When we're talking about, making this balanced decision about the physical risks in life, these are things that Sotomayor focused on in her questioning, and I think that'll be helpful for her. However, I'm not going to give more opinions. I'm going to let this play out, and I'm curious how the justices handle this.
Have now relied on this right, and 1 out of every 4 women makes the decision to end a pregnancy. Mississippi's ban would particularly hurt women with a major health or life change during the course of a pregnancy, poor women who are twice as likely to be delayed in accessing care, and young people or those on contraception who take longer to recognize a pregnancy. To avoid profound damage to women's liberty, equality, and the rule of law, the court should affirm.
And in this last part here about the young people who take longer to recognize pregnancy, this is kind of getting back to undue burden, right? This would be making you find out that you're pregnant, and then making the decision that early would be an undue burden on your right to access an abortion to make it happen so soon, because it's, that's quite the burden to be able to know that you're pregnant that quickly and whatever.
Counsel, I just have one question. I assume you, from your brief, you're relying on an autonomy theory.
Both bodily integrity and the ability to make decisions related to family, marriage, and childbearing, Your Honor.
Shortly, some years after we decided Casey, we had a case out of South Carolina, I believe, involved a woman who had been convicted of criminal child neglect because she ingested cocaine during pregnancy. In her case was post-viability, so it doesn't fit in the facts of this case. If she had ingested cocaine pre-viability and had the same negative consequences to her child, do you think the state had an interest in enforcing that law against her?
Again, he doesn't ask questions that often, but when Clarence Thomas does ask questions, they're kind of interesting. Okay, let's see how she responds to this.
The state may have, Your Honor, the state can certainly regulate to serve its interests in fetal life and in women's health. Those particular laws tend to undermine both of those interests because they deter women from seeking prenatal care, which is counterproductive to both their health.
But the pre-viability as well as post-viability?
No, Your Honor. The court has been clear that after viability, states can prohibit abortion except to save women's
I mean, in my example.
Oh, geez. I'm sure optics don't matter too much in Supreme Court cases, but Rickleman is doing... I don't know how she's missing the question here.
Of criminal child neglect. I understand your argument is about abortion. I am trying to look at the issue of bodily autonomy.
And I like that he clarifies here, in case it wasn't clear to you listeners at home, because it was kind of casual. The reason why he asked if we're working off of, this autonomy theory is because he wants to have that setup here for asking this question about this particular situation and then see if this is really applying in that way. Interesting.
And whether or not she has a right also to bodily autonomy in the case of ingesting an illegal substance and causing harm to a pre-viability fetus.
Your Honor, of course, those issues aren't posed in this case. And again, I would say that the states can certainly regulate throughout pregnancy, both before and after viability, to preserve fetal life and to preserve the woman's health. The court has said, however, there are other constitutional issues at stake. For instance, in the Ferguson case, that states still can't violate women's Fourth Amendment rights. But again, that's not what this case is about. This case is about a ban on abortion that the state concedes is weeks before viability. And the court has been clear for 50 years that the one thing that states cannot do is to take the decision completely away from the woman until viability. That until that point, it is her decision to make, given the unique physical demands of pregnancy and the life-altering consequences of pregnancy and having a child.
So good on her. She gave the answer that I feel like is not helping her here about the regulation, about the pre-viability fetus, and a state's ability to legislate on that. but then she brings it back and tries to refocus it here at the end there. So
thank you. The point you made about the impact on women and their place in society, those were certainly made in Roe as well. What we have before us, though, is a 15-week standard. Are you suggesting that the difference between 15 weeks and viability are going to have the same sort of impacts as you were talking about, or as we were talking about in Roe?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe they would, because people who need abortion after 15 weeks are often in the most challenging circumstances. As I mentioned, they're people who have perhaps had a major health or life change, a family illness, a job loss, a separation, young people or people who are on contraception or pregnant for the first time.
To be fair, I think the other guys sometimes give non-answers too. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're both doing it, but you know, I calls them as I sees them. I called down the other guy as well.
Who are delayed in recognizing the signs of pregnancy, or poor women who often have much more trouble navigating access to care. And if they're denied the ability to make this decision because there's a ban after 15 weeks, they will suffer all of the consequences that the court has talked about in the past. And in fact, the data has been very clear over the last 50 years that abortion has been critical to women's equal participation in society. It's been critical to their health, to their lives, their ability to pursue.
I'm sorry, what kind of data is that?
I would refer the court to the brief of The Economist in this case, Your Honor, and it compiles data showing studies based actually on causal inference, showing that it's the legal.
Now, here when she's referring to the brief of The Economist in this case, I don't think that's coming from her brief, and correct me if I'm wrong here, you know, my legal friends in the chat. I think that she here would be referring to the amicus curiae briefs, right? Which is friend of the court briefs. Those are briefs from people that are not involved in the case. They're not named in the case, but they are interested parties that want to submit to the court their own arguments, either for or against, you know, the decisions or whichever side it is that they're supporting, and give some more information for the justices to work off of.
Of abortion and not other changes that have had these benefits for women in society. And again, those benefits are clear for education, for the ability to pursue a profession, for the ability to have.
Putting that data aside, if you think that the issue is one of choice, that women should have a choice to terminate their pregnancy, that supposes that there is a point at which they've had the fair choice, opportunity to choice. And why would 15 weeks be an inappropriate line? So viability, it seems to me, doesn't have anything to do with choice. But if it really is an issue about choice, why is 15 weeks not enough time?
I mean, technically, it's not that they have 15 weeks to choose. I think the countdown of how much time they have to make this choice would be after it's reasonable to expect that they would know that they're pregnant. I mean, like, I feel like there's interesting problems with this question that Roberts is posing here. And yeah, I see your comment about these are the kinds of debates that we should look at more on the channel, and that's why I'm doing it, rather than talking about why the Twitch politics meta is a problem for 6 hours. Let's see here. Interesting. And he's pushing her on the appropriate line here thing. We had something similar for Stewart as well. So let's see how Rickleman handles this.
For a few reasons, Your Honor. First, the state has conceded that some women will not be able to obtain an abortion before 15 weeks, and this law will bar them from doing so. And a reasonable possibility standard would be completely unworkable for the courts. It would be both less principled and less workable than viability. And some of the reasons for that are, without viability, there will be no stopping point. States will rush to ban abortion at virtually any point in pregnancy. Mississippi itself has a 6-week ban that it's defending with very similar arguments as it's using to defend the 15-week ban. And there are states that have bans.
Well, I know, but I'd like to.
That's it. I think this first sentence is her best response here. The state has conceded that some women will not be able to obtain an abortion before 15 weeks, and this law will bar them from doing. Damn. Okay.
Focus on the 15-week ban, because that's not a dramatic departure from viability. It is the standard that the vast majority of other countries have. When you get to the viability standard, we share that standard with the People's Republic of China and North Korea. And I don't think you have to be in favor of looking to international.
What is this? Jesus, Roberts. Okay. What a fantastic argument. I don't think that's a very good argument. I don't know why we would point to the judicial systems of China and North Korea as like reasonable parallels to base our own laws and our own regulations off of, but I don't know.
Law to set our constitutional standards, to be concerned if those are share that particular time period.
I think there's two questions there, Your Honor, if I may. First, that is not correct about international law. In fact, the majority of countries that permit legal access to abortion allow access right up until viability, even if they have nominal lines earlier. So, for example, Canada, Great Britain, and most of Europe allows access to abortion right up until viability, and it also doesn't have the same barriers in place.
Wow. So again, this is when I tell you guys that part of your prep for debates needs to be having really, really, really good examples, and that is a high value thing to spend your prep time on. This is why. We talked about it before with the analogies, like what Sotomayor used in her questioning of Stewart. And we're talking about it again here with having the counterfactual there that Canada, Great Britain, and most of Europe allow access to abortion right up until viability, because that's a good counter. Like, sure, it's silly on its face, in my opinion, for Justice Roberts to reference the People's Republic of China and North Korea as countries we should look at to base a viability standard off of. But I think you can't just on the face of it say that's silly or be repulsed by it. You need to have a substantive response to that. And I think a substantive response to that would be to point out developed nations in countries similar to ours that actually have it different. So good on Rickelman here. I think that's actually solid. I don't think her argument is quite accurate, though, at least not for Germany. But she doesn't say Germany. She says most of Europe. So I don't know what this nitpick is.
You mean even if they have nominal lines earlier?
Some countries, Your Honor, have a nominal line of 12 weeks or 18 weeks, but they permit legal access to abortion after that point for broad social reasons, health reasons, socioeconomic reasons. So their regimes really aren't comparable, and they also don't have the same types of barriers that we have here. So if the court were to move the line substantially backwards, and 15 weeks is 9 weeks before viability, Your Honor, it's quite a bit backwards, it may need to reconsider the rules around regulations, because if it's cutting the time period to obtain an abortion roughly in half, then those barriers are going to be much more important.
Thank you.
Ms. Rickelman, I have a question about the safe haven laws. So petitioner points out that in all 50 states, you can terminate parental rights by relinquishing a child after abortion, and I think the shortest period might have been 48 hours, if I'm remembering the data correctly. So it seems to me, seen in that light, both Roe and Casey emphasized the burdens of parenting. And insofar as you and many of your amici focus on the ways in which the forced parenting, forced motherhood would hinder women's access to the workplace and to equal opportunity.
Ah, shit. That's a good argument. That's a good argument from Barrett here. Because it's totally going to take out that part of this argument from her about the effects of having the child, so like socioeconomic effects afterwards. Now, there are plenty of humanistic arguments we could make against this. Like, once you have the kid, the idea of getting rid of it in 48 hours, like, it's kind of nutty. But in terms of, like, legally, I suppose, like, I think it's a solid, like, logical argument.
Opportunities. It's also focused on the consequences of parenting and the obligations of motherhood that flow from pregnancy. Why don't the safe haven laws take care of that problem? It seems to me that it focuses the burden much more narrowly. There is, without question, an infringement on bodily autonomy, which we have in other contexts like vaccines.
Okay. And I like that we're in this same argument setting aside the bodily autonomy thing, because that certainly wouldn't be addressed by this.
However, it doesn't seem to me to follow that pregnancy and then parenthood are all part of the same burden. And so it seems to me that the choice more focused would be between, say, the ability to get an abortion at 23 weeks or the state requiring the woman to go 15, 16 weeks more and then terminate parental rights at the conclusion. Why didn't you address the safe haven laws, and why don't they matter?
I think they don't matter for a couple of reasons, Your Honor. First, even if some of those laws are new since Casey, the idea that a woman could place a child up for adoption has, of course, been true since Roe. So it's a consideration that the court already had before it when it decided those cases and adhered to the viability line. But in addition, we don't just focus on burdens of parenting, and neither did Roe and Casey. Instead, pregnancy itself is unique. It imposes unique physical demands and risks on women, and in fact has impact on all of their lives, on their ability to care for other children, other family members, on their ability to work. And in particular, in Mississippi, those risks are alarmingly high. It's 75 times more dangerous to give birth in Mississippi than it is to have a pre-viability abortion, and those risks are disproportionately threatening the lives of women of color.
So are you saying, I mean, actually, as I read Roe and Casey, they don't talk very much about adoption. It's a passing reference that means out of the obligations of parenthood.
Okay. So this is good technical thinking here from Barrett. So like, the argument here is that, adoption, of course, has been true since Roe, so it's a consideration that the court adore. So just it existing doesn't mean that it was a serious consideration when the court was looking at the case. Just because adoption as a thing existed doesn't mean that it was taken into deep consideration when the court made their decision. And that's what Barrett is highlighting here, is that they don't talk about that. So it's not like something they explicitly said was, given a ton of consideration, even if it did exist. Like, I guess that's a technically good counter there.
But as I hear this answer, then are you saying that the right, as you conceive of it, is grounded primarily in the bearing of the child and the carrying of pregnancy, and not so much looking forward into the consequences on professional opportunities and work life?
And again, Barrett really getting specific here. Let's go ahead and take off the table the impacts on a mother after and when she has to raise the child. Let's take that off the table because it doesn't need to be a part of the discussion when our focus is on the carrying of a pregnancy, right? And maybe I would think that Barrett would even go as far as to say the birth, right? And that would be the 75 times more dangerous birth statistic here given for Mississippi. At least I would hope.
Economic burdens.
No, Your Honor. I believe it's both, and that is exactly how Casey talked about it. It talked about the two strands of cases that supported the right. One was the strand of cases supporting bodily integrity, and it cited to cases like Cruzan and Riggins versus Nevada. And the second was a strand of cases supporting decisional autonomy, and specifically decisions related to childbearing, marriage, and procreation decisions like Griswold and Loving. And so it's really both strands that we're relying on here.
May I ask you?
And interesting. So while Rickelman's specific thing may be about so Barrett is trying to remove that from consideration, but it seems like it was an important part of Roe and Casey, so she's not going to be able to. Rickelman knows her stuff here, and so she's not allowing that to happen. I wonder if we'll come back to Barrett to finish this line of questioning, but maybe not. I mean, I think that's a fair and good counter if it was an important part of this and the history of it too, which is an important thing to touch on with decisions like Griswold, Loving, whatever. Because remember that history and looking back on precedent, that stare decisis, concept, it was an important part of the petitioner here.
Your question about stare decisis, counsel. Your colleagues on the other side have emphasized that Casey rejected Roe's trimester framework and replaced it with an undue burden standard. They argue that the undue burden standard was not well known to the law before that. And then they argue that the undue burden standard has evolved over time, too, in ways that the court has found difficult to agree upon. In Hellerstedt, for example, they point out in their briefs that the court seems to suggest that a court should consider both the benefits and the burdens associated with the proposed restriction. In June Medical, more recently, the court splintered on that same question, whether benefits could be considered or only burdens. And so the argument goes that this has proved to be, putting aside all the other obviously difficult questions in the case, that the standard itself has proved difficult to administer and that is relevant to the stare decisis analysis. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to respond.
Yes, Your Honor. The first point I'd like to make is the undue burden test is not at issue in this case. That is the test that applies to regulations, not prohibitions, and the state has conceded that this is a prohibition. In fact, that's the title of this law, is an act to prohibit abortion after 15 weeks. And the only thing that's at issue in this case is the viability line, and the viability line has been enduringly workable. The lower federal courts have applied it consistently. And
I wonder if this is going to hold. I mean, the title certainly doesn't help. If the title of the law, it talks about prohibition, maybe that rhetorically gives her some points. But if it's 15 weeks, it would be a regulation, no? But I don't know. I guess I'm not educated in this, so we'll see how the justices handle this.
Uniformly for 50 years, and the Fifth Circuit here below had no difficulty striking down this law unanimously 3-0. So it's been an exceedingly workable standard. And if I may return to your question, Mr. Chief Justice, a reasonable possibility standard would not be workable. It would ultimately boil down to an argument that states can prohibit a category of women from exercising a constitutional right merely because of the number of people in the category. And that's just not how constitutional rights work. A state would never say that it could ban religious services on a Wednesday evening, for example, simply because most people could attend religious services on another night of the week.
So I actually just wanted to, that's helpful, I think. I just want to make sure I understand what you're telling me, counsel, that if the court were to, in this case, step past viability and apply undue burden, the undue burden test to regulations prior to viability, you would agree with the other side, I think, that that's not a workable standard. Is that fair? understanding what you're telling the court?
No, Your Honor. I
think that would be workable?
I believe that, if I may clarify, I believe the undue burden test has been workable for regulations. That
I understand that. If it were to apply, if the court were to, and I thought this is what you were saying in response to the Chief Justice, but maybe I'm mistaken. Please correct me if I am. But what is your argument against applying the undue burden standard prior to viability?
If the undue burden standard, as this court laid out in Casey, which includes the viability line,
No, I'm asking. I know, we're fighting the hypothetical here, counsel. All right, accept the hypothetical. Hypothetically, the court were to extend the undue burden standard to regulations prior to viability. Would that be workable, or would that not be workable in your view?
Without
Jesus. I feel like they're all very much against Rickleman here. I mean, like, they were definitely digging into Stewart as well, but I feel like these are much more pointed and difficult things to answer. Jesus. Like, I almost want to like reread this a little bit here, if the because it's like it's so rough. What does he say here? I just want to make sure I understand what you're telling me, counsel, that if the court were to, in this case, step past viability and apply undue burden, the undue burden test, to regulations prior to viability, so applying it prior to viability, would you agree with the other side, I think, that it's not a workable standard? Yes, but not for like the same reasons, right? Like, and she is fighting the hypothetical here. Like, she's going off on a different direction, not working with the hypothetical. What is your argument against applying the undue burden standard prior to viability? I don't know if she has one, which includes and she's like very technically fighting the entire hypothetical here. If hypothetically the court were to extend the undue burden standard to regulations prior to viability, would that be workable or would that not be workable? She has to do a real good job of explaining this here. Kind of hard to understand what he's saying. Lots of negatives. Yeah. So basically, all you have to think of is one point, and that point is viability. Wherever we put that doesn't really matter. So if undue burden applies after viability, the argument from the petitioner is that it's a difficult standard to work with. And so what he's trying to isolate is undue burden being a difficult standard to work with. So what he's going to do is he's going to flip it and say, okay, well, let's apply the undue burden standard to before this line, before the line of viability. Would it work there? And if it doesn't work there, would you then kind of agree that the undue burden standard doesn't work in this scenario? And she has to be very careful with this because she needs that undue burden standard to apply to after the viability. Like her whole thing can fall apart if she loses this point, I feel like. But, you know, I'm not a lawyer, so, but that's kind of what I'm thinking here. So is the question which undue burden applies? What? The undue burden of being pregnant versus the undue burden of having the baby? The question is about undue burden being a good standard or you know, how do they word this exactly? Like, they need to know an argument against applying the undue burden standard prior to viability, which I would be interested to hear if she has anything here. Nice stash, Bookie, if you'd like to keep it. You know, we have a dono goal going currently, and it is $5 in favor of keeping it. But if you'd like to get rid of it, you know, you can donate to the other side of that. I would highly appreciate it because we're doing weird content. Not everybody's going to find it interesting, whatever. It's not Twitch drama, but I think it's important to do. In short, the undue burden standard states that a legislature cannot make a particular law that is too burdensome or restrictive of one's fundamental rights. Yeah, and it would be, oh God. Okay, let's enough of this. Let us go ahead. How much to get rid of the stash? Currently $5 to push it over the line, if that's really what you wanted. So far, there's only a $5 difference in favor of keeping it. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue here.
Viability would not be workable, Your Honor, because it would ultimately, again, always come down to a claim that states can bar a certain category of people from exercising this right simply because of the number of people in the category. And that's not a workable standard, and it's not a constitutional.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, I read your brief to say that the only real options we have are to reaffirm Roe and Casey as they stand or to overrule them in their entirety. You say that, quote, there are no half measures here. Is that a correct understanding of your brief?
Your Honor, it's certainly the arguments that the state has presented is what we're responding to there, which is that all of the state's arguments, including their alternatives, which are undue burden without viability, would be...
Oh, fascist das. Derry with the $5 to push us over. Rip mustache. Well, Derry, you have tied up the scoreboard. I should have mentioned this to Derry. If it's a tie, I shave half. So right now we're tied, okay? We're tied. And so if that keeps up to the end of the stream, then I will shave half. So that's... Sorry, Derry. You probably should have mentioned that. So Hitler style, I mean, I get to pick which half. So technically I could just do the left side. I could do these sides. I don't know. Like the outer 2 quarters? Technically we could. Shave it from the inside out. Yeah, get rid of the middle. Have like the guy with Gone from the Wind.
The equivalent of overruling Casey and Roe, because the viability line is the central holding of those cases. Casey mentioned it no fewer than 19 times. And the court in June Medical just a year ago affirmed that the viability line is the central hold.
Let me go ahead and catch back up on this because I did get a little distracted. Certainly the arguments that the state has presented is what we're responding to there, which is that all of the state's arguments, including their alternatives, which are undue burden without viability, would be the equivalent of overruling Casey and Roe because the viability line is the central holding of those cases. Casey mentioned it no fewer than 19 times, and the court in June Medical just a year ago affirmed that the viability line is the central holding. Oh, okay. So if we get rid of that, it's like you may as well just overturn the whole fucking thing. So as far as the way the state is presenting the case, it's basically just we overturn it or we uphold the whole thing, right? It's an either or because of the way that the state is pursuing the case, not necessarily like what Rickleman would put forward is the real decision, but it's kind of the restricted decisions that they have because of the brief from the petitioner here.
Of both Casey and Roe.
Well, you do emphasize that the court drew the line at viability in Roe and reaffirmed that in Casey, and that is certainly something that we have to take very seriously into consideration. But suppose we were considering that question now for the first time. I'm sure you know the arguments about the viability line as well as I do, probably better than I do. What would you say in defense of that line? What would you say to the argument that has been made many times?
Ooh. Katz Nelson with the 6 months in a row and 7 total. Kat says 7 months of Booksmarts. No matter the ruling, it's too late to abort this subscription now. Yeah, even though you're past the viability line, we'll go ahead and let you. We'll let you. Well, actually, you're gonna have to carry that shit to term, bro.
By people who are pro-choice and pro-life, that the line really doesn't make any sense. That it is, as Justice Blackmun himself described it, arbitrary. If a woman wants to be free of the burdens of pregnancy, that interest does not disappear the moment the viability line is crossed. Isn't that right?
No, Your Honor. And if I may make a few points to answer your question. First, I think the state views...
God, I'm always intrigued by the perspective of these justices. And I really just want to look at this again here. No one is going to donate ever again, lol. Yeah, because now we're going to have a Hitler stash. What would you say in defense of that line? What would you say to the argument that has been made many times by people who are pro-choice and pro-life that the line doesn't really make any sense, that it is as justice? Because I would agree with this. It is arbitrary. We're picking some random reason for where we're drawing the line of viability. And beyond that, and this is what really interests me with this argument, if a woman wants to be free of the burdens of pregnancy, that interest does not disappear the moment the viability line is crossed, which is true. I feel like this is a two-part argument that he's going towards, or maybe it's just in favor of getting rid of the viability line because it's arbitrary and maybe the court shouldn't be the one making the decision, which is what Stewart said. So that means, okay, well, I mean, Alito is the one that allegedly drafted the majority opinion that we're going to read later. So, I mean, you can definitely see that he's already thinking in terms of, and that's why I really like the judges' questions, because you can see where their brain is at, except for Thomas sometimes. But you can really see where his mind is at here. Well, I actually do think that this line is a bit arbitrary, and maybe we ought not to be the ones to make this decision. There's no reason that the Supreme Court should be the ones to make the decision here, as opposed to the states individually here. The line is arbitrary, applies broadly to heaps of legislation. Sure, but that'll be up to Rickleman to make the argument about the show.
viability is arbitrary because it completely discounts the woman's interest. But viability.
But does a woman upon reaching the point of viability, does not the woman have the same interest that she had before viability in being free of this pregnancy that she no longer wants to continue?
Viability is a principled line, Your Honor, because in ordering the
I'm trying to see whether it is a principled line. You agree with me at least on that point, that a woman still has the same interest in terminating her pregnancy after the viability line has been crossed?
Yes, Your Honor, but the court balanced the interest, and in ordering the interest
at the interest on the other side. The fetus has an interest in having a life, and that doesn't change, does it, from the point before viability to the point after?
I knew it was a two-parter. Okay, here's part two. So then if we look at the fetus and what the fetus interest would be, and this is like a fundamental interest of things that are alive in most cases, it's going to want to be alive. And that's not going to change whether it's viable or not viable. The fetus doesn't care about anything. I mean, we're going to have different opinions on when things are viable and what is alive and what isn't alive and whatever. Sure, I don't want to get into that, but I mean, it's interesting argumentation, an interesting line of argument from Alito.
Viability.
In some people's view, it doesn't, Your Honor, but what the court said is that those philosophical differences couldn't be resolved in a way.
That's what I'm getting at. What is the philosophical argument, the secular philosophical argument for saying this is the appropriate line? There are those who say that the rights of personhood should be considered to have taken hold at a point when the fetus acquires certain independent characteristics. But viability is dependent on medical technology and medical practice. It has changed. It may continue to change.
No, Your Honor, it is principled because in ordering the interest at stake, the court had to set a line between conception and birth, and it logically looked at the fetus's ability to survive separately.
I feel like this is a core disagreement here, though, like in terms of legal philosophy. I don't know if the court had to set a line between conception and birth, because the argument is that the court shouldn't have been the one to have set this line in the first place, right? Like, I feel like cooked into this is the problem itself.
The legal line, because it's objectively verifiable and doesn't require the court to resolve the philosophical issues.
Okay, but that second part's good. The reason why it was picked is because it's objectively verifiable and doesn't require the court to resolve the philosophical issue. No, but it doesn't, though. It doesn't. It just skips it and then picks something that is objectively verifiable, but it doesn't skip over the philosophical issues. The philosophical issues were present at the time that the legal line was drawn. And I'm sure in the argument of Stewart was not hashed out necessarily. So I don't know about these arguments from Rickleman here. He's arguing viability isn't a good or workable standard for abortion rights because it changes constantly. Yeah. You could reach a point where viability happens at 1 week, and for instance, by then abortion rights are gone, hypothetically. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, if viability is quick enough, then you don't have abortion rights at all.
I just want to focus on stare decisis for a little bit. I found my colleague Justice Breyer's comments quite compelling. I'm not quite sure how they play out in Casey. It is certainly true that we cannot base our decisions on whether they're popular or not with the people. Casey seemed to say we shouldn't base our decisions not only on that, but whether they're going to seem popular. And it seemed to me to have a paradoxical conclusion that the more unpopular the decisions are, the firmer the court should be in not departing from prior precedent. It's sort of a super stare decisis, but it's super stare decisis for what are regarded as by many as the most erroneous decisions. Do you think there is that category, or is it just normal stare decisis?
I think it is precedent on precedent, Your Honor, because Casey did the stare decisis analysis for Roe. So the question before this court is whether that stare decisis analysis was egregiously wrong. And if I may answer your earlier question about whether viability was squarely at issue in Casey, it clearly was, Your Honor. At pages 869 to 871, the court squarely addressed viability because the government had made the argument that viability was arbitrary.
I appreciate that Casey addressed it, but that's different than saying it was at issue. It said it was the central principle of Roe because it was pretty much all that was left after they were done dealing with the rest of it. And the regulations in Casey had no applicability or not depending upon where viability was. They applied throughout the whole range period. So if they didn't say anything about viability, it's like what Justice Blackmun said when discussing among his colleagues, which is a good reason not to have papers out that early, is that
Ruh-roh, Reggie. Yeah, we got some shit out early this time too, Justice Roberts. Sorry, bro.
They don't have to address the line drawing at all in Roe, and they didn't have to address the line drawing at all in Casey.
I disagree with that, Your Honor, because the undue burden test incorporates the viability line. That was what the court was assessing the regulations against, whether they imposed a substantial obstacle in the path of a woman before viability. And if a prohibition like this law isn't a substantial obstacle, then nothing would be. So the issue was squarely before the court, and in fact, the court said at page 879 that in adopting the undue burden test, it was not disturbing the viability line.
Well, it's a very interesting question that I think Justice Barrett raised too. It's usually just philosophical, but I think it has bite here. When I read Casey, it's not just 1-on-1. 2 is greater than 1. Casey plus Roe is greater than. They're making a point that we're an institution perhaps more than a court of appeals or a district court. It's Hamilton's point: no purse, no sword, and yet we have to have public support. And that comes primarily, says Casey. I wonder if it was O'Connor who wrote that. I don't know. But it comes primarily from people believing that we do our job. We use reason. We don't look to just what's popular. And that's where you see the paradox. But the problem with the super case, of which we've heard 3 mentioned, the problem with the super case like this, the rare case, the watershed case, where people are really opposed on both sides.
Thank you for the sub. That is 12 months, 1 year. Wow, Gappy. I'm surprised Gappy V has been a sub for 12 months. That's high-key nutty. I didn't know you'd been around that long. Jesus Christ. He's a proper OG. That's more than a lot of you in the chat, who I consider to be big chatters. So thanks, Gappy. I don't know what you think of this, Gappy. Holy shit. Hold on. I feel so bad that interruption comes at a point where Breyer is doing a really good job here. I'm really liking the way he's talking about this, though. I'm just so forgettable that, No, I'm saying, like, I don't conceptualize you in my brain as like a 12-month sub. It's crazy. A year. Jesus Christ.
They really fight each other. Is they're going to be ready to say, no, you're just political. You're just politicians. And that's what kills us as an American institution. That's what they're saying. So we're looking at it for that, but we are looking to, and that, they say, is a reason why. A reason why, when you get a case like that, you better be damn sure that the normal stare considerations, stare decisis overruling are really there in spades, double, triple, quadruple, and then they go through and show they're not. Okay? What's the paradox? Now, maybe you think I've just made an argument that there isn't one, but really, in my head, I'm thinking I'm not sure. There may be one. And I don't know if you've ever thought about this. I don't know if you've ever, when that occurred to you, I don't want to overrule the stare, I wouldn't want the court to overrule the stare decisis section of Casey. You say? And that's what I think is being brought up, and maybe I haven't made it clearer, but I've tried to.
Yes, Your Honor. I think the point that the court was making was that the fact that some states may continue to enact laws in the teeth of the court's precedent has never been enough of a reason to overrule. And that's true for a number of decisions that the court has issued. The fact that some people continue to disagree with them is not a basis to discard that precedent.
Justice Thomas, anything further?
I mean, like, he was very long-winded in kind of like passionate or whatever in what he said, but not getting tricked into that and just giving a matter-of-fact response of the fact that some people continue to disagree with them is not a basis to discard that precedent. Yeah, because it's almost like what he's avoiding here, talking about. Like, sure, it's an issue where both sides are opposed to each other hella bad, but what he's not explicitly mentioning here is that, like, that they necessarily are against the court. It's that they're picking one side or the others. But here's the other thing that I don't get with this. Regardless of what side the court chooses here, whether they fall on the side of stare decisis and they go with what was put forward in Roe and Casey, or whether they overrule it, there are going to be people that think that they're political and lose faith in them as an institution. And it would have this impact on the American institution as a whole. So I don't know why we're so focused on this, because regardless of their decision here, but then again, he also says, I think, where is it? I think it's right here. But we are looking to, and they say that this is a reason why, when you get a case like that, you better be damn sure that the normal stare considerations, stare decisis overrulings are really there in spades, double, triple, quadruple, and then they go through and show that they're not. I don't know. I'm uncomfortable with this argument that they need to really be considering the public's opinion on this particular issue. And I think they should treat it as they would other issues, except maybe be more stringent. But I mean, they're supposed to be stringent no matter what. I don't know. It should just be a demonstration of the court for what the court is. And if the court isn't supposed to be this thing that considers popular opinion and whatever, then they need to show that characterization of the way that they conduct themselves and the way that they go through with this decision. And I feel like all this mentioning of the popular opinion and stuff is like antithetical to that, right? Like, it makes me even more concerned that the political considerations of the members of the court are influencing their decision here, right? Like, am I crazy, or like, what's up with this? I guess we'll talk more about it when we get to our break. But I'm all over the place with the way that, which justice is this? With Justice Breyer? Yeah, Justice Breyer is talking about this. Some justices like Breyer and Roberts have a bit of a strong focus on upholding the court's legitimacy as an institution. But that's how they frame it. But it's like, when you talk about legitimacy as an institution, I feel like you're beholden to like the popular. And when they're referencing Madison and stuff, I don't know. I'm so all over the place with this, I guess. Maybe I need to spend more time thinking about this relationship, but it makes me uncomfortable, because the way that we're raised in school in the United States and the way that we're meant to think about the court is they're meant to be the one institution, for better or for worse, based on, the lifelong terms, the way the nomination process works, how difficult it is to impeach them. They're meant to be divorced from public opinion and insulated from it. And to hear it constantly brought up by these justices, and with Breyer, sorry, I spit all over the place, and with Breyer in particular making it such a core part of how he's thinking about this entire thing and thinking about that paradox, like, it makes me really uncomfortable, because it seems not to be what they're supposed to be doing, and it makes me uncomfortable. Popular opinion seems to be pro-abortion from everything I'm seeing. Can you talk more about this? But that's also why I guess they're not saying popular opinion, and why they're saying there's division around this particular issue, right? Like, I'm saying popular opinion because I'm injecting it. They're not saying that. What they're saying is they're concerned with the division around this particular issue and the way that division is going to feel how they see the court, right? But yeah, to Raphael and Violent, I get that. Yeah, the popular opinion is pro-abortion right now, but that's not... It's more complicated than that, because there's a large body of states in American culture that's against that. And so it's such a complicated thing, and I don't think it's something we should even be thinking about on the Supreme Court. It makes me uncomfortable that we're even considering that, because it's not their place, in my opinion. But I'm just a stupid kid. What do I know? The court is supposed to be impartial, but each one of them was appointed by a president associated with a political party. Sure, but once they're put in, they can't really be taken out super easily. So the idea is, even if they were appointed by the president, they're not beholden to that president after they're a part of this, right? So that's kind of the difficult thing. Popular doesn't mean 80 and 90% of people agree. Sure, I get that. Anywho, let's continue here. It's so rough, this part of it.
Back to my original question. If I know your interest here is in abortion, I understand that. But if I were to ask you what constitutional right protects the right to abortion, is it privacy? Is it autonomy? What would it be?
It's liberty, Your Honor. It's the textual protection in the 14th.
Actually, that's a really good place for us to take our break. So I'm going to pass the question off to you guys and kind of talk a little bit more about this section in particular. I'm really struggling with this. I really don't think that they should be worried so much about this popularity shit. I understand that it's been a part of Roberts' thing for a long time, and, you know, we need to uphold the institution and we need faith in it. And, you know, I downplay this a lot, but historically, for the people who aren't super well versed in the history of the Supreme Court, that's a big issue for the Supreme Court and what they're able to do. They rely a lot on people giving faith into the power of the institution. That's what he was talking about with Madison, is that with Madison would talk about how, like, they don't have the purse, they don't have the army. We also touched upon with Jackson as president, ignoring the will of the Supreme Court and saying, oh God, I should really find the saying. Jackson Army Court. He said, I really want to get the quote correct here. In response to a decision that was made by the Supreme Court, President Jackson said, John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it. And then he just went ahead and did what he was going to do. It's just... I understand that the moment that we lose faith in them, they lose their teeth and they can't do what they're supposed to do anymore. He made his decision. Now it's just, there's a part of me that's very like principally interested in them sticking to what they're supposed to be, what the marketing on the box says that they are supposed to be. But there's another part of me that understands that historically and practically and whatever, Roberts is probably right in being concerned about that. I don't know if Breyer is right in the way that he is concerned about things, though. I think he takes it a step further. Jackson said, make me. Yeah, essentially. $5 to keep the stash. That pushes us over the line. Wait, oh, wait. Yeah, that pushes us over the line back in favor. So we were on a 50-50. And now we have pushed ourselves over the line, and we will now keep the stash by $5. So if you'd like me to remove the stash, if you think it's ugly, go ahead and feel free to donate. And even if it's not for the mustache thing, even if it's just to support the content, because I know this isn't popular stuff, it's not drama stuff, but it's something I feel is important for us to do. I think it's important to listen to this. I think it's important to have this context when we're going to interpret a 98-page document, have an opinion about it. So for the people that want to be educated on that, I want to give them material that will be a bit more fun than doing it on their own, and to maybe give you some insight into the way that I would do this, and I would become informed on the topic. I support, I appreciate all of the support. So thank you to Ignatus for the $5. That's very nice of you. I think the courts are clearly designed to resist the constant sway of public opinion. Yes, but again, I know I keep doing this fence sitting thing, but like, it's because when I see two very good arguments on both sides of things, I'm conflicted. I want to make clear I'm conflicted. You know that I sway in favor of like, they shouldn't care about public opinion, but I do in my brain get what Roberts and Breyer are concerned about, you know. But yeah, the court is designed to be free from the public opinion, but they're also not designed in a way to counteract when public opinion or when governmental opinion shifts against them. They don't have any control of the army. They don't have any control of the purse. They're neutered in so many other ways, you know, like that's what makes it difficult. It makes it really hard. Ooh. A $5 to have the stash. All right, I'll put you in the have the stash category. Man, there has to be some way to like count these people that are having the stash. Because here's the thing. If I divide the vote for the stash, for pro stash, into having the stash and keeping the full stash would have 20, and having the stash would have 20, and shaving it would have 30. Half stashers, do you want to divide this vote? Do you want to have it be a three-way vote? Do you want us to run our system like Europe and have a gazillion political parties? Is that what you want? I mean, if it is, I'm happy to oblige, but I mean, do you guys want a third party split here? I mean, do you feel like your fellow stash keeping brothers are good company or nah? Why does Twitch tell me to share it's my 6 month every stream? It's kind of broken. I do that in Relly's chat too. It'll let me shout myself out more than once a month. They'll create a coalition. I mean, they could. Half stashers should just fight to hit the balance. I thought so too, but there's a lot of half stashers. Tempted to vote left stash. Well, I mean, you could. I don't think there's any more discussion specifically about the case. So I'm going to go back to listening and go back to playing it because again, we have to be careful with our timing here. How far along are we? We're an hour and 11 minutes into an hour and 53, and then we have to read the 90-something page opinion thing, the majority opinion. So, I mean, there is still a lot to go, but I'm happy with our progress thus far. Happy with it. I think we need to talk about the brows situation. What's wrong with my eyebrows, bro? What do you mean my eyebrows? Fuck you. What do you mean my brow situation, bro? Well, let's not. I think my eyebrows are fine. Anywho. All right. Let's go ahead and continue here. 90-page onion, Pepe W. I feel like I missed so much. I will have to watch some of the VOD later. There's going to be a lot of VOD to watch, but I mean, issues just keep repeating here. Oh, wow. We got level 5 hype train. Cool. Awesome. Enjoy that. Let's see here. Super chat 10 USD, half stash. Wow. There's another 10 for the half stash. I don't know why that didn't show up in my feed, but okay. $10 for the half stash. I think we might end up dividing these. There might be a division. We might have to count these votes at the end. Good thing I'm keeping track of the half stash votes separately. So, I mean, technically, I'm keeping track of these. What is Book hiding behind his mustache? My Hitler mustache. I'm hiding it behind my real mustache. I think general reform of the court would go a long way to mitigate their dependency on public opinion. Yeah, but it's never going to happen. Changing shit like that's way too hard. I mean, it would be funny. Oh, man, here's a thought. What if the court passed an abortion, decision that was so unpopular with both sides that it spurred Congress to work together to get the 2/3 vote necessary to write an amendment into the Constitution that would reform the court in some way? Wouldn't that be nutty if they put term limits or some shit on the justices through a fucking amendment because they were so upset with the way that the court ruled on abortion? Holy shit. Maybe that's what Bayer should be saying here. Maybe we need to make a decision so inflammatory, so difficult, so annoying to both sides that we get them to fucking write in an amendment. There's some pie in the sky thinking abortion up to 3 years. Oh, God. That would be nutty, dude. That would be highly nutty. Maybe it could happen. Maybe. And then that's actually what pulls Congress's fucking head 6 feet out of their ass. And then they start actually doing things and working together. Holy shit. That would look so cool in American history. Like, yeah. And then the court passed this shit on abortion and the Congress wasn't having it, man. They stopped fighting with each other. And then we had major reforms and stuff. That would be interesting. Very pie in the sky thinking, but a fun thought experiment, I suppose. Anywho, thanks for the follows and stuff. I do appreciate it, guys. But I think we're going to hop back into the content here. Better eat your peas, you little fucker. Oh, I'll try, bro. If you allow everybody to abort everybody without age limit, you reduce to 0 homicides. Yeah, maybe. And this was the day the court committed seppuku. Yeah, they committed seppuku for the betterment of the nation and the legislative branch. That is not how amendments work, Book. It requires the state governments themselves to vote for amendments. They need a 2/3 vote with all the states, right? An amendment may be proposed by a 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress, or if 2/3 of the states requests one, by a convention called for that purpose. The amendment must then be ratified by 3/4 of the state legislatures or 3/4 of the conventions called in each state for ratification. Step 1's 2/3, brother. You wouldn't just need 2/3 of both houses, but 3/4 of all state legislatures. Yeah, I mean, there's a part 2, but I mean, part 2 is difficult, sure, but I mean, like, part 3 is 2/3. I don't think we're ever going to hit that anyway. So, I mean, that's where my focus is. Yeah. Anywho, to my understanding, the Supreme Court basically said, yeah, this is supposed to be Congress's job. I mean, we'll see, bruh. We'll see. Let's go ahead and try and make more progress on this. Remember that the Equal Rights Act is still in limbo? Interesting. Yeah, you're probably behind on the stream as a monk. I got 2 slices of pizza left. 2 slices. Then we'll be out of food. All right. Technically correct is the best correct in this case. It definitely is. We're talking about law and stuff. I do appreciate the clarification, because there are also maybe people listening that have no idea how the amendment ratification process works in the U.S. So I do appreciate you guys pointing out the 3/4 thing as well. Anywho, let us go ahead and put back on our dingleberry here and get back to it. Let me reposition myself in my proper moderator position, and I'm going to scroll through this thing here. All right, bring up my chat and we'll be good to go. How are you, man? I'm doing good, dude.
15th Amendment that a state can't deprive a person of liberty without due process of law, and the court has interpreted liberty to include the right to make family decisions and the right to physical autonomy, including the right to end a pre-viability pregnancy.
So it's all of the above.
Well, that's how the...
Let me, I think we should try and find where we were here. So I know your interest here is in abortion. I understand that. But if we were to ask you what constitutional right protects abortion, is it privacy, autonomy? What would it be? It's liberty, Your Honor. It's the textual protection in the 14th Amendment that the state can't deprive a person of liberty without due process of law. And the court has interpreted liberty to include the right to make family decisions and the right to physical autonomy, including the right to end a Okay. Do we make these connections in Roe v. Wade or in Casey v. Planned Parenthood, though? I wonder if another justice will jump in here.
The court has interpreted the Liberty Clause for over 100 years in cases going back to Meyer, Griswold, Carey, Loving, Lawrence.
Yeah, but I mean, all of those sort of just come out of Lochner. We've dropped part of it. So I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to focus on is to lower the level of generality.
Hold on. I want to respond. Okay, no, never mind. That's not at me. Okay, be careful with the arguing stuff in the chat if you are arguing.
Or at least be a little bit more specific. In the old days, we used to say it was a right to privacy that the court found in the substantive due process clause, okay? So, or in substantive due process. And I'm trying to get you to tell me, what are we relying on now? Is it privacy? Is it autonomy? What is it?
I think it continues to be liberty, and the right exists whatever level of generality the court...
Why is she so bad? Like, I don't think the wording in here has ever been liberty, no? And if it is, why doesn't she do what she did before and reference liberty as being the reasoning in either case? Like, thank you, Galdera. Let me go ahead and read this. Griswold created the right to privacy in the penumbras of the 9th, 4th, and 14th Amendment, which Roe later used to establish the abortion right. Sure, but that's again right to privacy, which she isn't referencing here. She's referencing the right to liberty. And Clarence Thompson is trying to be very, it has always been liberty, dude. Then why isn't Clarence Thomas accepting this as okay, hold on. That's Pisco. I'm gonna have to be very careful. So Pisco, I mentioned earlier in the stream that I don't want to like have you on and argue with you too much, but I'm confused here. Why wouldn't Clarence Thompson accept that as an answer then? Because if it was liberty, then why isn't he accepting that, right? Because he's saying that like in here he's saying that's how the court, or where is it? where he says that we've kind of thrown off this part of it. Thomas, not Thompson. Yeah, Thomas. Let's see here. I mean, all of those just sort of come out of Lochner, so it's that we've dropped part of it. So I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to focus on is to lower the level of generality, or at least be a little bit more specific. So it seems like maybe liberty is a general thing, but then he's trying to be more specific here. Am I understanding that right, Pisco? I'm not clicking your stupid fucking meme, Derry. Shut the fuck up. Stop linking the same thing over and over again. I'm not clicking it. I'm not doing anything to do with your meme. Pisco turned to a mega debate lord. I don't know about that, dude. Well, if he answers my question, then I'll go ahead and check it out. But I'm not getting any answer from him. Lochner is a bad case for substantive due process. This doesn't answer my fucking question. Okay, well, I'm gonna ignore Pisco. He's not answering my. It's not really a meme. I know. I'm not clicking it, dude. Because it was stupid, so he's trying to compare. I would hate to do it, but like, no, never mind. I'm not going to mention this. Okay, I'm just going to continue. What is your question? So let me see if I can put this very succinctly for you, Pisco. So first question, why isn't Clarence Thomas allowing us to talk in terms of liberty? Why is it so important to him that we need to get specific beyond that we need to talk about a right to abortion or privacy or autonomy? Why is it important that he nails it down past liberty? And secondly, you mentioned that this Lochner case is a bit of a meme. Why is it a meme? And what is the history behind him saying that like these just come out of Lochner and we've dropped part of it? So those are kind of the two things I'm trying to focus on here. Those two questions. Thomas is trying to apply an older standard. I don't know if that's what he's doing, brother. And I'm going to try to only listen to Pisco's answer here. And that I'll consider that the end of the discussion period, and then I'll go back to listening for an hour. So let's hope that Pisco gives us a good answer to those two questions. But yeah, Derry, it's just frustrating because you just post the same shit, dude. And I'm not reading your thing. That's not the point of today. All right, I'll read Goldera because I've enjoyed Goldera's responses far more so far. Liberty falls under due process, and due process is kind of a catch-all that everyone always argues and falls under, same as equal protection. But does that really like answer my question though? I mean, I feel like you're answering about something I'm not asking about, right? Like, I feel like this is an answer to like, why is Rickelman pointing out liberty? And this would be an answer to that. But I'm not asking why Rickelman is pointing to liberty. I'm asking why Thomas is not okay with liberty and why he needs more specificity here. I'm not getting a response from Pisco, so I'll assume we don't get a response, and I'll go ahead and start our hour timer and just focus on listening to this. Because I don't think Pisco is going to type it. Anywho, okay. I'll give Pisco 30 more seconds, but I don't want to wait a gazillion years. So the 14th Amendment talks about liberty, and he's trying to lock... okay, so let's see. So the 14th Amendment talks about liberty, and he's trying to lock the SG on a particular manifestation of liberty. Okay. Is it about privacy, child rearing, family planning? But SG doesn't necessarily want to specify the exclusion of other things. Okay. That answers me. Thank you, Pisco. So I suppose if I were Rickelman, then the proper thing to do would just give a long-winded answer that's multifaceted, right? Like, oh, well, it contains many aspects of liberty. It would be privacy. It would be this. It would be that. It would be this. Like, this is a problem at multiple levels. Maybe would be the response there. So the lawyer wasn't trying to be slick, and Thomas wasn't having it. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue. Set a timer for 1 hour.
1 hour. And that started.
Cool. So there's our 1 hour timer. We'll return to the chat in an hour, and we'll kind of focus on powering through this this thing. I think we have less than an hour left.
It applies. There was a tradition under the common law for centuries of women being able to end their pregnancies. But in addition, when it comes to decisions related to family, marriage, and childbearing, the court has done the analysis at a higher level of generality, and that makes sense because otherwise the Constitution would reinforce the historical discrimination against women.
Thank you. Justice Breyer?
Okay, let me reread this because I was distracted with this Pisco and dairy shit. So there was a tradition under the common law for centuries of women being able to end their pregnancies. But in addition, when it comes to decisions related to family, marriage, and childbearing, the court has done the analysis at a higher level of generality. And that makes sense because otherwise the Constitution would reinforce the historical discrimination against women. Okay, so that's how she's getting in the multifaceted answer, I suppose. But I don't feel like this is... I don't feel like this is okay. I'm timing you out, Derry, because I'm trying to like keep my cool, and you're not really helping with that. So I'll see you in 2 hours. Goodbye, Derry. All right, let's continue.
Justice Alito?
Well, you just mentioned the common law, so let me ask you a couple of questions about history. Did any state constitutional provision recognize that abortion was a right, liberty, or immunity in 1868 when the 14th Amendment was adopted?
No, Your Honor, but it had been allowed under the common law for many years.
Does any judicial decision at that time, or shortly or immediately after 1868, recognize that abortion was a right, liberty, or immunity?
There were state high court decisions shortly before then, Your Honor, talking about the ability of women to end a pregnancy before quickening.
What's your best case?
For the right to end a pregnancy, Your Honor? Allowing a state to take control of a woman's body and force her to undergo the physical demands, risks, and life-altering consequences of pregnancy is a fundamental deprivation of her liberty. And once the court recognizes that that liberty interest deserves heightened protection, it does need to draw a workable line, and viability is a line that logically balances the interests at stake.
Is that a case, though? Isn't he asking for a case? Maybe it's just an explanation.
The brief for the American Historical Association says that abortion was not legal before quickening in 26 out of 37 states at the time.
And to get a specific answer on this, I'm going to look up quickening real quick. Quickening is the term used to describe the fluttery sensation experienced by a mom-to-be when she first feels her baby move. It often happens between about 17 and 20 weeks of pregnancy. So that would put it at 17 to 20. That would be in our second trimester. And again, a reminder on the trimesters. Trimester 1 is from week 1 to 12. Trimester 2 is weeks 13 to 26. So that would put it at trimester 2, the second trimester. But as every pregnancy is unique, it may happen a little bit earlier or later. Okay, good to know that for context here. Because I don't know about you guys, but I've not heard of quickening. I get what she's saying, but... I wonder what the rest of that is. How bad would it feel to be the lawyer that argued abortion rights and lost? Yeah, it would feel bad, bro.
When the 14th Amendment was adopted. Is that correct?
That is correct, because some of the states had started to discard the common law at that point because of a discriminatory view that a woman's proper role was as a wife and mother, a view that the Constitution now rejects, and that's why it's appropriate to do the historical analysis at a higher level of generality.
Ooh, that's a good comeback from Rickleman there.
Face of that, can it be said that the right to abortion is deeply rooted in the history and traditions of the American people?
Yes, it can, Your Honor. Again, at the founding, women were able to end their pregnancy under the common law. And in fact, this court in Glucksburg specifically discussed Casey as a decision based on history and tradition. And at note 19 specifically called out and relied on Roe's conclusion that at the time of the founding and well into the 1800s, women had the ability to end a pregnancy.
What was the principal source that the court relied on in Roe for its historical analysis? Who was the author of that article?
I apologize, Your Honor. I don't remember the author. I know that the court spent many pages of the opinion doing a historical analysis. There's also a brief on behalf of several key American historian associations that go through that history in detail because there's even more information now that supports Roe's legal conclusions.
All right, thank you.
Another solid response, which I feel is good to point out from Rickleman here. So she doesn't remember, but she's referring to another brief that has even more detail in that we even have better historical footing now than we did then. So that's good.
I think the other side would say that the core problem here is that the court has been forced by the position you're taking and by the cases to pick sides on the most contentious social debate in American life, and to do so in a situation where they say that the Constitution is neutral on the question of abortion, the text and history, that the Constitution is neither pro-life nor pro-choice on the question of abortion, and they would say, therefore, it should be left to the people, to the states, or to Congress. And I think they also then continue, because the Constitution is neutral, that this court should be scrupulously neutral on the question of abortion, neither pro-choice nor pro-life. But because they say the Constitution doesn't give us the authority, we should leave it to the states, and we should be scrupulously neutral on the question. And that they are saying here, I think, that we should return to a position of neutrality on that contentious social issue rather than continuing to pick sides on that issue. So I think that's, at a big picture level, their argument. I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yes, a few points, if I may, Your Honor. First, of course, those very same arguments were made in Casey, and the court rejected them, saying that this philosophical disagreements can't be resolved in a way that a woman has no choice in the matter. And second, I don't think it would be a neutral position. The Constitution provides a guarantee of liberty. The court has interpreted that liberty to include the ability to make decisions related to childbearing, marriage, and family. Women have an equal right to liberty under the Constitution, Your Honor. And if they're not able to make this decision, if states can take control of women's bodies and force them to endure months of pregnancy and childbirth, then they will never have equal status under the Constitution.
Wow. So when Kavanaugh first gave this argument, I feel like it's really, really good. I feel like it's worded in a way where I don't feel like he's being too inflammatory. I feel like he shows an understanding for the position that the court is in. And this Constitution being neutral, therefore the court should be neutral, seems on its face to be something that makes sense. But I like that Rickleman also points out that, no, the Constitution has the guarantee of liberty, which is, of course, something she's repeated before, but that that the philosophical disagreement can't be resolved in a way that a woman has no choice in the matter. And second, I don't think that would be a neutral position. Her response is just so good to this, by taking a position of neutrality, you're allowing the states to infringe on the liberty of women. I don't want to spoil myself by scrolling down. I'm very curious on how Kavanaugh responds to this. I'm betting now if any conservative crosses over to legally preserve abortion, it will be Kavanaugh. Sure. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
And I want to ask a question about stare decisis and to think about how to approach that here, because there have been lots of questions picking up on Justice Barrett's questions and others. And history helps think about stare decisis as I've looked at it, and the history of how the courts applied stare decisis. And when you really dig into it, history tells a somewhat different story, I think, than is sometimes assumed. If you think about some of the most important cases, the most consequential cases in this court's history, there's a string of them where the cases overruled precedent. Brown v. Board, outlawed separate but equal. Baker versus Carr, which set the stage for one person, one vote. West Coast Hotel, which recognized the state's authority to regulate business. Miranda versus Arizona, which required police to give warnings when about the right to remain silent and to have an attorney present to suspects in criminal custody. Lawrence v. Texas, which said that the state may not prohibit same-sex conduct. Mapp versus Ohio, which held that the exclusionary rule applies to state criminal prosecutions to exclude evidence obtained in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Gideon versus Wainwright, which guaranteed the right to counsel in criminal cases. Obergefell, which recognized a constitutional right to same-sex marriage. In each of those cases, and that's a list, and I could go on, and those are some of the most consequential and important in the court's history, the court overruled precedent. And it turns out if the court in those cases had listened and they were presented with arguments in those cases, adhere to precedent in Brown v. Board, adhere to Plessy, in West Coast Hotel, adhere to Atkins, and adhere to Lochner. And if the court had done that in those cases, the country would be a much different place. So I assume you agree with most, if not all, the cases I listed there where the court overruled precedent. So the question on stare decisis is why, if, and I know you disagree with what I'm about to say in the if we think that the prior precedents are seriously wrong, if that, why then doesn't the history of this court's practice with respect to those cases tell us that the right answer is actually a return to the position of neutrality and not stick with those precedents in the same way that all those other cases didn't?
Because the view that a previous precedent is wrong, Your Honor, has never been enough for this court to overrule, and it certainly shouldn't be enough here when there's 50 years of precedent. Instead, the court has required something else, a special justification, and the state doesn't come forward with any special justification. It makes the same exact arguments the court already considered and rejected in its stare decisis analysis in Casey, and in fact, there is nothing different.
But okay, I mean, if we get an explanation for the special justifications in the examples that were given here by Kavanaugh, this would make sense, right? But I think he's saying that we were wrong in these other cases, and then we had to correct where the courts were wrong, right? And that's going against the stare decisis thing, right? And this would be one of those cases where maybe we got it wrong the first time and we're going against it. She's saying that requires a special justification. I wish we knew what the special justification for these were so we can make a one-to-one comparison. Like, that would be helpful. And that would be a good thing to have prepped. Amazing to have an institution so fundamentally unsure about whether it exists to reinforce or oppose precedent. I mean, I don't know, bro.
There's no less need today than 30 years ago or 50 years ago for women to be able to make this fundamental decision for themselves about their bodies, lives, and health.
Thank you.
Okay,
Justice Barrett? I want to ask you a follow-up question. The Chief was asking you about the viability line and if that was the right place, if that's the right line to draw. So,
oh, geez, this is going to be hard from Barrett then.
Let's take it out of the question of stare decisis and imagine that there's a state constitution that's identical to the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause. And a state Supreme Court has to decide, as a matter of state constitutional law, what the scope of an abortion right is. And the second trimester ends at 27 weeks. And so that state Supreme Court says, we think that the right exists, in an absolute sense, that the state cannot take away the right up to 27 weeks. And then after that, adopts an undue burden standard. As a matter of first principles, is that line acceptable as a matter of constitutional law?
Your Honor, it may be, but I think that the question in this case is whether a line is obviously more principled or obviously more workable than viability because of the stare decisis context.
That's the Roe framework, basically the trimester. Why wouldn't that be workable if you pick a line and say the end of the second trimester, 27 weeks, third trimester, states' interests increase? I don't understand why 27 weeks is less workable than 24.
I'm not trying to suggest it is, Your Honor. And what I was trying to suggest is that the viability line is a principled and workable line. So to change it, there would have to be a new line that's obviously more principled and more workable. And the line that the court has drawn actually...
But that's stare decisis. I'm asking as a matter of first principles.
As a matter of first principle, the viability line makes sense because if the state constitution
as a matter of prudential judgment, it's not constitutionally required as a matter of first principles because, in fact, we could decide to be more protective and say 27 weeks end of the second trimester.
You could, Your Honor, but the viability line makes sense given the protection for liberty because it comes from the woman's liberty interest in resisting state control of her body.
But why? But that doesn't give us the specifics necessary to pin it at 27 versus 24 or whatever. Because like the other justice mentioned, the woman's interest in having control of her body or the woman's interest in terminating the pregnancy doesn't disappear once it's viable, right? That has no connection to the viability of the fetus, no?
The court recognizes that interest. It does need to draw a line, as it does in many other constitutional contexts, like the Fourth and Fifth Amendment. And the viability line, as I mentioned, makes sense because it focuses on the fetus's ability to survive separately, which is an appropriate legal line because it's objectively verifiable and doesn't delve into philosophical questions about when life begins.
Thank you, counsel. General Prelogar.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court.
The state interest changes. I see. But then why is she focused on this? The viability line makes sense given the protection for liberty because it comes from... I wish you gave me more than your one-line things, Pisco, sometimes, because I know you're a very wordy fellow, and I know you're capable of it. And we've had some other people who I think have some kind of legal background in the chat today who have been participating. Their posts are a little bit longer. It's like 5 or 6 lines on my end. But it's helpful because it gives me more to kind of chew on. Like, okay, so you've pointed my eyes in the direction of the state interest changes, but it doesn't help me by couching it in any of the context of what we're talking about or giving me like more things to understand here. Like, this isn't like a bigger chat. Like I could read your whole thing. I'm on my phone. Sorry, no problem. It just makes it hard because then it's up to interpretation. I have the funny feeling that Booksmarts and Pisco have a bit of history. No, not at all. I don't think Pisco and I have ever fought. I'd say the only history I have with Pisco is he kind of reminds me of Rem a little bit, and so maybe I discriminate against him because he reminds me of Rem. I don't know. But it's just, I mentioned at the beginning because I know it's very easy to get into a long drawn out conversation with Pisco if I were to have him on. And that's just the one thing that I wanted to avoid, because every time I talk to Pisco and focus on Pisco, I wipe like the mental RAM that it is taking to understand and keep up with what's going on in what we're listening to. And that's why it's difficult. But, oh man, I wish we had longer messages from you because I appreciate his insight. I need more to chew on than the state interest changes, because then I have to, it's left up to me and I'm like a toddler with like a nuclear reactor trying to figure out how I put this together. It's like, it's not working. And then he shouts from the top of the reactor room, "It's the control rods." Like, oh, okay. Fuck. Okay. So control rods. Where the fuck do they go? What's wrong with them? Do I have too many? Do I have too little? Are they put in the wrong way? Like, then I start questioning. And now that my brain is focused on control rods, like maybe I start fucking up other stuff. And that's why it's difficult. Okay, let me try to read this again and try and understand why the fuck he's saying that. Man, you're like God. You give me like one sentence things that makes it very difficult to understand what it is that your intention or meaning is. I'm just gonna ignore what Pisco said because he doesn't explain himself. I'm just gonna keep playing it, dude.
Century, this court has correctly recognized that the Constitution protects a woman's fundamental right to decide whether to end a pregnancy before viability. That guarantee that the state cannot force a woman to carry a pregnancy to term and give birth has engendered substantial individual and societal reliance. The real-world effects of overruling Roe and Casey would be severe and swift. Nearly half of the states already have or are expected to enact bans on abortion at all stages of pregnancy, many without exceptions for rape or incest. Women who are unable to travel hundreds of miles to gain access to legal abortion will be required to continue with their pregnancies and give birth, with profound effects on their bodies, their health, and the course of their lives. If this court renounces the liberty interest recognized in Roe and reaffirmed in Casey, it would be an unprecedented contraction of individual rights and a stark departure from principles of stare decisis. The court has never revoked a right that is so fundamental to so many Americans and so central to their ability to participate fully and equally in society. The court should not overrule this central component of women's liberty.
General, would you specifically tell me, state what the right is? Is it specifically abortion? Is it liberty? Is it autonomy? Is it privacy?
The right is grounded in the liberty component of the 14th Amendment, Justice Thomas, but I think that it promotes interests in autonomy, bodily integrity, liberty, and equality. And I do think that it is. This is what I was talking about, Pisco. I feel like this is a much more solid answer than what we got from, what was her name? Rickelman. Like, give me the multifaceted answer. Give me a good answer that kind of explains and covers the I mean, I'm going to repeat myself again, the multifaceted nature of the answer. Okay, so Pisco finally gave us a decent response here. So for all individual rights, courts weigh the right against state interests. So even the First Amendment, in the right circumstances, can be curtailed, for example. There are kind of two things going on here. Where does the pregnant person's liberty interest come from, and why isn't the viability line, where state interest is said to override the liberty interest of the pregnant person, arbitrary as fuck? So let me read that last line one more time. There are two kinds of things going on here. Where does the pregnant person's liberty interest come from? And why isn't the viability line, where the state interest is said to override the arbitrary as fuck? Okay. And why isn't the viability line arbitrary as well? Okay. I feel like we do a good job of answering where does the pregnant person, although I guess they keep asking questions about it. So maybe it seems like they're confused on where the pregnant person's liberty interest comes from. Maybe I'm a dumb fuck non-legal person, but it seems to me that's the way easier question of these two things. But it might also be my personal position on abortion that's clouding my ability to think more creatively here. But it seems like the pregnant person's liberty interest is clear. Whether you think that the baby is like a real human being or not,
early on. I think that the pregnant person's liberty should be something that we can understand immediately. But the viability line and where the state interest is said to override the liberty interest of the pregnant person, I feel like that is definitely arbitrary no matter what. I don't know if the Supreme Court should be the ones deciding on it. I feel like that is the real question. But they're focused, or at least Thomas and some of the other justices are so focused on the personal liberties of the pregnant person that I'm kind of shocked that they're struggling with it so much. Conservative judges think both things are stupid. They say that there is no liberty interest for the mother to have an abortion. There's not liberty interest because it is not deeply rooted in history and tradition. That's why they spend so much time talking about history and what level of generality to look at history. How annoying. Jesus. Then can we do a better job to explain to them then the liberty interest for the mother? Because I think we focus on shit that's so easily shot down by them, like the post-birth effects. Like, don't focus on that because they can give away the kid. Like, I don't. What? That's such a difficult obstacle to overcome. Because it feels like that should be a granted thing. I'm surprised we have to argue so much about that. In that you'd have to go back into the deeply rooted in history and tradition when history and tradition is made up of misogynistic nonsense. Like, yikes. I guess that's a problem that the court is running into. But they don't care about their history or tradition when it comes to stare decisis and when it comes to not overruling the ruling that they had in the last two cases. So that's kind of annoying as well. They also think the viability line is arbitrary. I mean, well, to be fair to them, the viability line is kind of arbitrary as fuck. But if the viability line is arbitrary, then there should be another standard to impose, or we should analyze the battle between the two interests differently. No, I'll be honest with you. If the viability line is arbitrary, then it should be something decided by each individual state. I don't know, that's where my brain goes. I don't know if the Supreme Court should be the one to, but then it kicks the can down the line because then there's going to be a case that gets to the court and then the court, fuck, what a fucking complicated issue, dude. It's so hard. There's like no good, like easy solution. You can't just give it to the states because the states are eventually going to have a case where like, well, if you put the fucking viability line way before I could reasonably even know that I'm pregnant and get an abortion, then I'm going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court because that's an undue burden. And then they want to get rid of undue burden. Like, oh man. This is so hard, dude. For the 14th Amendment, liberty interest usually does have that standard of it being deeply rooted in history and tradition. Basically, it was something that was common and normal and happening around the time of the founding of the oh, fuck. This is very difficult. That considers viability an unreasonable date that nearly no fetuses could survive. I don't know what that has to do with what we're talking about. Why is it arbitrary? Isn't viability a scientific objective fact? That's what they keep saying, but you can't look on history and tradition and pick that. Like, now I understand the history and tradition thing a lot more. It's arbitrary because it has no legal reasoning. Like, sure, it's a scientific objective fact, but it's not coming from any previous legal decision. There's no legal thing or no history and tradition you're looking back on to have that valid scientific objective fact and then basing it off of that. I think the left was a little too comfortable and took for granted abortion on demand and thought it would, I don't know, I'm not reading that. The viability is somewhat arbitrary. There will be a point where a fetus couldn't survive a natural birth without life support. I mean, so hold on. There are two different kinds of arbitrary. There is arbitrary insofar as like that's a moving goalpost that will change, right? Like depending on medical technology, the point of viability will keep shrinking back and back and back, perhaps past the point when it would be reasonable that a mother would know that she's pregnant and then go and get the abortion. But it's also arbitrary in that like it doesn't come from any like pre-established legal precedent or whatever. So when I'm thinking of arbitrary, I guess I'm kind of mixing these two up, but those are two ways that I'm looking at arbitrary. Hold on. Viability comes out of nowhere from any common law history. It's just as arbitrary as choosing conception or anything. Yeah. Not to mention the aforementioned flexibility, the viability can change. Yeah. So, Goldera, that's exactly perfect. This is the two-pronged, arbitrary thing that I'm talking about. It's arbitrary insofar as it doesn't come from common law history, and it's arbitrary insofar as it can change with medical advancements and stuff. Let me read from Pisco here because he's taken the time on his phone to write us a nice big message. So basically, everyone except Thomas agrees that some non-explicit things are fundamental rights. There are cases which say there's a fundamental right to contraception, to marriage, to not be sterilized, etc. So the petitioner, the people against abortion, is doing work to distinguish abortion from those things. And the respondents are working to say these things are the same. Gotcha. I don't know if they're doing a good job of that. I'd be interested in your opinion, and it can be a yes or a no because I know you're on your phone. I haven't felt like they've done a very good job of that. But then again, the petitioner, I don't think has done like a super great job on their half of things either. And then I guess Thomas is in a corner doing his own thing. Booksmarts, 100% we are talking about the natural viability or with scientific advances. If using scientific advances, there's a perceivable point where we could support it. We've already talked about this. You're behind, baby. Okay, anywho, let's just continue here.
Is specifically the right to abortion here, the right of a woman to be able to control without the state forcing her to continue a pregnancy, whether to carry that baby to term.
I understand we're talking about abortion here. But what is confusing is that if we were talking about the Second Amendment, I know exactly what we're talking about. If we're talking about the Fourth Amendment, I know what we're talking about because it's written, it's there. What specifically is the right here that we're talking about?
Well, Justice Thomas, I think that the court in those other contexts with respect to those other amendments has had to articulate what the text means and the bounds of the constitutional guarantees. And it's done so through a variety of different texts.
Okay, I'm going to respond to Pisco one more time. And then I really just want to focus on listening to this because, again, I am wiping my mental RAM and having to like reread and restart every time I do this. Depends on the level of generality. If you say, look, all these things are about privacy, childbearing, family planning, intimate decisions, then abortion looks very similar to contraception and sterilization. If you say, well, abortion is about killing potential life, then maybe you say it's not similar to those other cases. It isn't an answer to the question I asked, but thank you. Thank you for the extra info. I was just wondering if you feel like they're doing a good job or not, because I don't feel like they're doing a very good job. But okay. Anywho, let's focus. I do. Okay. You do think they're doing a good job or a bad job? This fucking guy, dude. I already agree with SG in the response. Okay, well, then that's going to be a very hardcore bias. Anywho, okay, we're just going to continue. And I'm going to try and stick to this 1 hour timer and not read you guys. Actually, to keep myself honest, I should really just unplug this monitor. I'll turn it around. I'm turning the monitor around. I'm flipping your guys' people body. Okay, and I'm gonna continue reading because I will get distracted and then I will forget whatever it is that they're talking about here.
That implement First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment rights. So I don't think that there is anything unprecedented or anomalous about the right that the court articulated in Roe and Casey and the way that it implemented that right by defining the scope of the liberty interest by reference to viability and providing that that is the moment when the balance of interest tips and when the state can act to prohibit a woman from getting an abortion based on its interest.
Okay, let me try to reread this again. Well, Justice Thomas, I think that the court in those other contexts with respect to those other amendments has had to articulate what that text means and bounds of the constitutional guarantees, and has done so through a variety of different tests that implement First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment rights. So I don't think that there is anything unprecedented or anomalous about the right that the court articulated in Roe and Casey, and the way that it implemented that right by defining the scope of liberty interest by reference to viability and providing that that is the moment when the balance of interest tips and when the state can act to prohibit a woman from. Okay, so they're saying exactly what Pisco told us, from getting an abortion based on its interest in protecting fetal life at that point. Okay. Wow. I think Preliger does a much better job of answering than the last person, in my opinion. She's taking more time, but she's doing a better job of addressing everything and making it easier to understand. I think that this first answer is really, really good in explaining why, it's always going to be some test in some different levels for each of these rights. Okay. But Thomas is so focused on the right of the right specifically being abortion. I don't know, bro.
Protecting the fetal life at that point.
So the right specifically is abortion.
It's the right of a woman prior to viability to control whether to continue with the pregnancy. Yes.
Okay.
General, I am interested.
So it is a right to abortion. Kind of, but not really. I feel like she just has to answer that, but I don't feel like in her heart of hearts that's the answer, right? Because it is more apt to say it's liberty than abortion. But
in Justice Kavanaugh's long litany of cases in which we've overruled precedent,
because the problem is if she answers that it's just about to terminate a pregnancy, then you can look at the Constitution and be like, well, it doesn't say anything about that here. That's not a right that you have. But then it's the right to liberty, and an aspect of liberty is this bodily autonomy, gobbledygook, the 10-point long reason why you should be able to terminate your pregnancy.
We have. Yet you did call this unprecedented. As I see the structure of the Constitution, the body of it is the relationship of the three branches of government. And then there is the relationship of the federal government to the state. And through our incorporation of the 14th Amendment of the state vis-a-vis the individual, it's the federal government and the state's relationship to individuals. And I see the Bill of Rights, including the 14th Amendment, as basically setting the limits, giving individual freedom to do certain things, and stopping the government from intruding in those liberties, in those Bill of Rights, correct? Of all of the decisions that Justice Kavanaugh listed, all of them virtually except for maybe one, involved us recognizing and overturning state control over issues that we said belonged to individuals. The right in Miranda to be warned was an individual right, correct?
That's right, Justice Sotomayor, and I think that is a key distinction with the list of precedents that Justice Kavanaugh was relying on. I think that there are really two key distinctions, and the first is that in the vast majority of those cases, the court was actually taking the issue away from the people and saying that it had been wrong before not to recognize a right. And I think that matters because it goes straight to reliance interests. Here, the court would be doing the opposite. It would be telling the women of America that it was wrong, that actually the ability to control their bodies and perhaps the most important decision they can make about whether to bring a child into this world is not part of their protected liberty. And I think that would come at tremendous cost to the reliance that women have placed on this right and on societal reliance and what this right has meant for further ensuring equality.
Reliance is a good point.
Man, leave it to Sotomayor to reframe things and really help her make her case here. However, and this is one thing I'm a bit hung up on. So if it's I guess this, okay. Thank God for PISCO coming. So I was going to say, if this is a right that women have to abort the child or whatever, or to terminate a pregnancy, I guess is a nicer way of putting it, then why does it get to be disappeared by the state? Well, because all of the rights have some point at which, like Pisco said, it then becomes an interest of the state, like the state's interest in making sure that that a viable fetus is able to be carried to term or whatever, or their interest in protecting the fetus, whatever that is. There is some point at which your right stops, and then the state is able to intervene, because then it becomes a state interest to intervene upon your rights or whatever. I'm not wording that perfectly, but it's because we've been doing this all day. Okay. I think I'm starting to get this a little bit more. And thank God for Sotomayor, because she helps tie things together. And honestly, this Prelogar person, I think she's doing a better job so far, but that's just my take.
This may be my fault. I'm talking about pages 854 to 863 in the Casey case, and I've already used up too much time. I can't read those pages out loud, but they do not include the list that Justice Kavanaugh had. They do include two. One is Brown, and the second one is West Coast Hotel versus Parrish. And you could add the gay rights cases as a third, which would fit the criteria. But there are complex criteria that she's talking about that link to the position in the rule of law of this court So all I would say is you have to read them before beginning to say whether they're overruling or not overruling in the sense meant there, calling for special concern. Now, they say in those, maybe I'd mention too. Wait a minute. Of course, Plessy was wrong when decided, but just a minute. Also remember, Plessy said that separate but equal was a badge of inferiority. No, they said it isn't. Well, all you have to do is open your eyes and look at the South, my friend, and you will see whether it was or it wasn't in 1954. And they made a similar point. They said, are you going to sit here in the middle of the Depression and tell me that Lochner, with its other cases, and pure, just about pure laissez-faire, that we can run the country that way? I mention that because I want people to read those 15 pages with care. And that's why I said that. If you had anything to add to my plea to read it, please do.
Look, Justice Breyer, I agree completely. I have read those pages and reread them many times, and I think that this is actually another key distinction from the cases that Justice Kavanaugh was referring to, and that is, as I understand those passages in Casey, the court carefully walked through each and every stare decisis factor that this court focuses on. It looked at workability of the viability rule, doctrinal underpinnings, legal and factual developments, and critically reliance interests. And down the line, it found that the case for reaffirming Roe was overwhelming. And in that situation, when every factor that the court consults to determine whether to retain precedent counsels in favor of retaining it, I think Casey properly perceived that a decision to overrule nevertheless, perhaps based on the conclusion that the justices thought the case was wrongly decided in the first instance, would run counter to the ability of stare decisis to function as a cornerstone of the rule of law in this context.
Is it your argument that a case can never be overruled simply because it was egregiously wrong?
I think that at the very least, the state would have to come forward with some kind of materially changed circumstance or some kind of materially new argument, and Mississippi hasn't done so in this case.
So suppose Plessy versus Ferguson was re-argued in 1897, so nothing had changed. Would it not be sufficient to say that was an egregiously wrong decision on the day it was handed down, and now it should be overruled?
It certainly was egregiously wrong on the day that it was handed down, Plessy, but what the court said in analyzing Plessy to Brown and Casey was that what had become clear is that the factual premise that underlay the decision, this idea that segregation didn't create a badge of inferiority, had been entirely mistaken.
So is it your answer that we needed all the experience from 1896 to 1954 to realize that Plessy was wrongly decided? Would you answer my question? Had it come before the court in 1897, should it have been overruled or not?
I think it should have been overruled, but I think that the factual premise was wrong in the moment it was decided, and the court realized that and clarified that when it overruled.
So there are circumstances in which a decision may be overruled, properly overruled, when it must be overruled, simply because it was egregiously wrong at the moment it was decided.
Well, I think every other stare decisis factor, likewise, would have justified overruling in that interest, that actually it would run counter to any notion of reasonable reliance, that it was not a workable rule, that it had become an outlier in our understanding of fundamental freedoms.
Well, there was a lot of reliance on Plessy. The South built up a whole society based on the idea of white supremacy. So there was a lot of reliance. It was improper reliance. It was reliance on an egregiously wrong understanding of what equal protection means. But your answer is, I still don't understand. I still don't have your answer clearly. Can a decision be overruled simply because it was erroneously wrong, even if nothing has changed between the time of that decision and the time when the court is called upon to consider whether it should be overruled? Yes or no? Can you give me a yes or no answer on that?
This court, no, has never overruled in that situation just based on a conclusion that the decision was wrong. It has always applied the stare decisis factors and likewise found that they warrant overruling in that instance. And Casey did that. It applied the stare decisis factors. If stare decisis is to mean anything, it has to mean that kind of extensive consideration of all of the same arguments for whether to retain or discard a precedent itself is an additional layer of precedent that needs to be relied on and can form a stable foundation of the rule of law.
General, you've talked a number of times about the reliance interests here, and I think I'd like you to say a little bit more about that, because, sometimes when we talk about reliance interests, it's like there's a rule of law and you look at it and you say, oh, somebody will enforce my contract because of this rule, and it has a very kind of grounded quality to it. And as Casey talked about the reliance interests here, they're a little bit more airy. And I just wanted to get your sense of what are the reliance interests here, and how do they cash out on the ground?
Well, there are multiple reliance interests here, as I think Casey correctly recognized. Casey pointed to the individual reliance of women and their partners who had been able to organize their lives and make important life decisions against the backdrop of having control over this incredibly consequential decision whether to have a child. And people make decisions in reliance on having that kind of reproductive control, decisions about where to live, what relationships to enter into, what investments to make in their jobs and careers. And so I think on a very individual level, there has been profound reliance. And it's It's certainly the case that not every woman in America has needed to exercise this right or has wanted to, but 1 in 4 American women have had an abortion. And for those women, the right secured by Roe and Casey has been critical in ensuring that they can control their bodies and control their lives. And then I think there's a second dimension to it that Casey also properly recognized, and that's the societal dimension. That's the understanding of our society, even though this has been a controversial decision, that this is a liberty interest of women. It's the case that not everyone agrees with Roe versus Wade, but just about every person in America knows what this court held. They know how the court has defined this concept of liberty for women and what control they will have in the situation of an unplanned pregnancy. And for the court to reverse course now, I think would run counter to that societal reliance and the very concept we have of what equality is guaranteed to women in this country.
It is certainly true that there can be some planning by some people about pregnancy. People who are raped don't have a choice, whether it's by an outsider or their own husband. And not everybody can afford contraceptives, contrary to your adversary's brief. In fact, 19% of the women in Mississippi are uninsured, so they don't have money to pay for contraceptives. So, but why their point in their brief was, contraceptives, if you use them, the failure rate is very small, et cetera, et cetera. How can there be real reliance? So could you address that issue?
Of course. So first, this is not a new circumstance. Since Roe and Casey, contraceptives existed in 1973 and in 1992, and still the court recognized that unplanned pregnancies would persist and deeply implicate the liberty interest of women. But I think even on the facts, the state is mistaken here. A contraceptive failure rate in this country is at about 10% using the most common methods. That means that women using contraceptives, approximately 1 in 10 will experience an unplanned pregnancy in the first year of use alone. About half the women who have unplanned pregnancies were on contraceptives in the month that occurred. And so I think the idea that contraceptives could make the need for abortion dissipate is just contrary to the factual reality.
Wow, that's actually counter to a lot of arguments I've even seen on Twitch around this topic. Jesus, contraceptive failure rate in this country is at about 10% using the most common methods. Approximately 1 in 10 will experience unplanned pregnancy in the first year. Jesus Christ.
You also mentioned, or maybe it was your co-counsel, that life changes for women after 15 weeks.
That's exactly right, Justice Sotomayor. And I think that this is responsive as well to the questions that the Chief Justice was asking about, in particular, the impact of enforcing a 15-week bar in this case. The court has always looked at that issue by looking at the people for whom the law is a restriction, not those for whom it's irrelevant. So the question is, why would women need access to abortion after 15 weeks, and what is the effect on them? And there are any number of women who cannot get an abortion earlier. They don't realize that they're pregnant. That's especially true of women who are young or don't haven't experienced a pregnancy before, or their life circumstances change, as you referred to, Justice Sotomayor. They lose their job, or their relationship breaks apart, or they have medical complications. Or for many women, they don't have the resources to pay for it earlier. It takes time for them to raise the money or make the appropriate logistical arrangements to be able to take time off work and travel and have childcare. And for all those women in this category who need access to abortion after 15 weeks, the fact that other women were able to exercise their constitutional rights does nothing to diminish the impact on their liberty interests in forcing them to continue with that pregnancy.
Thank you.
General, following up on that, would that argument be true in terms of viability as well? In other words, your discussion of the reliance interests in the ability of women and men to control their lives in reliance on the right to an abortion, the argument would not be as strong, I think you'll have to concede, given what we're talking about, which is not a prohibition. It's a 15-week line. Is that right? Yes. You have to hypothesize people who have planned their lives according to a 24 or whatever week limit it is, but not a 15-week limit on abortion, right?
Well, I don't think the court has ever analyzed reliance with that kind of parsing. I think here the force of the viability line is that it's clearly demarcated the scope of a woman's protected liberty interest in this context. And the state is not actually asking this court to replace it with a clear 15-week line that would provide some measure of continued protection for this right. They're asking the court to reverse the liberty interest altogether or leave it up in the air. And if that were to happen, then immediately states with 6-week bans, 8-week bans, 10-week bans, and so on would seek to enforce those with no continued guidance of what the scope of the liberty interest is going forward.
Well, that may be what they're asking for, but the thing that is at issue before us today is 15 weeks. And I just wonder what the strength of your reliance arguments, which sounded to me like being based on a total prohibition, would be if there isn't a total prohibition. And as far as viability goes, I don't see what that
so he's trying to pin her on 15 weeks. Okay, but there's problems at 15 weeks.
Has to do with the question of choice at all.
Well, I think as Casey emphasized in reaffirming the viability line, the court justified that as having both a logical and a biological justification, that it marks the point in pregnancy when the fetus...
Yeah, for real. Like, if Justice Roberts really thinks that it's between 15 weeks or where the viability line or the viability line, then shouldn't they have to give a better answer for why they're breaking the viability line standard and going to 15 weeks, right? Like, wouldn't that like burden be on them, kind of? Like, the reasons why they've picked the viability line, as has been expressed in like the case today, I don't think any of that is addressed by like this 15-week move. Like, we haven't given good reason why that's less than the I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
It's capable of meaningful
that's what John Hart really explained was a complete syllogism. That's the definition of viability. It's not a reason that viability is a good line.
Well, it's focused on the idea of fetal separateness, and I think that is a line that also accords with the history and tradition in this country of abortion regulation.
I'm glad we finally bring up this, right? Like the whole point of the viability. I know Pisco has worded this as like it's when the state's interest steps in to become involved in the fetus and whatever and protect the fetus, but what I've been surprised by is we haven't actually talked about why that is the case. And here I feel like we're finally getting that explicitly mentioned. Like, it's the idea of fetal separateness, right? Like, maybe it's just something that is implied and therefore it hasn't really been brought up until this point. But I feel like it's important to explain a little bit, or to touch upon at least.
Contrary to the state's arguments here, at the time of the founding and for most of early American history, women had an ability to access abortion in the early stages of pregnancy, and it was only when the fetus was deemed sufficiently separate the states could act to bar that. So I think that the viability line also aligns with history and tradition in that respect.
Justice Thomas?
You heard my question to counsel earlier about the woman who was convicted of criminal child neglect. What would be your reaction to that as far as her liberty, and whether or not the liberty interest that we're talking about extends to her?
Well, Justice Thomas, I have to confess that I haven't read the specific case you're referring to, but if I understand the question you were posing, it sounds as though the state is seeking to regulate for a child that's been born that was injured while it was inside the womb. And I think that we are not denying that a state has an interest there. We're not denying that a state has an interest here either. Roe recognized that states have interests that exist from the outset of pregnancy. But with respect to this specific right to abortion, there are also profound liberty interests of the woman on the other side of the scale. And
that's it. That's an interesting point to what Pisco was talking about earlier. Roe recognized that the states have an interest that exists from the outset of pregnancy. So is not then the line where the states have interests even sooner than the point of viability? If the state has interests that exist from the outset of pregnancy, do their interests not then start with the viability line? And if Roe set that up, then is it that Casey v. Planned Parenthood then goes against that? And is that part of our problem here? Is that Roe says that it exists from the outset of pregnancy, but then Casey steps in and says, well, actually, no, it should start from the point of viability because of the separateness argument. I'm going to turn the screen around just to see if Pisco answers that, or any of my yes, according to Casey. Okay, so Casey changes what Roe had said. So then Roe says that states have interests that exist from the outset of pregnancy, and then Casey steps in and says, no, their interests start from the point of viability. Okay. If that's correct, then cool. Okay. And then correct me if I'm wrong. I'll bring it around full circle. Oh, no. Sorry. Because what then what are the interests that exist from the outset of pregnancy? Because it can't be the separateness of the fetus. What kind of low life cares if a stranger? Okay, we're talking about a court case, bro. Casey allows for more regulation before viability. I see. I guess I'm just confused, because up until this entire point, I had thought that based on the itty bitty thing that you told me earlier, which is why, like, again, I should not have read what you told me. I don't. Because it leaves parts of confusion that I don't have wrapped up in my brain anymore. I think that the state has an interest to help women that decide to continue the pregnancy, but not force them to continue the pregnancy. Sure, but that has nothing to do with what I'm asking about here. When Roe is overturned, no female seeking an abortion in the case of I don't care about this. Man, I just get so frustrated with you guys, and I'm asking like a single question. Of course, I'm not going to get my single answer. Okay, I'm turning you back around. Not helpful. I'll talk to you when we're back. I'll talk to you when the alarm goes off and tells me I need to talk to you. Let me think about this real quick. Because again, I'm showing you guys what my process of trying to figure this shit out as somebody not educated on it would be. So maybe it's just helpful to walk you through and just talk out loud as I normally would. Okay, so Roe recognizes the states have interests that exist from the outset of pregnancy, but with respect to this specific right to abortion, there are also profound liberty. Yeah, I get all that. She's a fucking broken record with that shit. I understand that part of it. And I understand the childbirth stuff. What the fuck are the interests that exist from the outset of pregnancy, though? I would have to go and I would have to read it to understand this. And I doubt they're going to give me a page number that I could go and look at and then read that. Let me just finish reading what she says here. Not being forced to, okay. And the state's arguments here seem to ask this court to look only at its interests and to ignore entirely those incredibly weighty interests of the women on the other side. Okay, but that doesn't answer my question. Roe recognizes... I have so much problem with this one line. It's so confusing to me. Because I had thought this entire time, like, I understand the state's interest after viability. But I feel like by drawing the line there and saying they have interests after viability, what the fuck are their interests before viability? And maybe that's what Thomas is getting at here. Like, she can be convicted of criminal child neglect before the point of viability because of what she did to the child before the point of viability. It sounds as though the state is seeking to regulate for a child that's been born that was injured while... Okay, so her response here is that after the child is born, you can go back and look at what happened before the point of viability and then legislate based on that. Maybe that is the interest that states have that exists from the outset of pregnancy. But that wouldn't have anything to do with abortion. That would have to do with like essentially torturing your unborn child by doing drugs when you just barely get pregnant. So it'd be an entirely separate issue, but you could still legislate on it. So the state has interests that exist before the outset of pregnancy, like protecting that unborn child from like having a bunch of drugs pumped through them or whatever. And you would want to be able to convict a mother that would do that, but you wouldn't want to be able to convict the mother for aborting it. But I mean, that brings up this crazy fucking contrast or like problem or contradiction where it's like, okay, so we can convict the mother for child abuse, for giving the kid drugs before it was viable, but not for killing it before it was viable. Like, if we're giving it the consideration here, that's such a weird, fuzzy fucking line. No? Like, hold on. I have to turn the monitor around. Am I like completely missing something here? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, let me open up SAI real quick and and draw it out. Because again, this is what I would do if I was like on my own. You cannot have an opinion about. I don't care, dumbass. Okay, I'm timing you out because you're honestly you're being annoying. Congrats, 10 minutes. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Chill out when you get back. State forced child. Okay, nobody's talking about this stuff, bro. I'm gonna ignore you guys for a bit while I do this. Okay, so you have the red zone here, and this is gonna be, and then we have this here, which is gonna be. So, thank you for fighting back against Destiny. Roe v. Wade part summary on page 52 to 53. The interest prior to viability is the health of the mother. Oh, so it has nothing to do with the kid. Okay, hold on. I promise I'll scroll back up and I'll look at this. This is on page, you said 52 to 53. So I'll open that up. We'll take a look at that in 2 seconds. So I just want to run through something, and maybe the people at home that actually know about this can understand what I'm talking about here. So, because I'm going to explain it, and it's going to be totally separate from what you just linked me and what you just talked about. So if we have a baby, and then let's say this baby, I'll make it yellow. Let's say we have a baby, okay? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Here's our baby. And our baby is all whacked out because the mom had drugs at this point. So my understanding with what Thomas is saying is, can we like convict the mom for things that happened here, even if it's before viability? Like, state interest starts way before. And I'm not talking about the mom, which is what you just linked me. I'm talking about for the baby. That because you fucked up the baby by doing drugs before the point of viability, the state has an interest here. So the state's interest can expand across the entirety of everything. It can go on forever, all the way from the point of like the conception to the pregnancy. Roe v. Wade and Casey, not about babies. But hold on a second, because I'm trying to like explain something, and then you can listen to me, and then you can answer me, Pisco. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ! I feel like I explain myself, and then I'm not getting heard. So Roe recognizes states have interests that exist from the outset of pregnancy. So Roe, and you're saying that those have to do with the mother. I get that, but that's not what Clarence is asking here. You heard my question to counsel earlier about the woman who was convicted of criminal child neglect. What would be your reaction to that as far as her liberty and whether or not the liberty interest we're talking about extends to her? So he is a lawyer. I'm not saying he's not a lawyer. Is this not a state interest for the kid as well? Like, am I misunderstanding this interest thing? Like, I get the mother thing. I get that the Roe v. Wade and Casey are not about babies' interests, but that's not answering what I'm telling you about. Does or does not the state have an interest before the point of viability that has to do with the kid? Because if she were to take drugs before the point of viability, we could convict her for abusing the kid during that period. Like, let's say she did drugs only during this period here, and then she figures out she's pregnant, or she knew she was pregnant somewhere around here, and then she stops, like, and it doesn't go on past this point. Would we not then say that the state has some interest in the baby before the point of viability? That's all that I'm asking. I'm not asking what X says of Y or whatever. I'm just asking about this because I need to like clear up the end of this loop in my brain so that I can move on, because I have this question. If you're showing us something, we're not going to see it. Oh, okay, fuck. This is how I know that you're not listening to me, is because I was explaining this whole drawing and nobody said shit. That's how you know. Because I said all this shit, and rather than telling me, hey, book smarts, we can't see what you're talking about, you just fucking gave me answers without even considering the thing that I'm literally fucking drawing and trying to explain to you. Okay, so we have, and I'll explain it one more time because I'm not convinced of a fucking answer that I get if you didn't look at my goddamn drawing, dude. So this point that is all before viability, the state has some interest involving the baby before the point of viability, because if she did drugs only during this point here and she stopped, then the state would be able to convict. And if they can convict, it would mean they had an interest in the baby before the point of viability, right? Or am I misunderstanding the way that interest works? Am I misunderstanding this concept of the state having interest? Because it would seem to me that the state has interest in the baby before the point of viability. Now I will go and I will read the chat. And I hope to God I have a good answer. To my knowledge directly, no case says there's a state interest before viability that has to do with the kid, but it could be argued that it could fall under the narrow exception of an interest prior to viability. It just hasn't been done yet. Okay, yeah, that sounds like what Thomas said. Okay, that's Thomas's argument. Okay, then why the fuck is... Okay, hold on. All right. You got your answer from Pisco. Be happy. Be appreciative that the lawyer man is spending his time answering your questions in your chat when you're spending all this time listening to this thing that you don't know anything about. Imagine how annoying it would be if somebody asked you questions about psychology or education they had no background in, and they were completely frustrated that I'm not answering their question in exactly the way that they want because their question is coming from an ignorant place and not understanding what everybody's talking about. Okay. That's Thomas's argument, yes. Solid. I'm happy. I feel like you validated, like, I feel like I'm not crazy, okay? It's the opposite of crazy making to hear Pisco, the lawyer guy, go, that's Thomas's argument. Okay, because that's what I thought, but I don't feel like anytime I ask the chat, I'm getting like a confirmation that this is what he's focused on. Because for me, that is all of this. He's not focused on his viability shit or any of that. He's saying that if we could convict a mother for, taking drugs before the point of viability, then it would appear that the state has an interest in the baby before the point of viability. Not this shit about, well, Roe v. Wade says fucking they care about the interest of the mother and blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking about the fucking mother, dude. I'm talking about the conviction, the interest in the baby. And I think that's what Thomas is like neurodivergently focusing on to the detriment of, I think, the larger case, is he's very focused on this. And maybe he feels like he's going crazy because he's like me and he's not getting answers to this and feels like nobody understands that's what he's trying to focus on. I don't know. I just don't. Book, is your ring light brighter than normal? You're washed out. Oh, it's because the light outside has died down a bit. Let me adjust the light here and look at that. And then I'll catch up on the chat because our alarm went off. How is that? Is that a little bit better? Should I turn it down even more? Down more or down less? Should I turn the light up or should I turn the light down? Up to you guys. I'll leave that decision in the chat while I catch up. Holy shit. Come is life. Using your homemade flesh jack is what the fuck? My question is, does that only count because the child was born? That's another interesting follow-up question, right? Like, if the pregnancy is terminated at this point or whatever, I think the answer to that question is no. I think the answer is no. And then we enter into this weird area, you know what I mean? Right? Because, like, if the pregnancy is terminated here, the state has no interest because there's no baby. They only have an interest once the baby reaches past this threshold and they're somewhere in here. Or maybe for this, they only have an interest once it goes in here. In which case it's like Schrodinger's crime or whatever. If the baby never makes it to term, do they not have an interest? But here's the other thing. If she does drugs, the fetus lives past the point of viability, and then it makes it to here and dies, and it died as a result of her drug use, and the state already has passed the point of viability, so they already have even like abortion rights secured or whatever. Is the right to kill, and I'm going to use kill because I'm going to use charge language. I don't give a fuck. I'm getting tired. Is the right to terminate the pregnancy after this point, if it's not allowed, then I think if the pregnancy miscarriages or whatever, and you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt in court that it was due to the drugs, it would be the exact same as if the baby lived and then you were to prosecute it this way. I think that's the way it would work, right? Like, but as long as the baby or the pregnancy terminated here, you would be fine, even if it was because of the drugs, because you're allowed to terminate that pregnancy, whether it was intentional or unintentional. But I feel it would be really crazy to prosecute a woman over a miscarriage. Like, to me, just like the sentence in my mind sounds fucking crazy. So maybe it should start here. And maybe this is the no man's land of like, well, you can't do an abortion, but you could kill it with drugs. Like, well, no, that can't be the case, right? Like, so it would have to start here, but parts of it, maybe different parts of it, maybe drug considerations start here and continue all the way until the baby is born and even past that. But abortion rights for that fetus start here. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that a fetus has different rights at different weeks. So maybe at that second trimester, whatever mark here at the viability point, it all of a sudden has a right not to be aborted. But maybe over here, even from day 0, it has a right not to be drugged up, right? And maybe a fetus just has different rights at different points. And then when it's 18, of course, because this would fall in line with other things in human life, right? Then once you're 18, you get new rights that are afforded to you here and go onward. And once you're 21, you get new rights that are afforded to you and go onward. And once, what is the presidential age? 32 or 35 or something? Then once you're at 35, you have new rights, like being able to be a president and stuff that go on and go forward. Maybe this is just a continuum that goes like into birth or whatever. Now that I'm done with this rant, I will look at the chat. And thank you for the $5, Wolfgang. I hope you're getting angry and good fun. Here is some money to support the content you find more meaningful. Also, thank you for the art channel. Yes, of course. And thank you for supporting. No, like, believe me, this is something I'm much more okay with getting frustrated about, because this is the real fucking world. This is real things. And I'm frustrated because I don't understand it, or because I feel like, I don't know, like this I'm fine with because this is real. I won't feel guilty later being totally like obsessed or whatever over this. So I'm going to catch up on the chat from where I left off at, because of course we are in the period where we have my period of like discussion. And then once we get past our discussion period, then I will return to reading the thing for you guys. Okay. I think I'm good. I don't think I need to do meditation or breathing or whatever. Okay. From Casey, with respect to the state's important and legitimate interests in potential life, the compelling point is at viability. This is so because the fetus then presumably has the capability of meaningful life outside of the mother's womb. State regulation protective of fetal life after viability thus has both logical and biological justifications. Sure. So that makes sense. But I don't agree with it. I think based on what Clarence is saying, and I'm going to actually change to go back to our main thing here. So I think this person is giving me a quote from Casey, because they said it's from Casey. The quote goes, with respect to the state's important and legitimate interest in potential life, the compelling point is its viability. Now, maybe by potential life, they are specifically talking about to abort or not to abort, rather than to drug up a fetus or not to drug up a fetus. So frankly, it could just be an entirely different issue. But it would seem to me that a state's interest in a fetus starts before the point of viability. And if that's the case, and that's what Thomas is focusing on, then I think it's okay to focus on it. At Booksmarts, 2 big state interests. 1, the life of the mother, and 2, the potential life. Thomas says, hey, this law is okay and before viability, so why does an interest 2 go before viability? My answer to Thomas would be that the drugs thing doesn't have to do with viability, right? If I remember right, it's that the baby was still born but had problems, right? And if we're talking about the problems and stuff, it's not like, unless by potential life we mean the fetus and like implications in its potential life. And if we mean it that way, then sure, then his thing stands and it's still important, of course. Not possible. Okay, I'm not reading that. Hashtag no. Okay. Jesus Christ, you guys are nutty. Not the interest of the baby, though. The interest of the state in the potential life. So, pardon me, but when I say baby, is baby not like, okay, I get it. I have to be very, very specific with my terms here, because like I'm looking at this point here, you know, with my eye, boop, boop, boop. And I'm using this as my word to describe the thing that existed and had existence that goes all the way back to here. So when I'm saying baby, I'm only using baby because I think he's talking about a baby that was already born, and then we're like talking about, but yeah, okay, maybe I should be more specific. It's not the interest of the baby, it's the interest in potential life. But the potential life has been realized at this point, and then we convict into the... I'm just going to drop it. There are better lawyers on Twitch than Pisco. You should seek on abortion. Pisco ranks like last on the credibility. Okay, I don't care, dude. Yes, exactly. Great job. Thanks, dude. What did Lemony say? Okay. I'm reading them all silently to myself because there's a lot of dumb comments in here today. The purpose behind those laws is to prosecute intentional or negligent miscarriages. Gotcha. So it does. There is an extension beyond or before viability. I think I would agree with that logic. Upon viability, it's more of a prisoner of circumstances, and the moral thing to do if the host is no longer consenting is to try to separate in a way to preserve the life if possible. Yeah, for sure. And then if it comes down to it, the life of the mother is, of course, worth more than the life of the baby, and I think that's something that we can all accept. Jesus, you guys are so mad about the Pisco thing. I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions, guys. And it's not like he's the end all be all. You guys act like once Pisco comes down from the rock, then that will be the law of the land, and Pisco presents the tablet with the fucking rules that Booksmarts will always follow, and he'll always argue against other people based on the principles that Pisco brings down from the mountain, and it is he, Pisco, who is the end-all be-all of everything. That's not the way any of this works. I'm not like super... Pisco is not Moses coming down from the rock with the fucking 10 commandments. Okay. I don't think of Pisco that way. It's more so just asking Pisco, like, am I crazy or not questions. And then if somebody else comes along later and they're a very proper lawyer and they're like, hey, that Pisco guy, he actually said some shit that's like really fucking stupid and whatever. I don't trust Pisco so much that I would trust him over like a lawyer who is actually like doing work and stuff, or is like, hey, I've been doing this for like, 10 years and, maybe I'm actually specialized in this field. And if they tell me something and it's different than what Pisco tells me, I'm going to prefer this over this, or at least I'm going to put in my mind that there is some like discrepancy here. But yeah, I'm not like trusting Pisco over somebody later. It's just like Pisco is the best thing that I have accessibility to right now. And it's just like a quick check on like sanity. That's all. People can be prosecuted for drugs and stuff, even if the baby's never... Okay, I don't care. Yeah, I get that. Sorry, I'm being rude. Does the state have a definition for life, or does that not matter? I don't think it matters. Honestly, I don't think the life thing very much matters. Can we just use baby? A fetus is simple. I don't care. I'm losing it, and I'm just going to expect that you understand what I'm saying, because the noun that I'm referring to. I'm referring to the thing that exists as a fucking one cell thing that has a sperm egg inside of it and then eventually gets to here and is like this. And I don't care to make the distinction between baby and whatever. If I refer to this noun, known as baby, known as fetus, known as whatever, I feel like you can know what I'm talking about, and I'm not going to get this right every single time. Sorry. Booksmarts, what's your personal ideal policy on abortion? You know what? At this point, I'm getting frustrated with women. Maybe we should just ban it all. Kidding. Obviously, I'm kidding. No, I mean, like, if the vote's put in front of me, I think that, like, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion, especially after reading all this. I'm more confused than I was at the start. Try using da baby and no baby. I know, Roger. I'm getting so sick of you guys. Hold on. I'm gonna have to fucking take a breathing break again, because you're making Papa real mad. Hold on. Yes, I realize, let me go ahead and respond to you. So I'm not fucking crazy. But I'm also going to ask that after I give you this consideration, give me a little bit of consideration, right? I stroke you, you stroke me, we'll be good. I rub your back, you rub my back, okay? Let's try to do that. Let's try to do that. Okay, you and me, right now. Roger Stone's tramp stamp. What a fucking name, dude. You're not making it easy to have this conversation with you. But they're different words that mean different things, and when you use the wrong words, people can't assume your meaning. Hold on. They are different words. They mean different things, but you can assume my meaning. You can. Like, I understand a fetus is not the same thing as a baby. I get that. I understand. Yes, I agree there. But when the people assuming my meaning, I believe that they can. I believe you possess the creativity necessary because you're able to, you know what? Prostate exercises, you're making fun of me? You're fucking gone. I gave you your fucking opportunity and now you're done. And I'm going to ban you for 13 hours. I'm not going to see you again. Goodbye. I tried to have a ceasefire with you, bro. And I'm not using my pen tablet. I'm using my fucking mouse. Okay, we're gonna have a real deep meditation session, and I'm gonna rub my anus like this person recommended before we get back into things. Okay. Fucking people, man. They test my fucking patience, and I feel like I'm one of the more patient streamers, and if I can't deal with you, bro, it doesn't spell well for you. Maybe he was flirting and not making fun of your prostate. Maybe, bro. Maybe. Oh boy, I'm done with this discussion period. We're gonna move back into doing what we're supposed to be doing here, which is listening to this fucking thing, getting through it, and being done with it. You guys are hurting me. You're hurting me on the inside. Okay, you're hurting my prostate. Instead of calling it an abortion, couldn't we call it a uterine eviction of an unwarranted Let me go ahead and thank the sponsor of today's show, Watsaku, with the tier 1 for 5 months. Hey, Bookie, it's been a fun 5 months. Hope you're all right, brother. Hydration check. I'm doing fine on hydration, but thank you for suggesting. Okay, let's do some breathers. We'll be okay. Reminder that those in chat demanding we use the word baby want to use the term to refer to a literal worm, like a formation of clustered cells. Well, toxoplasmosis. We're all over the place. It don't matter. I'm just gonna move on. We just need to listen to this, and we'll be done. I think I've watched Booksmarts for quite a while, but curiously, he appears politically ambigu, except for being more right-wing than the average commie-fernian. Yeah, that's how I would describe myself in a nutshell. You got me. Okay. I won't be able to breathe peacefully until that fucking stash is obliterated. Well, currently, the chat has voted in favor of keeping it, so not looking too good for you. I'm be honest with you. If you didn't know, today we're doing a bit of a donation goal thing. We are weighing out the people that want the mustache to stay and the people that want it to go. And right now, 5, 10, 20, 25, 30, 40. It is 30 to 40. 30 in favor of shaving it, 40 in favor of keeping it. So we're going to keep it. It will take $11 to push us over the edge into shaving it. If you want it gone, $11 is the price at the moment, okay? Euler alert, yes, okay. The amount of biology majors on Twitch is about to explode? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Okay, let's just keep going. Just ignore the people that are saying things that are silly. You You got this, Booksmarts. You got this, Booksmarts. You can do it, but I believe in you. The last donation I sent had a vote against mustache at the end of it. Let me go ahead and see. It did not. You're gaslighting me. It says, I hope you are getting angry and good fun. Here is some money to support content you find more meaningful. Also, thank you for the art channel. It would appear that you didn't mention that at all, Wolfgang. I'm so sorry, but we can't count that. We're not the Democrats. We're not counting these votes that don't count, buddy. And it looks like the keepers are ahead. They're ahead by 10 or 11. So yeah, it's not in there, Wolfgang. I'm sorry. Not. I want to keep the stash. I want to keep it. All right. We got this. We got this. I believe in us. The temptation to stop the stream is high. We are 7 hours in. What is this about? $50 down with the stash. Wow. You know what that does? That means that there is a $40 difference now to shave the stash. I'm so sorry, party people. I think that might doom your cause. I think that $50 from CMG just might doom your cause. I think that might just lock in the shaving. Now I have to keep streaming. I have to give the keepers a chance, dude. I got to give them a chance to keep it. So the show must go on. We are at 1 hour, 44 minutes, basically, and it's 1 hour 53 until we're done listening to the audio. So, no, they're down with the stash. It means keep. Oh, God, we have a butterfly ballot. Wait, CMG, which way is this going? What does CMG say? Oops, not on that page, Google. What does CMG say in the chat? Wait, he added unquashable and says, no, it did not. Yeah, it means he wants it gone. So, yeah, there you go. It's 40. It's negative 40. He said keep it copium. Yeah, basically. Okay, anywho, let's get back on track, okay? We are nearly through this part, and then we have a whole 90 pages to read. Wow, I have like bisexual lighting or something, I think, right? Okay, anywho.
Not being forced to continue with a pregnancy, not being forced to endure childbirth, and to have a child out in the world. And the state's arguments here seem to ask this court to look only at its interests and to ignore entirely those incredibly weighty interests of the woman on the other side.
Thank you. Justice Breyer? Just leave. Yeah. Yes, of course.
Let's see what this one's about. Thank you to Wolfgang. We need to overturn legislation allowing Book to keep the stash regardless of trimester or gestation period. Is this a pro or is this an anti-stash? We need to overturn legislation allowing Book to keep... Is this a remove the stash comment? If chat votes to have it gone one day and want it back the next day, how are you to pull that off? It's a one and done thing, dude. It's a one and done thing. Wait, what the fuck is this? What is this vote for? Is this to keep it or to toss it? Remove it? Abort it? Okay, well that's... Now we're at negative 45 for the stash because it's another 5 to remove it. Wow, okay. The lobby for anti-stash is coming. Keep it, I think? No, it's not keep it. Stop counting them when it doesn't specify? I have to, bro. I can't let them have their money go to waste. I already did that to Wolfgang once. Wolfgang doesn't know how to vote. Wolfgang has a European name. They don't vote out in Europe. It's so complicated there. He doesn't know how to work the system.
Further?
I just want to make sure I understand your response to the Chief Justice. If this court will reject the viability line, do you see any other intelligible principle that the court could choose?
Well, I think that it would be critically important, even if this court were to reject the viability line, to reinforce and reaffirm the fundamental and profound liberty interest at stake here.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but that wasn't my question.
Hold on, let me see what the question is here, because I'm distracted by this mustache talk. If this court will reject the viability line, do you see any other intelligible principle that the court could use?
I understand that point fully. By the end of this argument, that is deeply clear to me. I understand your position. I'm just asking a question about whether you think there would be another alternative line that the government would propose or not. You emphasized that if 15 weeks were approved, then we'd have cases about 12 and 10 and 8 and 6. And so my question is there a line in there that the government believes would be principled or not?
I don't think there's any line that could be more principled than viability. I think the factors the court would have to think about are what is most consistent with precedent, what would be clear and workable, and what would preserve the essential components of the liberty interest. And viability checks all of those boxes and has the advantage as well as being a rule of law for 50 years.
Thank you. That's helpful, counsel. Appreciate it.
I like that she's just willing to bite the bullet in a way that the last lady wasn't. Just say, I don't think there's any line that could be more principled than viability. Like, sure. I mean, if that's your answer, just say it, right? Like,
Justice Kavanaugh?
You make a very forceful argument and identify critically important interests that are at stake in this issue. No doubt about that. The other side says, though, that there are two interests at stake, that there's also the interest in fetal life at stake as well. And in your brief, you say that the existing framework accommodates, that's your word, both the interest of the pregnant woman and the interest of the fetus. And the problem, I think the other side would say, and the reason this issue is hard, is that you can't accommodate both interests. You have to pick. That's the fundamental problem. And
do you, though? Why can't you just have a compromise in the middle, like where we're at presently, right? Like,
and one interest has to prevail over the other at any given point in time. And that's why this is so challenging, I think. And the question then becomes, what does the Constitution say about that? And I just want to get your reaction to what the other side's theme is, and I've mentioned it in my...
Oh, boy. What is this one? Wow. Lemonies with the $30. Keepers Unite. Jesus. Wow. Well, that's 30. Which means that you guys are now down to a 15 deficit. Let me go ahead and triple check that math. That's 70, 80, 85 for one side. And then we have 20, 30, 40, 80. Oh, wait, no, I'm off. You have a 5 deficit. Only $5. You have a $5 deficit, I believe. If my new math serves me correctly. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. A $5 deficit. That's it. Wow. That's $5 in favor of it getting cut off. But I mean, Lemonies has thrown you guys back into the race, keepers. What if they're able to remove the fetus from the woman without killing it right away? I don't know, bro. I'm not going to entertain
prior
these
questions. When you have those two interests at stake, and both are important.
Oh, I need to set the timer. Well, I don't need the timer. We're just let's try and marathon through and get this bit done. But thank you, Lemonies. That's cool. $30. That's nice.
As you acknowledge. Why not? Why should this court be the arbiter rather than Congress, the state legislatures, state Supreme Courts, the people being able to resolve this? And there'll be different answers in Mississippi and New York, different answers in Alabama than California, because there are two different interests at stake, and the people in those states might value those interests somewhat differently. Why is that not the right answer?
So, to give a point to Debate Board in the chat. Wow, that goes to the half keepers, which evens us up. So now we are in keeper territory. If the stream were to end right now, if I F and the fucking power goes out. No, never mind. Okay, so I assume I meant to read this in Donald Trump. I talked with my constituents, and they were great constituents. They found the votes. I mean dollars. The mustache must stay, Obama. Okay. So that's 5 to the stairs. 5 to the stairs. That is 5 to the stairs. Oh my god, another one? That's 15 to the shavers. Oh no. That brings the deficit back up to 10 between the two. So that's 10 in favor of shaving it. Thank you to Adam G. Ketchum, Brio, wait, did I miss the 25 from this other person? Hold up. The count may be off. Please don't call it a mustache. At this phase of its life, it is more of an overgrown hair follicles. Perfectly ethical to remove. Wait, there was a missed 25. I'm going to have to do a retally. Here. I actually need a whole other page because I didn't anticipate that this would be such a big deal. You guys are crazy. You guys are really crazy. Let me go ahead and count these and I'll start over on a new sheet of paper here. So we have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. That's 90 on that one side. And then we have 2, 3, 8. 8, 9, 10. No way. Really? 2, 3, 80, 85, 90, 100, 125. It's 90 in favor of keeping it and 125 in favor of shaving it. How do I get the math so wrong every time? Jesus. I shouldn't be the one in charge of votes. Never ever put me in charge of votes. I swear to God. I'll be worse than Danabo and Dylan Burns. I'd be worse than that pair counting votes, bruh. My voting system is fucking rough. I am no IRI when it comes to counting votes, dude. That is for damn sure. Okay. Stop the count. Roll back to the previous. Nope. No. So we're at 90 to 125. Keepers in shambles, dude. Keepers in shambles. Shavers are virgins. Keepers are chads. Yeah. Let me grow out my Fu Manchu, bro. Come on. Unacceptable. We need to find Bookie and Strawman. What the fuck? You're going to turn me into ham? It was Vadim that fucked up the day. Yeah, okay. Blame Vadim, hopium. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue.
Justice Kavanaugh, it's not the right answer because the court correctly recognized that this is a fundamental right of women. And the nature of fundamental rights is that it's not left up to state legislatures to decide whether to honor them or not. And
okay, so to the person earlier, I think it was like Debate Board or whatever, I like that we're making this very clear between the two of them. In one, we're talking about this line ought to be drawn by the states, but in this, we're talking about this is a fundamental right, and it shouldn't be up to the state legislators to decide whether or not to honor it or whether or not to give these rights to women. But like the Constitution doesn't say it, so is it really a right? And like we enter into this weird territory where we don't have a good answer for the right thing because it's a liberty, and liberty is composed of this, that, and the other, and it's like. It sounds like we just need an amendment about fucking abortion, but there's no way we'll pass that shit because we don't have the people necessary to pass an abortion amendment. So oh man, it's such a difficult thing where I flop back and forth, and regardless of my personal opinion on it, I don't see like a proper, clear legal answer to this, honestly. The court correctly recognized in her opinion, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's true, different rules would prevail throughout the country if this court were to overrule Roe and Casey. But what that would mean is that women in those states who are refusing to honor their rights and who are forcing them to continue to use their bodies to sustain a pregnancy and then to bring a child into the world will have no recourse other than to travel if they're able to afford it, or to attempt abortion outside the confines of the medical system, or to have a child, even though that was not the best choice for them and their family.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
I have a follow-up to Justice Kagan's question about reliance. I'm just trying to nail down, and I asked Ms. Rickleman this.
Debate Board says, Booksmarts, this is where the draft opinion that we can read does a good job assessing the quality of reasoning that from a right to privacy that we can derive a right to an abortion. Well, I suppose we'll read that after this, so we'll get there.
question too, but I'm not sure that I fully understand the government's position or Ms. Rickleman's position. So on pages 18 and 19 of your brief, you talk about reliance interests, and you quote some of the language from Casey about a woman's ability to participate in the social and economic life of the nation. And I mentioned the safe haven laws to Ms. Rickleman, and it seems to me I fully understand the reliance interests. They're the airy ones Justice Kagan was referring to, and then they're the more specific ones about a woman's access to abortion as a backup form of birth control in the event that contraception fails, so that she need not bear the burdens of pregnancy. But what do you have to say to petitioner's argument that those reliance interests do not include the reliance interests of parenting and bringing a child into the world when maybe that's not the best thing for her family or her career?
I think the state is wrong about that, and I think where the analysis goes wrong in reliance on those safe haven laws is overlooking the consequences of forcing a woman upon her the choice of having to decide whether to give a child up for adoption. That itself is its own monumental decision for her, and so I think that there's nothing new about the safe haven laws, or at least nothing new about the availability of adoption as an alternative. Roe and Casey already took account of that fact, and I think that there are certainly, of course, all of the bodily integrity interests that we've referred to, but also the autonomy interests retain in force as well.
Okay, so it's the reliance interests in the right to be able to choose to terminate the pregnancy rather than having to terminate the parental rights.
I think that is part of it, yes, and I think for many women that is an incredible...
Booksmarts, this is just my opinion, but it seems like the pro Roe v. Wade people don't have as solid of arguments as if they took for granted that abortion is a fundamental right compared to the thorough thoughts of the other side. I cannot speak. If I speak, I'll be in big trouble. And I don't want to be in big trouble. You know, it's one of those situations, dude. I get what you're saying. I'm personally pro-abortion. But, like, boy, oh boy, is it hard to with what we're working with now to make good legal arguments, I feel like. But I'm also not a lawyer, so what does my judgment of the legality have anything to do with anything?
Incredibly difficult choice, but it's one that this court for 50 years has recognized must be left up to them based on their beliefs and their conscience and their determination about what is best for the course of their lives.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General. Rebuttal, General Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. I'd like to do my best to make 3 points. First, picking up where you just left off, Justice Barrett, on safe haven laws. The respondents in this case, I believe, as Your Honor pointed out, have emphasized parenting burdens being a lead or the lead reason that women seek abortions. I would emphasize safe haven laws, as best I've been able to find, first came into existence in 1999 in Texas. They're now ubiquitous, and you're correct, Justice Barrett, that they relieve that huge burden. I would also add that as to burdens during pregnancy, I would emphasize that contraception is more accessible and affordable and available than it was at the time of Roe or Casey. It serves the same goal of allowing...
Oh, damn. Now he's going to point out all the things that changed since Roe or Casey, so that these are the new things that the justices could consider as the change to justify why they would change their ruling on the last thing, which, honest to God, low-key... it feels to me as though the justices are just looking for any kind of reasoning they could possibly have to overturn the ruling in Roe v. Wade and Casey v. Planned Parenthood. That's what I feel like, is there is this sentiment that they fucked up and that they maybe shouldn't have ruled on that or touched it. And now they're looking for any foothold they can get to get out. And if you can just give them enough footholds, that's all that they're asking for. Give me a good reason to stop this. Like, everybody but Sotomayor seems to be on the page of like, just give me any reason to remove this ruling and to rule differently, and then I'm set. So... I'm more pro-abortion too, but I'm not strong on it compared to other issues. The other side just seems more compelling so far, but maybe they're getting better questions. Perhaps, dude. But let's not go too far to suggest that their attempts to find approaches to overturn Roe and Casey so haphazardly. Yeah, but I don't know, bro. It's just so difficult. I feel like I really want to think a lot about this before I have any like further conclusions. I've learned so much today. Like, I feel like there's so much to process. I almost feel like I could get something out of listening to this like 2 or 3 more times. It's so complicated.
Women to decide if, when, and how many children to have. And I would also note, just frankly, the lowest cost abortion at Jackson Women's Health is $600 for the abortion. additional costs and further fees. According to my friends, the respondents and their amici, there are also additional costs related to travel, taking off time off of work, accommodations, all of those sorts of things. Whether somebody is uninsured or not, the costs of contraception are consistently significantly less than those. Number two, I think, Justice Kavanaugh, you had it exactly right when you used the term scrupulously neutral. I think that's a very good description of what we're asking.
Shit, that was a good argument too. The lowest cost of abortion in Jackson Women's Health is $600 for the abortion, and then all of these other costs to take time off. The costs of contraception are consistently significantly less than those. Jesus. Oh, the general's pulling out fucking all the good arguments here, I feel like, especially after what we've heard.
For here, I think it's the problem and the value that has evaded the court and will continue to evade this court under Roe and Casey. But that is exactly right. This is a hard issue. It involves, and I would emphasize, Your Honor, that as you said, there are interests here on both sides. There are interests for everyone involved. This is unique for the woman. It's unique for the unborn child, too, whose life is at stake in all of these decisions. It's unique for us as a society in how we decide if the states get.
But there's a 10% that contraception doesn't work. Sure, but that's a completely separate issue. Like, to both of you that are mentioning that, remember, that's a completely separate issue, right? Here, what we're talking about is cost, that there is a cost to take time off work, do accommodations, set all those things. The cost for contraception is always going to be less than the cost for an abortion and all the things you would have to do to set up an abortion. That's independent of how effective contraception is, right? These are completely separate points. That they're not meant to be connected in this way. His argument is not that like contraception works 100% of the time. His argument is that it'll always be cheaper to get contraceptives than it will be to go through with an abortion at this Jackson clinic.
Get to legislate on this issue, how to decide and how to weigh these tremendously momentous issues. In closing, I would say that in a dissent in Plessy versus Ferguson, Justice Harlan emphasized that there is no caste system here. The humblest in our country is the peer of the most powerful. Our Constitution neither knows nor tolerates distinctions on the basis of race. It took 58 years for this court to recognize the truth of those realities in a decision, and that was the greatest decision that this court ever reached. We're running on 50 years of Roe.
Fuck. Whoever wrote this, bruh, if it was the general that wrote his own statement, my goodness.
It is an egregiously wrong decision that has inflicted tremendous damage on our country and will continue to do so and take innumerable human lives unless and until this court overrules it. We ask the court to do so in this case and uphold the state's law. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, General. Counsel, the case is submitted.
Sorry, pro-abortion people, but I don't feel like we would have even needed to have seen, because I haven't read it. I don't feel like I would have even needed to have seen the leaked document to guess that they're not going to rule in favor of abortion stuff here, dude. I'm going to keep it $150 with you. After all of this, I don't see how they would vote in favor of it. Booksmarts, hey, if nothing else at all, what an illuminating oral argument, right? Yeah, I mean, like, I've rarely been like disappointed a ton with like oral arguments. I feel like that they're always interesting to listen to for one reason or another, whether I agree with the conclusion or not, or the direction or the questioning. It's interesting to see people with their own perspectives do a very good job of asking questions and getting to the heart of matter for them personally. Even the frustrating part of what Thomas was focused on, you know, like, yeah, watching this, I can't see it either. Yeah. I remember watching this live and everyone who knew about law came to that conclusion. So I want to tell you guys this. This is why I wanted to do this with you. Because I had open in my heart of hearts that if we were to listen to the oral arguments before we even look at the release draft, that we would understand the conclusion of the release draft. And I would say that I'm there. And I think that even if you were to stop watching here, you would be in a much better spot than people that read headlines and are upset about where the conclusion was. And to think it's unfair, to think that it's unreasonable, to think that the court only did it for political reasons. Sure, you had Beyer, who was really focused, I think, a lot on the popular nature of what it is that they're doing. You had Roberts, who was acutely aware of the legitimacy of the court. But for Roberts, I don't think that's the driving factor in his decision. And for Breyer, that's 1 of 9. Kavanaugh was fair and I think pointed with his questions. Sotomayor, like, is clearly biased in favor of abortion, right? Like, if I am to write off Breyer, whatever, for his perspective, I could write off Mayor for hers, Sotomayor for hers. Like, I think Bennett was fair. I think Thomas was uber focused on one particular thing. I think this guy was a bit of a dick. But, you know, like, I don't think we heard from her maybe once or twice, not a lot, but yeah, I kind of get it, dude. Friendly reminder that even if overturned, it's still left to the states. Yeah, that's a good takeaway, you know. But it sucks for the people living in states where they're clearly going to start restricting this shit hella bad. Listening to this sort of puts to bed all the nonsense that both sides supporters spout to support their personal views and distills all this to the proper questions. Yeah. I don't want to have a kid before I'm ready, but fuck that guy argues well. Birth control pills can cost $300 to $600 a year. Over time, someone could get pregnant. It is considerably more than a single abortion. No. Like, hold on. Like, let's be very careful. Let's take the upper end of that, Adam. If it's $600 a year, and no, hold on. I'm not going to get into this with you because I don't think it's that important. I don't want to waste a bunch of energy on it and get upset. And the overturning has failed previously because they ignored, again, the cases of rape and incest and non-viable fetuses and the financial impact. Their job is to protect all, not just the majority. But they didn't make good arguments. I don't feel like this argument was made well during the course of these oral arguments. How many times can you get pregnant per year if you don't take any contraceptives? Like twice? I mean, more if you have miscarriages, I suppose. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, there is all of that. Again, links to all this will be available in the Patreon document. So if you didn't catch all of the stream and you want all the links, you could definitely get all the files and stuff on there. You just need to be a noteworthy person, which is only $3 a month. To be fair, there are a ton of people that don't agree with abortion. So for 50 years, they've had to be in places where legal child murder and their perspective was legal. Yeah, I totally get like the perspective of the people that are anti-abortion and the kind of horrors that they have to live under or whatever, given their perspective on things, for sure. The cost of contraceptive argument has to be by far the weakest of all the pro-abortion arguments. I don't know, bro. Pro-life people are a minority compared to pro-life. Wait. I don't think you typed that well. Okay, so we're done with this one. We'll put it away. The oral arguments. It's gonna be sad to read the draft, but I mean, like, I'm there. You've broken me down, bro. I'm ready for it, I guess. I'll be interested to see what Legal Eagle says about this if he ends up putting out a video, for sure. It's not their body, and all those that live under the horror, do they actually do anything to help single pregnant women? But that's not the problem here, and I don't think they have to. That's like saying, yeah, bro, it's horrible that people murder people, but what are they doing to help murderers not murder people? Like, I don't know. I don't vibe with your line of argumentation. Some people might. I don't. Okay, let's go ahead and open up our other links here. Actually, I want to read this first. Let's go ahead and close all this. I want to read this first. So this is by the Alliance for Justice. I feel, based on reading it, because I read it earlier, that it is in favor of abortion. Okay. And so let's go ahead and see what their takeaway from the 5 key takeaways from the oral arguments were. The conservative justices seem intent on gutting Roe and Casey. In their questioning, Justices Alito, Barrett, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Roberts, and Thomas showed open hostility to Roe. Thomas argued that there is no written right to abortion in the Constitution and entertained the idea of fetal personhood. There's no written right to, but yeah, so for sure there isn't. And entertain the idea of fetal personhood. Kinda. This is like an interesting summary of what Thomas was focused on, but Alito quizzed Julie Rickleman of the Center for Reproductive Rights about the role of abortion at the founding of the nation, specifically suggested that fetuses have an interest in having a life, which I don't feel like is awful, but okay. Gorsuch and Roberts asked Rickleman and Solicitor General Prelogar which standard they would propose if the decades-old viability standard was thrown out. Yeah, Barrett and Kavanaugh and the court's newest additions eagerly entertained the overturning of other rights-granting precedents. Okay. The lives of pregnant people were an afterthought for conservative justices. The conservative justices consistently dismissed the interests of pregnant people. After asking Rickleman for data on the impact of Roe on women's equal participation in society, when she presented, Roberts told her, put that data aside. Yeah, this was a weird moment, honestly. When he asked for the data and then she says it's in one of the briefs, and then we just kind of immediately move past that and we don't even entertain the data or whatever. That was a bit weird from Roberts. Barrett asked questions about safe haven laws that allow parents to leave newborns at hospitals and fire stations, suggesting that abortion is unnecessary if adoption is available. In repeatedly raising safe haven laws, Barrett disregarded the toll up to and including the death of bearing an unwanted child. This is something that I'm not comfortable with saying. I don't know if because you bring up a counter that you're disregarding something on the other side of the argument. I'm not comfortable with that wording. I don't think you're disregarding the toll by asking about safe haven laws. The reason why Barrett, and I don't think this is ever explicitly mentioned until the very end, is asking about safe haven laws because this is something new. It came into being in Texas in 1999. This whole suggesting that abortion is unnecessary, whatever, it's suggesting that there are alternatives, which there certainly are. I don't think she touches on this. She doesn't say, I don't care about about this. I don't feel like that's a fair characterization of what it is that she was talking about. She specifically ignored the financial impacts of carrying to term. We had to be really careful with this ignored, disregarded, whatever. I think if you were to say Roberts ignored the data that he asked for, that's fair. I don't think it's fair to say Barrett ignored the cost of raising the child. I don't think that's borne out what actually happened. Just because she doesn't ask about it doesn't mean she's ignoring it. I don't know. Their whole purpose is to prod and test the limits of both sides. Yeah, maybe that's something I haven't explained properly to the chat, but their whole purpose is to find holes in both sides when they're talking with them. The person that doesn't really do that is Sotomayor. Sotomayor will ask questions to benefit one side versus the other. And she did that during this questioning. But I think they're more or less supposed to be poking holes and stuff. And they did it on both sides, in my opinion. And they even push when their questions are being answered and stuff. So I don't know. For both people, this article here is a good example of an opinion piece masquerading as journalism. No, dude, don't be dickish to this. I think this is fine. I'm disagreeing with a few bits, but journalism a lot of the time is going to have a slant to it, dude. And I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with that. And it's not an op-ed. In my opinion, I think this is doing fine of summarizing points that happened, dude. I have problems here and there, but it's not like the whole thing is just a giant opinion piece. But I don't know. I don't care to argue about it either. I don't care if it is an opinion piece, honestly. Alito focused on the right to abortion at the time of the 14th Amendment, a time when black people, women, and many other Americans did not have equal citizenship. Okay. All right. Yeah, actually, you know what? Debate board? I am kind of done with this. I'm just going to read the titles of these. Conservative justices made the false comparison between Roe and Plessy. The case could serve as a blueprint for decimating other constitutional rights. The precedent is not a priority for the heavily politicized court. Okay, I'm done with this. I'm done with this one. It is kind of frustrating. I'm not reading it. Oh, that one was a bad pick. Well, I didn't listen to the oral arguments before I picked that article. I just kind of assumed it was going to go in one direction. It certainly didn't go in the direction I was assuming. So, it be what it be. Let's see here. What else? Because we also don't need a summary. We just listen to the whole fucking thing. Let's look at the original Politico piece real quick. So that's what we'll read now. Good night, Twisted. Also, just a reminder on the stash thing, and if you like this content, I would really appreciate you support it. We're finally getting to the headline. This is how long it took to get us some context so we could digest the headline, and we're finally here. Okay, now we're doing a shave versus not shaving. You could participate in that or not, or just donate because you're happy that I spent the day going through this and spending over 7 hours. It'll probably be 9 or 10 by the time we're done on this topic and on giving this all to you guys. The vote is currently 90 for keeping and 125 for shaving, which means we have a $35 difference. It is looking like the mustache will be shaved by the end of the stream, but who knows? I mean, crazier things have happened on this stream in terms of donations and stuff. So perhaps the not shaving and the keeping can come back. The moral of the story is cats are cute. Why'd people happy? Sure, dude. Okay, let us keep going here. I'll put me even more in the corner so that we can read everything. Supreme Court has voted to overturn abortion rights, draft opinion shows. We hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled. Justice Alito writes, an initial majority draft circulated inside the court. So let's keep reading here. Here we are. Let me go ahead and bring up my chat too so I can see. The Supreme Court has voted to strike down the landmark Roe v. Wade decision, according to an initial draft majority opinion written by Justice Samuel Alito, circulated inside the court and obtained by Politico. The draft opinion is a full-throated, unflinching repudiation of the 1973 decision, which guaranteed federal constitutional protections of abortion rights, and a subsequent 1992 decision, Planned Parenthood v. Casey, that largely maintained the right. Roe was egregiously wrong from the start, Alito writes. We hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled, he writes in the document, labeled as the opinion of the court. It is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's elected representatives. Deliberations on controversial issues have been, in the past, fluid. Justices can and sometimes do change their votes as draft opinions circulate, and major decisions can be subject to multiple drafts and vote trading. Wow. 20. Thanks for covering this with an open mind. Yeah, of course. I'm happy. I'm happy that's your opinion, because I know for sure I'm pro-abortion and whatever. So like, that could have easily gotten in the way, but it's tough not to give it to the anti-abortion people in the oral arguments. It seems like they did a very good job. Now, it's also worth keeping in mind that we had written briefs submitted by all the parties involved, and maybe those go differently or appear differently, but the oral arguments certainly seem to go one way versus the other. But thank you for the 20, Azamok, and thanks for hanging out, because you've been here like all day, and I do appreciate that. Indeed, it is this and that was the point. Once the preliminary vote was taken, there was a majority support for upholding Dobbs. Alito was tasked with writing the strongest possible opinion for that, which would provide the other justices room to concur or dissent. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Justices can and do sometimes change their votes as draft opinions circulate and major decisions give. So maybe this was released, then they're hoping the judges will change their position, which I guess is a possibility here. I like that Politico puts this early on, but I worry, like, with an article, there is a 80% of people don't read past this point. And that falls off consistently with every paragraph. And then you get here and then you see a 98-page document. I wish this was a bit higher up, but Alas, here it is. Deliberations on controversial cases have in the past been fluid. Justices can and sometimes do change their votes as draft opinions circulate, and major decisions can be subject to multiple drafts and vote trading, sometimes until just days before a decision is unveiled. The court's holding will not be final until it is published, likely in the next 2 months. The immediate impact of the ruling, as drafted in February, would be to end a half-century guarantee of federal constitutional protection of abortion rights and allow each state to decide whether to restrict or ban abortion. It's unclear if there have been subsequent changes to the draft. No draft decision in modern history of the court has been disclosed publicly while a case was still pending. The unprecedented revelation is bound to intensify the debate over what was already the most controversial case on the docket this term. The draft opinion offers an extraordinary window into the justices' deliberations on one of the most consequential cases before the court in the last 5 decades. Some court watchers predicted that the conservative majority would slice away at abortion rights without flatly overturning a 49-year-old precedent. The draft shows that the court is looking to reject Roe's logic and legal protections. Quote, Roe was egregiously wrong from the start. Its reasoning was exceptionally weak, and the decision has had damaging consequences. And far from bringing about a national settlement on the abortion issue, Roe and Casey have inflamed debate and deepened division, which I don't think you should care about, but whatever. Just a heads up, appendix starts at page 68, so you only need to read 67 pages. Oh, sick. Okay. A person familiar with the court's deliberations said that 4 of the other Republican-appointed justices, Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett, had voted with Alito in the conference held among the justices after hearing oral arguments in December, and that lineup remains unchanged as of this week. The 3 Democratic-appointed justices, Stephen Breyer, Sonia Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan, are working on one or more dissents according to the person. How Chief Justice John Roberts will ultimately vote and whether he will join an already written opinion or draft his own is unclear. The document, labeled as a first draft of the majority opinion, includes a notation that it was circulated among the justices on February the 10th. If Alito draft is adopted, it would rule in favor of Mississippi in the closely watched case over that state's attempt to ban most abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Roberts confirmed the authenticity of the draft opinion and said he was ordering an investigation into the disclosure. Quote, to the extent this betrayal of the confidences of the court was intended to undermine the integrity of our operations, it will not succeed. The work of the court will not be affected in any way, Roberts pledged in a written statement. The quote continues, this was a singular and egregious breach of that trust that is an affront to the court and the community of public servants who work here. Roberts also stressed that the draft opinion, quote, does not represent a decision by the court or the final position of any member on the issues in the case. The court spokesperson had declined comment pre-publication. Politico received a copy of the draft opinion from a person familiar with the court's proceedings in the Mississippi case, along with other details supporting the authenticity of the document. The draft opinion runs 98 pages, including a 31-page appendix of historical state abortion laws. The document is replete with citations to previous court decisions, books, and other authorities, and includes 118 footnotes. The appearances and timing of this draft are consistent with court practice. The disclosure of Alito's draft majority opinion, a rare breach of Supreme Court secrecy and tradition around its deliberations, comes as all sides in the abortion debate are girding for the ruling. Speculation about the looming decision has been intense since the December oral arguments indicated a majority was inclined to support the Mississippi law. After long-standing court procedures, justices hold preliminary votes on cases shortly after argument and assign a member of the majority to write a draft of the court's opinion. The draft is often amended in consultation with other justices, and in some cases, the justices change their votes altogether, creating the possibility that the current alignment on Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization could change. The Chief Justice typically assigns majority opinions when he is in the majority. When he is not, that decision is typically made by the most senior justice in the majority. As George W. Bush appointee who joined the court in 2006, Alito argues that the 1973 abortion rights ruling was an ill-conceived and deeply flawed decision that invented a right mentioned nowhere in the Constitution and unwisely sought to wrench the contentious issue away from the political branches of government. Alito's draft ruling would overturn a decision by the New Orleans-based Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals that found the Mississippi law ran afoul of Supreme Court precedent by seeking to effectively ban abortions before viability. Roe's, quote, survey of history ranged from the constitutionally irrelevant to the plainly incorrect. Alito continues, adding that its reasoning was, quote, exceptionally weak, and that the original decision has had, quote, damaging consequences. The inescapable conclusion is that a right to abortion is not deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions, Alito writes. Alito approvingly quotes a broad range of critics of the Roe decision. He also points to liberal icons such as the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Harvard Law professor Lawrence Tribe, who at certain points in their careers took issue with the reasoning in Roe or its impact on the political process. Alito's skewering of Roe and the endorsement of at least 4 other justices for the unsparing critique is also a measure of the court's rightward turn in recent decades. Roe was decided 7-2 in 1973 with 5 Republican appointees adjoining 2 justices nominated by Democratic presidents. The overturning of Roe would almost immediately lead to stricter limits on abortion access in large swaths of the South and the Midwest, and with about half of the states set to immediately impose broad abortion bans. Any state could still legally allow the procedure. The Constitution does not prohibit the citizens of each state from regulating or prohibiting abortion, the draft concludes. Roe and Casey arrogated that authority. We now overrule those decisions and return that authority to the people and their elected representatives. The draft contains the type of caustic rhetoric flourishes Alito is known for, and that has caused Roberts, his fellow Bush appointee, some discomfort in the past. At times, Alito's draft opinion takes an almost mocking tone as it skewers the majority opinion in Roe written by Justice Harry Blackmun, a Richard Nixon appointee who died in 1999. Quote, Roe expressed the feeling that the Fourth Amendment was the provision that did the work, but its message seemed to be that abortion right could be found somewhere in the Constitution, and that specifying its exact location was not of paramount importance, Alito writes. Alito declares that one of the central tenets of Roe, the, quote, viability distinction between fetuses not capable of living outside the womb and those which can, makes no sense. In several passages, he describes doctors and nurses who terminate pregnancy as abortionists. When Roberts voted with liberal jurists in 2020 to block Louisiana law imposing heavier regulations on abortion clinics, his solo concurrence used the more neutral term abortion providers. In contrast, Justice Clarence Thomas used the word abortionist 25 times in a solo dissent in the same case. Alito's use of the phrase egregiously wrong to describe Roe echoes language Mississippi Solicitor General Scott Stewart used in December in defending his state's ban on abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. The phrase was also contained in an opinion Kavanaugh wrote as part of a 2020 ruling that jury convictions in criminal cases must be unanimous. In that opinion, Kavanaugh labeled 2 well-known Supreme Court decisions as, quote, egregiously wrong when decided. The 1944 ruling upholding the detention of Japanese Americans during World War II, Korematsu versus United States, and the 1896 decision that blessed racial segregation under the rubric of, quote, separate but equal, Plessy versus Ferguson. The High Court has never formally overturned Korematsu, but did repudiate the decision in a 2018 ruling by Roberts that upheld then-President Donald Trump's travel ban policy. Next, Jesus Christ, this is long. Whoa, what's up, Amanda Joy? Good to have you. This is a great line, reflects the central conservative argument here, i.e. that the court in Roe and again in Casey improperly removed the public policy of Yeah, I kind of get it. All right, let's continue. Holy shit, I'm going to have to read so much. Do I have to? Can we just read the thing? Do I have to read the article if I'm going to read the document? Can I? Do I? Whatever, I'll just finish it. I'll finish it. Okay. Plessy remained the law of the land for nearly 6 decades until the court overturned it with Brown v. Board of Education's school desegregation ruling in 1954. Quoting Kavanaugh, Alito writes of Plessy, "It wasn't egregiously wrong on the day it was decided." Alito's draft opinion includes in small type a list of about 2 pages worth of decisions in which the justices overruled prior precedents. In many instances, reaching results praised by liberals. The implication that allowing states to outlaw abortion is on par with ending legal racial segregation has been hotly disputed, but the comparison underscores the conservative justices' belief that Roe is so flawed that the justices should disregard their usual hesitations about overturning precedent and wholeheartedly renounce it. Alito's draft opinion ventures even further into this racially sensitive territory by observing in a footnote that some earlier proponents of abortion rights also had unsavory views in favor of eugenics. Some such supporters have been motivated by a desire to suppress the size of the African American population, Alito writes. It is beyond dispute that Roe has had that demographic effect. A highly disproportionate percentage of aborted fetuses are black. Alito writes that by raising the point that he isn't casting aspersions on anyone. For our part, we do not question the motives of either those who have supported and those who have opposed laws restricting abortion, he writes. Alito also addressed his concern about the impact the decision could have on public discourse. We cannot allow our decisions to be impacted by any extraneous influences such as concern about the public's reaction to our work. Alito writes, "We do not pretend to know how our political system or society will respond to today's decision overruling Roe and Casey, and even if we could foresee what would happen, we would have no authority to let that knowledge influence our decision." Yeah, I think that's good to note. In the main opinion in the 1992 Casey decision, Justices Sandra Day O'Connor, Anthony Kennedy, and Davis Souter warned that the court would pay a, quote, terrible price for overruling Roe, despite criticism of the decision from some in the public and the legal community. What does eugenics and separation have to do with this? What it has to do with it is like some of the motivated reasoning behind people that are supporting these policies are wrong-headed in their thinking. So, like, some people are supporting keeping abortion around for eugenic purposes, in much the same way that some people were supporting the separation of the Japanese for racial purposes, rather than like the interest of national security or the interest of women's rights, for example. There are good reasons to support it and bad reasons to support it, and there are people that existed in both camps that were pushing for it. I don't think we necessarily need that in there, but my understanding is that's what's going on there. While it has engendered disapproval, it has not been unworkable, the 3 justices wrote then. An entire generation has come of age free to assume Roe's concept of liberty in defining the capacity of women to act in society and to make reproductive decisions. No erosion of principle going to liberty or personal autonomy has left Roe's central holding being a doctrinal remnant. I have no idea what that means. When Dobbs was argued in December, Roberts seemed out of sync with the other conservative justices, as he has been in a number of cases, including one challenging the Affordable Health Care Act. Interesting. At the argument session last fall, Roberts seemed to be searching for a way to uphold Mississippi's 15-week ban without completely abandoning the Roe framework. Viability, it seems to me, doesn't have anything to do with choice. But if it really is an issue about choice, why is 15 weeks not enough time? Roberts asked during the arguments. The thing is that the at issue before us today is 15 weeks. While Alito's draft opinion doesn't cater much to Roberts' views, portions of it seem intended to address the specific interests of other justices. One passage argues that social attitudes toward out-of-wedlock pregnancies, quote, have changed drastically since the 1970s, and that increased demand for adoption makes abortions less necessary. Those points dovetail with issues that Barrett, a Trump appointee and the court's newest member, raised at the December arguments. She suggested laws allowing people to surrender newborn babies on a no-questions-asked basis mean carrying a pregnancy at a term doesn't oblige one to engage in child rearing. Why don't the safe haven laws take care of that problem? Asked Barrett, who adopted 2 of her 7 children. Oh, okay. Well, she's also an adopter. Much of Alito's draft is devoted to arguing that widespread criminalization of abortion during the 19th and 20th century belies the notion that a right to abortion is implied in the Constitution. Oh, shit. The conservative justice attached to his draft a 31-page index listing laws passed to criminalize abortion during that period. Holy shit. Alito claims an unbroken tradition of prohibiting abortion on pain of criminal punishment from the earliest days of the common law until 1973. Until the latter part of the 20th century, there was no support in American law for a constitutional right to obtain an abortion. Zero. None. No state constitutional provision had recognized such a right, Alito adds. Alito's draft argues that rights protected by the Constitution but not explicitly mentioned in it, so-called enumerated rights, must be strongly rooted in U.S. history and tradition. That form of analysis seems at odds with several of the court's recent decisions, including many of its rulings backing gay rights. Quote, we hold that Roe and Casey must be... Okay, we already read that. Liberal justices seem likely to take issue with Alito's assertion in the draft opinion that overturning Roe would not jeopardize other rights the courts have grounded in privacy, such as the right to contraception, to engage in private consensual sexual activity, and to marry someone of the same sex. Quote, we emphasize that our decision concerns the constitutional right to abortion and no other right, Alito writes. Nothing in this opinion should be understood to cast doubt on precedents that do not concern abortion. Alito's draft opinion rejects the idea that abortion bans reflect the subjugation of women in American society. Quote, women are not without electoral or political power, he writes. The percentage of women who register to vote and cast ballots is consistently higher than the percentage of men who do so. The Supreme Court remains one of Washington's most secretive institutions, priding itself on protecting the confidentiality of its internal deliberations. Quote, at the Supreme Court, those who know don't talk, and those who talk don't know, Ginsburg was fond of saying. That tight-lipped reputation has eroded somewhat in recent decades due to a series of books by law clerks, law professors, and investigative journalists. Some of these authors clearly had access to draft opinions, such as the one obtained by Politico, but their books emerged well after the cases in question were resolved. The justices held their final arguments in the current term on Wednesday. The court has set a series of sessions over the next 2 months to release rulings in its still unresolved cases, including the Mississippi abortion case. So, wow, okay, that's a lot. Thank you for the 18 months, Ald Melder. I appreciate it. 18 months is a long time, bud. You're one of the OGs. You know what? Can I level with you guys for 2 seconds, and you let me know what you think about this? I think, after having listened to the oral arguments, having understood this paragraph here, and having read the entire Politico article, I don't know if in my own personal time, if I would even read this. Because number one, it isn't the final decision of the court. Number two, it is summarized and broken down by Politico with additional information and context in this article. And number three, I try to be careful about my opinion being swayed on a topic by information that is not like the conclusive or full scope of what is going on. Like with the Amber Heard trial, I try very hard in my head not to have conclusions drawn up from watching clips and stuff and not having seen the entire thing or having the court case conclude. So if I was in my own time, after having gotten this far, I would stop. But I know that y'all probably want me to read it. However, and here's the fourth reason. We have been live for 7, almost 8 hours. My voice hurts. My brain hurts. My body hurts from sitting here this whole time. My eyes are tired. If I were to read this, I feel like it would be better to do it on another day when I have energy. But honestly, I probably wouldn't read this. I would probably wait until they're done with their decision. But let me know what you think, because I'm open to whatever, but like, I feel like at this point I would be done with it. If you aren't familiar with them, the podcast's opening arguments goes into detail about how Alito's opinion goes so much farther than just ending Roe, but is also laying the foundation for undermining our current understanding of the role of rights in our democracy. I'll write it down. I mean, that might be good listening before I go to bed or something, for sure. Nearly 8 hours. Sheesh. Yeah. What's another 3 hours? I don't think we'll gain anything by reading this right now. It's not the final opinion. We don't have our dissenting opinions. Like, I wouldn't consume it this way if I was on my own. Like, I could for content with you guys, but the point of this was to show you how I would do research, and at this point I would stop. Just get some rest, Book. You started streaming as I was headed to bed, and I woke up to you still streaming. I think that reading the pre-decision as it stands currently is more for those who are interested in praxis than analysis. Damn. That's well put, Amanda. I just want to see what it says because we've never gotten this look into the Supreme Court decision process. Sure, but you can, like, this is going to be... So this is a draft of the same kind of document that they regularly put out all the time. I suppose the only thing that you would see that you wouldn't normally get to see... here, let me go ahead and grab my link that is the actual document itself. So the only thing you would see that you wouldn't normally see is this stamp at the top and this right here. Thank you. Right here, this first draft, this opinion is subject to formal revision before publication in the preliminary print of the United States reports. Readers are requested to notify the reporter of decisions, Supreme Court of the United States, Washington, D.C., 2054-3, of any typographical or other formal errors in order that corrections may be made before the preliminary print goes to press. That's it. Like... This is basically all you're going to see that you wouldn't normally see in one of these. So it's not like it's a very unique document in any meaningful way. Like they put these out all the time. It's just that you're seeing it before it's done. And I don't know if because if we had something to compare it to and we looked at a comparisons thing that showed how it changed between now and then, that would be interesting. But as it stands now, I don't know. Thanks for all your work, by the way. Thank you, dude. And IG says, keep the stash. Really enjoy the deep dive on this. Thanks for taking the time. That's $35 towards keeping the stash. Let me do my count. That brings us up to 125 to 125, which means we're at shave half. We're at shave half. Oh, I hope we don't end there. I hope we don't end there. I don't want to shave half. Thank you for the 35 though. I'm happy you appreciated it, and I'm happy to provide that service to you guys. Problem's not worth it. Okay. If we understand the course of how opinions are formulated at the court, we know that when the assigned to write the majority opinion is made, inherent to that assignment is the expectation that the author will write the most forceful argument possible to give other justices space to concur, join, or dissent. Yeah, for sure. It's probably still be a good read, but don't torture yourself. Yeah, I for sure couldn't do it today, but I could do it on another day. Additional reading that'd be more useful would probably be articles from legal journalists and their take on the document. 110%. Yeah, that would be far more valuable than reading the document itself. I think there is value in reading it. Yes, there will be concurring opinions and dissenting opinions, but my guess is the final majority will be pretty similar to this. I don't know how you're confident in saying that, though. Let me present you with why. This is the first time that a document like this has ever been leaked. So you don't have any frame of reference to know that what it's like, the changes between a first draft and a final draft. You don't know that. I don't know that. the people that wrote this Politico article likely don't know that, right? So that's certainly a guess, but I would call your guess a radical shot in the dark, right? Like, it's not an educated guess, because we're not educated on what the difference between first drafts and final drafts are for a document like this, right? So I don't know. Left side gone, book it, he's shaving half, print it before they delete it. I don't think they're going to delete it. First time in 50 years leaks like this have occurred before. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know about that. But yeah, I agree with who said it here? Somebody. That if we read other articles about this from legal scholars and stuff, that will give us a lot more per unit of time spent reading than reading the document itself. So I think that's where we're at with this presently. Any Supreme Court justices in the chat got any takes? The leakage may have an impact as well. True. Yes, it very well may. It very well may. It shouldn't, but it may. Perhaps that was the hope of the person that leaked this as well, which I feel, again, very uncomfortable about. If the person that leaked this hoped to sway public opinion in such a way to change the decisions of the people on the court, I don't know how I feel being a part of that as well. Same with the people leaking things about like the war in Ukraine and hoping that you're going to take sides one way or the other. I don't feel super comfortable consuming that stuff and knowing that the purpose is to propagandize me in some way, shape, or form that I'm unaware of. The person who leaked is fucked for life, right? No one's taking a backstabber. And perhaps, I don't know, again, like, I think the Politico article mentions that maybe the draft is shared around for people to give opinions, but it isn't leaked very often to the press. But yeah, I would assume they would be in trouble. That would be my guess. But similar to Adam's guess, it'll be a shot in the dark. I don't know. Do draft opinions ever get released after the final opinion is released? That I don't know. Oh, let's read this. This will be cool. Give me my choices. The Supreme Court has confirmed the authenticity of the draft opinion Politico. Okay, this is short. Published Monday night, and is pursuing an, because I want to give time so that I don't have to shave half of my mustache. But I doubt we'll get anything that'll push us over. Monday night, and is pursuing an investigation into the leak, but the court is. Oh, I stand corrected. Keep the stash. Just wanted to watch you sweat. Funny guy. Motherfucker, dude. Thank you for the 10. It is so right now it's 10 in favor of not shaving, so it's looking like I won't shave, but I do want to read this. And is pursuing an investigation into the leak, but the court is stressing that the opinion which calls for overturning Roe v. Wade does not yet equal the law of the land. Justices circulate draft opinions internally as a routine and essential part of the court's confidential deliberative work, it said in a Tuesday press release. Although the document described in yesterday's reports is authentic, it does not represent a decision by the court or the final position of any member on the issues in the case. The court's internal deliberations may be confidential, but the process of getting to a final ruling isn't entirely secret. Here's what we know about how the nation's highest court gets from consideration to conclusion. First come the arguments, then the private conferences. After oral arguments end, justices typically discuss the cases with their law clerks and seek out different perspectives and form an idea of how they will vote, according to the U.S. Court's website. Then, the justices hold what is known as a private conference. There are actually 2 scheduled per week, on Wednesday and Friday afternoons, to actually decide the case. They typically start by discussing which potential new cases to accept or reject, and then turn to the cases they've heard since their last meeting. According to the Supreme Court protocol, all justices have an opportunity to state their views on the case and raise any questions and concerns they may have. Each justice speaks without interruptions from the others. The justices speak in descending order of seniority, starting with Chief Justice John Roberts. Then in that same order, they each cast an initial vote. Justices' votes will determine who will write the opinions. Once the votes have been tallied, the senior justice in the majority, either the Chief Justice or, if he dissents, the justice in the majority who has served on the court the longest, will assign someone to write the majority opinion. If a minority of justices believe the case should have reached a different outcome, the senior-most justice in that group assigns someone to write a dissenting opinion. Any justice can also write a separate dissent of their own. And if a justice agrees with the decision but disagrees with the reasoning behind it, they may write a concurring opinion, which others have the option to join. As we explained this a bit before. This is where the draft opinions come in. As the law website SCOTUS blog explains, the assigned justices draft and circulate opinions outlining their decision and their reasoning. The time it takes to finalize an opinion depends on several factors, including how divided the justices are and which justice is writing the opinion and the court's schedule. There's always a chance that the draft opinion doesn't end up looking similar to the final opinion. To answer your question, NPR legal affairs correspondent Nita Totenberg told Morning Edition, noting that this has happened numerous times. The majority of justices must, quote, sign on to the court's opinion before it can be delivered publicly, according to the U.S. Court's website. No opinion is considered the official opinion of the court until it is delivered in open court or at least made available to the public. All cases are typically decided by the time the court goes on summer recess in late June or early July. Other than that, there aren't any rules around when exactly decisions must be released, but those that are unanimous tend to come out sooner than those that are more divisive. There are unanswered questions about this case. So how exactly is this process playing out for the case in question? Politico's reporting offers potential clues as well as puzzles, according to Totenberg. Politico's reporting, citing an unnamed source familiar with the court's deliberations, that 4 of the other justices have voted along with Justice Samuel Alito in the conference they held after hearing oral arguments in December. Roberts' vote is unclear, according to Politico, which said it's also not known whether he will join an already written opinion or craft his own. Totenberg says that during oral arguments, Roberts seemed to suggest that he wanted to move slowly, upholding the Mississippi law, which bans abortions after 15 weeks, at the heart of the case, and leaving the basic framework of Roe otherwise intact. She adds that the idea got no takers at the time. The question in my mind is whether he even assigned this opinion, she adds, explaining that it's possible that he endorsed the leaked draft opinion or that he disagreed. In that case, she says, the most senior member of the majority would decide who would write the opinion, and that would be Justice Clarence Thomas. And I can't think of any reason why Thomas wouldn't give himself this opinion, Totenberg says. There are still some mysteries to this, but I would be shocked if this were not an early draft of the opinion that will eventually come out. There you go. Oh, man. Maybe the person who drafted it should have picked another player. Maybe, dude. That's interesting to think about. Why Thomas wouldn't write the opinion. I mean, would Thomas want to be the guy that writes the opinion taking abortion rights away from women, though? I mean, like, the man has to have some sense of what history looks like, and I would like to think that the judges, regardless of their legal opinions, realize what they're going to look like in the course of history, because I see the current flow of history pushing us towards a pro-abortion nation and the rest of the world for that matter. So I would have to imagine that you're going to be a footnote in history about what stood in the way of change, but it could be due to the recent controversy with his wife. What did he do? What happened with his wife? She was texting Trump how to carry out the insurrection on... Oh no. Yikes. Well, that's the... Yikes. Okay. Well, oops is right. Toxic. Toxo. Yikes. Okay. Well, I think that's enough for today. Thomas was also the only vote for keeping those messages from his wife from being released to the public. Yikes. Yikes. I don't know. I don't have the time to read about it, honestly, so I'll try not to have an opinion. I'm going to figure out where to send us for today. Because I'm tired, dude. I'm done. Where do you guys want to go? Oh God, Sanso's talking about this. Please tell me he educated himself on the topic.
I don't know enough and theology to really say that my religious belief is that I'm anti-gay marriage.
Oh Jesus, okay. I'm not sending you to Sanso. Can we have somebody that's not talking about this? Somebody who's not talking about this topic? I said left side gone. I meant it. You're not taking this meme from me. Keep up the good work. Love you, buddy. All right, Kuro, I'll ask you one question before I send us away. My left or your left? My left or your left? I have to go get the razor and do it. If that's what we're going to do, I'll do it live. While you figure out if it's my left or your left, I'm going to go grab my razor. Well, here we are. Your left. Okay, let me figure out what your left is. It's this side. Okay. Let's turn up the light for this. Okay, so it's the right side for me. Oh, jeez. Can I gotta put the camera in front of me so I could see. No shaving cream? No, I don't need it. I wet it. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, no. How awful. How awful. Is this shaving ASMR? I wet it, don't worry. What is this, bruh? Oh no. Check your dodos. $1, get rid of all of it. Bruh. Haha. There goes all of it. That was a fun little arc. That was a fun little arc. You got your screenshot. Oh God. I'm sure that wasn't what you expected at all, Kuro, but good enough. I got what I wanted. Clip it and ship it, boys. Yeah, you got it. You got something on your upper lip? It's probably your mom's snail trail, bro. Yeah, I got a bit of your mom's snail trail up on my upper lip there. All right. We're done here. All right. Where am I putting you guys for the night? That was no different than a normal shave, except you laughed halfway through. I suppose so. Yeah, it wasn't bad. And now I have hair in my mouth and all over the desk, but everyone will remember this is the day I saved Booksmarts from looking like me the time I was late for work. Yikes. That's not a good look. On BTR with Lev and... Oh, who are we rating? Wait, we still don't have an answer to this. Who is it going to be? We have to pick somebody. Pick a random 5-year streamer, make someone's day. Okay. Where would I go though? Oh yeah, join the Discord. The Discord's fun. I might hang out and chat in there after. We'll see. While I'm really important is offline. Oh, we could do James from the internet. Do you guys want to do James from the internet? I don't know. I don't know what to pick. Do not send us anywhere. I'm ready to be aborted. Nice. Well, it'll be legal soon. I don't know where to go. Pick an art memer. Oh, good idea. Let's go to the art section here. Let's see. Who looks like they're doing a good job? Korean hentai artist drawing physics. What? Can someone just like link me something? I shouldn't have shaved without soap or something. Now I'm all itchy. How is this person?
Kenny, hello. How are you doing today?
It's you. I picked you.
I've drank 6 bottles of water today. You're
Jesus Christ. It's you. I picked you.
I've drank 6 bottles of water.
All right, we're rating into this one. This one. It's some VTuber person. Have fun. It's for mature audiences only, okay? Mature audiences only. I'm not rating Sansel, bro. I'm not supporting whatever it is that he's got going on there. Sorry. Have fun. Have fun. She looks fun. Thank you for the sub. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate it. Amanda Joy, 19 months. See you, nerds. We'll see you whenever you decide to come back to us, Amanda. We're always happy to have you. All right. Have a good rest of your day, Twitch chat. Thanks for supporting me. Thanks for hanging out. Hope this was helpful to you. I'll have it timestamped on YouTube soon enough. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye. Goodbye. And to everybody else on YouTube, my V Omega Lil D people, I do love you. I do respect you. I do appreciate you showing up. And I will talk to you later.